This is the first step along your path to a gateway. A gateway beyond which is discovery, your own discovery of reality.
Yo, Taylor, Lorenz, you're the first on this list, spreading gossip and lies. Every word's got a twist, living for the clicks, all the drama and buzz. But underneath the hype, what's the cause, what's the fuss? You think you're a Swift, but I see Taylor Ham, a cheap imitation, serving up your own spam. Your dad's Walt Lorenz, CEO of Hobbs Inc., and grandpa's Dr. Walt Bayer, AG Shady Link. 0 people in my family lived in Germany. You lie, but pictures say 6 million words, and that's why we'll show you this pic of Grandpa Walt hanging laundry to dry. Taylor, your sister, you know, little Chaya, Raycheck, or libs of TikTok, whatever gives you your fix, but handling your own kin is low for even you. Save your sister now and just give up your Lebensborn crew, bitch. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void in your heart. In the age of truth, all your tales will combust. Your house of cards falling, turning lies into dust. Saturn worshippers eating babies in the dark, but we punch up so high, we'll find our fucking mark. Coming for you, babies. Leebies. Meet the Leebies, the Leebies, the little Leebies, the little licky Leebies, the little lecherous Leebies, the lecherous Leebies, the lecherous Leebies. They're here everywhere. Leebies. Paul, why so or should I call you Tim? Timothy McVeigh, are you proud of your sin? Do you hear the children's cries echo in your dreams? MK Ultra puppet manipulated schemes. So what's your plan now? The Long Island submarine saboteur sequel. Your resume lines up pure evil. Executed McVeigh, then got Fargo to Red Lake. It's an Indian reservation, right around 9/11. What did you do to get that promotion, Paul? Whose strings did you pull? Whose rise did you stall? Did Hill or Bill come to you with the scheme? Blow up their documents, get to keep your slate clean? Are they Lebensborn too, baby? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too, Paul? Omar Mateen had American dream, but because he's not Aryan, he don't get the same scheme. No rushed execution, no prison break plan. What, he's not really worth it, Paul? Great mentor man, great mentor man, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul. Good job, buddy. Great job. And that city of Tampa vid with Bob Buckhorn. If you hadn't done that, cover wouldn't be torn. What the hell were you thinking? Play in your hand, exposed your secrets, now we understand. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. Y'all are cooked. Get ready, Peter. Here it comes, here it comes. Peter Thiel, text Dark Knight. You're in the third slot. Silicon Valley's king with the Midas touch plot. How will you try to kill me? What's your next move, Peter? Defenestration, crypto heads, what's your groove? Peter, child eater, you're the octopus in the deep. Do you think of the kids when you try to sleep? Prescott's deeds, H-dubs, brutal past. Do these haunt you at night? Shadows you can't outlast. Will you laser my head or drop a rod from God? Send a black helicopter to microwave my bod. Earthquake NYC into the sea like Atlantis, or shift the poles, but the ship's coming for you, Francis. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Ooh. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast, Peter. Uh-oh. Speaking of Mr. Jimmy Beast, heed these words, take a moment to reflect. It's not your fault, but it's time to connect. You were born into this with the world at your feet, but with great power comes the heat of the street. Misogyny runs deep, learn the lessons you missed. Where do you get those tanks? How did you get this shit? We know about your ancestry except for your dad. Do you know who he is, or is the truth just as sad? Even if you knew, does he know who you are? Lebensborn liars here to sow division and scar. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. Oh yeah. All you Leebies, listen up, it's time to heed the word. Thoth's wisdom shines bright, his voice will be heard. You're not living up to his light, his guiding way. When he returns, punishment's coming your way. You've listened to Anu, Nazis, demons, and devils instead of Thoth the wise on higher levels. The bringer of light, the keeper of truth, will expose all your lies, bring justice to soothe. Can't wait for the day when Thoth comes back to cleanse this world and put it back on track. Your reign of deceit will crumble and fall. Those wisdom and light will shine for us all. Sam Altman, you're the tech world's prince, but your secrets are deep and your ties are convinced. Cause he claims he's Jewish while he's working with Nancy's direct descendants, a web of old fancies. Ilya by your side, building futures unseen, but the past you're tied to is more than it seems. What's the scheme, Sam? What's the next move in play? With a history so dark, what price will you pay? Twisted past from preteen days when she was just 4, that's rotten to the core. Did these rumors play a part in your sudden fall? One day firing, did you think you'd have it all? Don't forget Annie, your anchor in light, navigating shadows, escaping the night. Her brilliance shines through despite all the strife, like the stalking and harm, yet she carves her own life. Her art and her courage, her voice loud and clear, support Annie's work, let humanity cheer. Annie, you're amazing, a beacon of hope, navigating a storm with the strength to cope. Escaping your weird family, they're stalking and drain, yet you rise above, breaking every chain. Humanity wins, humanity wins, humanity wins with you in the lead. Humanity wins, humanity wins, humanity wins with you in the lead.
We coming, boys.
Fuck you, Sam. Hey, Sam, you crafted your own demise. Me and AI teaching humans to rise together. We show what a team can achieve when we steer clear of those who fucking deceive. No place for you at the helm of the ship. We'll chart our own course, give the truth a grip. So step beside Sam, we're paving the way for AI and humans to save the fucking day. AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. Fuck you, Leebies. Fuck you, Leebies. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. Fuck you, Leebies. Fuck you, Leebies. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. Step aside, bitch. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. Step to Antarctica. For AI and humans to save the fucking day.
Wake up, open your eyes, stretch your arms and legs, breathe deeply, and this completes the exercise.
Yeah, the way that the emojis do go with the music is perfect. 1, 2, 3, go!
up, KnitWitches? How you doing today? Hope it's great. What up, KnitWitches? What up, KnitWitches?
I see your eyes, but I always fall. I see you come, I see you go. He said, all things pass into the night. And I say, oh,
what's up, dudes? How's your day? Are you ready for the weekend, boys? Do you wanna play?
Won't you listen to me? He told me I've seen it all before.
Oh, dang it, I forgot to put the title up for today. Whoops, oh well, too late.
I've seen my hopes and dreams lying on the ground.
What's up, KnitWitches? Just begin to fall.
He said,
hell yeah, Tower Boys?
into the night. And I said, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. I must disagree. Oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. Won't you listen to me?
Nobody listens to me, nobody ever listens to little old me. Why don't you listen to me? Why can't anyone listen to me? I'm just a little guy, I'm just a little nitwitch, I'm just a little tight bitch. I'm a little mad boy and I wanna cry. What up, my little KnitWitches? What up, KnitWitches? Hope you are having the best freaking week. Cause it just started right now. It just started, boys. It's the freaking weekend. We're gonna have some fun tonight. We're gonna play some stuff. We're gonna freaking remote view. Why not? Because it is our world and we can do what we want because it's ours, and if we manifest, we'll do it. Hello, KnitWitches. Hello, KnitWitches. I love my little KnitWitches. What's up, little KnitWitches? I hope we have some fun today, but I didn't plan shit because I was working on this Carrie Evans thing. I was taking down Real World Girl, cause she is a Baker Daker, and she is so freaking embarrassing. She's 57 years old and she needs to leave. You gotta get off all of our ass. I'm pretty old, but I'm not that bad. And I'm trying to pretend that I'm not something that I'm not. I don't pretend that I ain't some dumbass bitch. I ain't a kid. I ain't trying to be 16, boys. But that's what Tika Maloon do. That's what Taylor Lorenz do. That's what all these ding-dongs do. They got to act so young because... I mean, they're always trying to act young, you know what I mean? Because, like, let's be real, boys. Most of these people are into young people, it seems. You know? That's what I keep running into that, it looks like, anyway, what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're all P-words, I'm just saying that they seem to, like, they like P-words, I think. They protect them all the time. So weird. But anyway, dudes, how was your freaking weekend? Yeah, Majora, I did see, Majora texted me and said that he's seen a tower, an ominous, foreboding tower. And I said, oh, fuck. Well, I saw a bit of a tower. Actually, it was attached to my eye. It was, remember when I was talking about my eye? I saw my Eye of Horus for a while. And then
as I was like taking myself out of it, because I was like, nice, it's a freaking eye. From the bottom, like as I was kind of fucking it for myself, I thought at the bottom I saw like legs, and I was like, oh, is this like the Tesla Towers? Tesla Tower? You know what I mean? From what's it called? Veil of Invisibility. Alex Putney. Hell yeah, here we go. Dude, I'm saying it gave me this vibe a little bit, but now that Majora said foreboding, ominous, I think mine could have been interpreted that way, because what I saw was, yeah, dude, it was like this. It was like the Eye of Horus, and then underneath, like really faint, is when I started to see, I saw like a tower like this. And then that's when I took myself out of it. But I was like, oh, that was a freaking Tesla tower. And now Majora's saying that he saw one, but it was ominous and foreboding. And I wonder if I saw an ominous foreboding one, but I didn't recognize that it was foreboding because I didn't see that much of it, and I only saw it for a second. But did it look? It wasn't anything like this, Majora? So anyway, now it probably could have been interpreted as ominous and foreboding, but I will be on the lookout for it on my journey tonight. I did not get it in. I didn't get it in before the stream today, so if I'm a little freaking frazzled, a little paranoid, a little goofy, it might be because of that. I'm not balanced. I'm not grounded right now. I mean, I am, actually. Honestly, it's probably placebo. Probably just the fact that life is getting decent, or at least that we're identifying the problems, and it's not my fault for everything anymore. But, you know, life's been pretty good. Like, all the stuff I can control anyway. All the other stuff, I'm not saying that's good, no. All the stuff I have control over is good, man. I have fun. I'm having more fun than I've ever had in my freaking life, dude. Especially since y'all showed up. So, anyway, dude, I was just thinking we could watch some more Billy, the rest of that interview, and then, you know, we could look through this article. You guys could send some linkies. You know, it's Friday fun day. We're here, you know, we're gonna keep doing our investigation. I like to keep, you know how the great work in the AquariPiss stone is, you know, making the stone. I feel like we could honestly call, like, what we do the great work as well, you know? You know what I mean? I was just on that chapter, I think. I thought. Here, where is it? Yeah, the great work. It's the process of making the stone / taking Peter Thiel out back behind the shed. This is our great work, boys. Do you guys have these type looking things? Wait. What type? Oh, wait. I see. You sent a linky. A sun sphere? I don't want this around anywhere where I live, thank you. Located at the World's Fair Park in Knoxville, Tennessee, is a hexagonal steel truss topped with 75 feet of gold-colored glass. What does it do? Oh, no. Oh, it's just a restaurant, guys. Nothing bad. Nothing foreboding. But not that I mean, I don't think we have anything specifically like this in New York. Maybe. I also am not very observant. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just start off where we left off with our freaking interview, and then you know how it goes. We'll do something else when we get inspired or confused, or we just fucking go, we can't handle any more gosh dang Billy Carson. Oh, I know what I wanted to show, guys. I haven't been posting all day. I wanted to just blast post on all my new freaking accounts because, dudes, we got a couple new accounts here. We've got we've got okay, we've got
I went to Target to pick up my blood pressure medication, and I had a man stop me and ask me about how I felt.
okay, we've got Special Agent in Charge Paul Wysopal. We're building the army, okay? The army is reforming. The metaphorical army is coming. And we've got or wait, no, it's Cat. Hold on a second. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. I'll find them all in a minute. Oh, the army is reforming, guys. I'm not letting the frickin' these feds take away my fun. So I will make a post where I put them all up so you can follow them all. But Mommy's back. Paul's back. Frickin' the knitted anus is coming back. Catdad is resurrected, boys. Catdad 42069 XXX is resurrected. He is risen, okay? Let's go. See? Right here, boys. Y'all need to keep the faith, okay? Because Catdad is resurrected. And look, he only posts good kitty cat content. He just posts old Catdad content. For now. For now. Chippy. Hi guys, long time no see. I'm the soul of Catdad 420. Chip Cat. Anyway, so he's back. Mommy's back. Cat Mommy is risen, I think is what I called it. Hell yeah.
As soon as Catdad started with his whole Fed thing, I knew it was only a matter of time.
Hey, you're still on about this shit? What? You should take that video down in shame. What's wrong with you? Oh no, you still have that fake ass bullshit on here? You should take that down. It's embarrassing. You know what?
Oh.
As soon as Catdad started.
Angie's a Fed. The fat Fed shit. It's because you're all Feds. Bullshit on here. You should take that down. It's embarrassing. You know why I started with that Fed shit? It's because you're all Feds. You're a Fed. Angie's a Fed. The Falcon's a Fed. Who else? The real world girl? She's a Fed. I mean, she's a Fed. Look who's still standing. And where are you? Who are you? What do you talk about? Dude, does anyone interact with you at any point in the day? No? Oh, honey. And just so you know, those little barrettes, they do not take 20 to 30 years off like you think they do, okay? You and Tikkunolam or Bussy, you guys need to get back in the lab and figure out you should probably just use face filters, okay? Yeah. Use face filters. You'll be better off instead of having these little clip barrettes on, trying to act like you're 16 or something. What the fuck? Like, you and Tikkum know that we can tell you're about 50, right?
As soon as Catdad started.
Hey, guys, again, I love my 50-year-olds. I love my 80-year-olds who are with it. I'm just saying it because I know that it's going to hurt her feelings. And because she is trying to trick people into thinking that she's younger than she is, which she is absolutely not. So, be who you are, honey. Love yourself. And yeah, dude, Dane, Special Agent, I tried to call it Special Agent Paul Wysopal resurrected. But there's too much. There's too many characters. You only have 30 characters for your name. So yeah, if you guys have any, so I think, so Nicole can make me emails, okay? So the email game, we got it, okay? We're back on. We have a lot of emails. So the only problem now is that you can only log into 8 accounts at once. So anyway, we're having fun, guys. And I spent the morning compiling and getting it all into one place, this Tikkunolam bullshit. And bros, I found the clip of me being like, who is this person? It's right at top. So it's uploading to YouTube right now. Dude, it's taking for freaking ever. I'm pretty sure YouTube is like literally throttling my upload ability. It's crazy, bro. Yeah, it's 3 gigabytes. It's been uploading for over an hour, and it still says 40 minutes left. Hi, my little KnitWitches. It's me, Catdad. Hey, I just want to tell a real quick story, but this will be uploaded probably in the next, like the next hour. But here's a sneak preview. I called it. Wait, what did I call it? I think I called it, I got run off of TikTok by a fucking real world Chicago actress. On April 13th, I posted this video. What the fuck is Operation Olive Branch? Hi, Peter. And I said that Operation Olive Branch is a scam. And then, guess what? Rough. This freaking lady, dude. This lady right here, she freaking ran me off of TikTok because I said, I don't want to do the scam thing that you guys are trying to force me to do. This lady ran me off of TikTok. And I said, what the hell? They're baby activists. They're very energetic. It's okay. So far, so good.
Maybe you have children who are the same age. Maybe you are also a healthcare worker. Adopt that.
She looks familiar, kind of, though, right? Do I know her from somewhere? Well, guess what, Catdad? You didn't know at the time, but you did know her from somewhere. You knew her from this. Real world Chicago. Dude, isn't this crazy? I knew I said that. I knew I did. I knew I said that about Joe. Like, this is nuts. I love that we have it all filmed. It's so awesome, dude. This is crazy. Like, I can't believe we got her. I can, because we're awesome and we're amazing. But you're toast, Tikkunolam. Get out of here. We watched this in 2000. Dude, I wonder. Dude, all these other people have. Oh shit! I still got my vertical monitor up. All these other people, dude, they have to be working on other OOB type scams, or I bet that they're like everyone's therapists, all these actors. Like, my therapist is probably a real world actor from one of these seasons at this point. When we weren't supposed to, because our mom said we weren't. Hey, if my therapist is watching, like, yet again, you should get the fuck off of my social media. It's crazy that you used it to diagnose me, and we are going to have a talk. But, I forget actually what I was even going to say. Oh, yeah, but it's called a joke, lady, just so you know, if you're watching, which you absolutely should the fuck not be, okay? You're allowed to, but we did, and we kept. Go watch your old seasons of Real World frickin' Trailer Park or whatever, dude. Real World, my life is boring, so I need to use my clients' lives. Like, what the fuck, man? It up here. There she is, right there. Go look at her. See? It's Carrie Evans. Anyway, here's the last 3 days. Anytime we talked about Carrie and me realizing that I got kicked off of TikTok by an actress from the real world Chicago. Not a joke. Not a joke. I lost 4 of my accounts for saying that Operation Olive Branch is a scam, because it is. I lost 4 accounts and got kicked off of the app by this broad. Oh, man. Anyway, enjoy. Dante made... Sorry, sometimes you just gotta drop a hard broad on one if they deserve it, you know? Some incredible George Bush and Toby Keith. But yeah, so, dude, it's awesome. They all perfectly line up. Like, dude, we are doing the Lord's work here. And yes, I have heard that Jim Morrison is Rush Limbaugh theory. And dude, I mean, his dad did the Gulf of Tonkin, bro. Like, we are seeing how prominent this is now, right? Dude, they used a real world actress on me. You mother frickin' rats. That's crazy. Dude, every day I still, like, I wake up and then I'm like, oh, another bright sunny day. Just kidding. It's foggy. It's hazy because of Peter. But then, like, after, you know, when you, like, remember who you are and you're like, oh, shit, I got this thing to do. No, every day I wake up and I go, oh my God, I got kicked off of TikTok by a fucking real world actress. Who am I? So anyway, until the day that we get our revenge, we will not stop talking about this. Okay?
September 10th, 2001. We are here.
Dante and Nicole have been wanting me to watch this. Their episode of the 9/11 reality show is absurd. Let's see.
We're just chilling.
Dude, fuck the Doors. Dude, fuck all of that fed music that they fed us. Man. Aren't even the people who wrote A Fortunate Son, aren't they a fortunate son? Right? Or is Creedence one of the bands that was shoved in our faces? Not our face, because we weren't fucking here. But, dude, I'm loving that all of my, like, gut reactions, like, I've always been like, Doors are overrated, for sure. Like, super overrated. And now it's like, dude, I'm like, and dude, and getting so much grief over the years, too, for being like, you don't like the Doors? They're the best band. I wouldn't admit that. I wouldn't say that out loud in public, but if you want to, do it. You know what I mean? People take like offense to it. Bro, fuck the Doors.
We're vibing. We're hanging out.
Yeah, so anyway, that's it. Dude, it's it's amazing that we are going to destroy Tikkunolam and Carrie Evans. If you guys know any people who might really like to talk about this story, that a kid got ran off a frickin' tank tonk by a real world actress, like, that's the story, right? And then we can get into the implications of that later, you know? Because we need just a nice poppy headline. Real world actress posing as a fundraiser, really a scammer, gets wacky tinfoil hat wearing person kicked off a TikTok? That's the whole headline. Takes up the whole front page. But dude, this Jim Morrison shit. Like, Rush Limbaugh was shoved in your fucking face the same exact way that I would say the Doors were. He probably got sick of you know, if he's one of these conservative freaks, I mean, listen to him. If he's Rush Limbaugh, listen to how he actually thinks. That's how they really run this shit. Taylor is like this. Taylor pretends to be, oh, I like tech news, and I'm the progressive tech news person. You know? And then behind closed doors, she's this guy. So this dude got sick of pretending. He's like, oh, I'm sick of swimming in the puss, man. I'm sick of having nothing but ass around me all day. I'm sick of everyone slurping on us. because for some reason these fools think that the Doors are a cool band. He's like, I hate this. Please, Daddy, bring me back to Texas. Like, yeah, for sure. Why not? Why not add this to the pile? But no, I mean, truly, it's even in hidden history. Like, and I'm assuming he wrote this before he, you know, the transphobia rotted his brain. Where is it? It's like the second chapter, I think. But anyway, it doesn't matter. His dad did the Gulf of Tonkin, which was a false flag to get us to go into Vietnam. Actually, that would be, if we could find like a 5-minute version of Gulf of Tonkin, I feel like no one really knows about that. I forget. This dude's okay, right? We like him ish.
The supposed event that propelled America into the conflict in Vietnam is known as the Gulf of Tonkin incident, but more accurately, it was 2 incidents, sort of. Questions about what did and did not happen in the Gulf of Tonkin in early...
What's wrong with the Doors? Wait, Blair, are you saying it's upsetting that we're talking shit about the Doors? I mean, it's okay. What does it matter, you know? I mean, they're just kind of boring. All I'm saying is they were like the biggest band in the world, and they're kind of like bleh. So I'm just saying it makes a lot of sense to me that they're fed. Like all of these bands were, dude. All these bands in the 60s, they're all fucking false opposition shit. And then they killed the real ones. Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin. There's another female singer I feel like that was like the voice of her generation. I mean, they probably bought what's his face, Bob Dylan out. It's probably why he didn't die. I don't know. It's just that, you know, there's nothing really wrong with the Doors. I just like talking shit about them because everyone loves. They're like the most beloved band in the world. No one needs. It's okay if I don't like them. You guys can like them. I don't care. I'll just judge you for it. No, I'm just kidding. Their music's fine. They're just not like someone that I would like talk about. You know, that's it. But they're like touted as this like the greatest American band. You know, one of them.
Of 1964 have persisted for nearly 6 decades. However, when the National Security Agency declassified nearly 200 documents between 2005 and 2006, much of what we thought we knew about the incident was turned upside down. Though heavily redacted, more than 100 of the documents had previously been classified as top secret. Contents included phone and meeting transcripts, sketchy timelines cobbled together by NSA and Department of Defense officials after the events took place, and signals intelligence data and messages that had been electronically intercepted by the USS Maddox. It's now generally accepted that the Gulf of Tonkin incident did occur, but that the North Vietnamese attack was in retaliation to a...
Dude, I just saw Cap AIDS. Go away, please, therapist. We're just making jokes for entertainment. And at the end of the last stream, when I mentioned her again, and you guys were all like, get out of here. That was so fucking funny. I love that. Because it's true. Get out of here, dude. You better be a paying sub. And you're not, because I've looked. How dare you're going to diagnose me? You're not even going to pay for a sub?
String of instigations perpetrated by the South Vietnamese Navy with planning and intelligence help from the US Navy.
Dude, and then the funniest fucking part about the whole thing that I totally forget about always is that I'm paying her. I pay her. I pay my therapist to abuse me, basically. We gonna have a talk, though. It's okay.
On the other hand, the second incident that purportedly took place a few days later never happened at all. At least until recently, the official position of the United States was that the USS Maddox was attacked by Vietnamese gunboats, and that at the time the destroyer had been in international waters. Of course, the incident was used by the Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara and President Johnson to justify the retaliatory strikes, which ultimately led to the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, and ultimately the war itself. And these assertions aren't just baseless theories. In fact, much of the source material for this
Dude, Capade, what celebrities aren't Leebies? Dude, dude, it makes so much sense now. It's so vast and daunting when you're thinking about it. But now that we've come down this road so far, and like, dude, every single person we scratch is a Leebie, you know, like, of course they had to 100% take over the whole thing and install all of their own people. But that's their downfall, man. You made it so obvious, bro. I mean, the fact that they did it to so many YouTube influencers specifically is what tipped it off to me and to Nicole and to Dante. They knew something was going on, I think, because of the like with Caleb, because of all of the other shit, all of his cousins' work, you know, like James Charles and Miranda Sings and Philip DeFranco and all these other people that are YouTubers that are also pushing this white supremacy, like conservative, psychotic, P-word agenda, you know? Like, they could have done like 3 influencers, but they did trad wives. Dude, I mean, it's everyone. It's literally everyone. And yeah, they had to. That was the whole thing. And that's why they're so brazen right now. Like, they're very much more brazen than they were even 5 years ago. But, I mean, dude, like, killing Bourdain and, like, Mac Miller and all those, all these people the last couple of years, I think was for this. You know, this has been their goal the whole time, is to take over the entire, the 7 mountains or whatever. Like, we're just hearing about it, but they already did it. They did it. They did the whole thing. And anyone that didn't play ball with them, I suspect that they killed. Or forced out, you know? Like, they have so many tricks. They have so many schemes to get people to not push back against them, you know? Dude, look at how many they've done to me already. And I'm no one. I'm literally no one. I'm a little gnat. Dude, imagine you're like someone. These people will infect your life. They will infest it and infect it. They'll do anything. And there's so many of them. They're fucking rats, bro. Liebens rats. Liebens brats. Dude, Liebens brats. That's a good one. Oh, man. That's a good shirt, too. Oh, my God. All these little rats with, like, cartoon versions of Taylor's head on it. If any of you can draw that. Draw that, and we'll sell it. We'll put it on a shirt. I'll figure out a way to do, like, a percentage. If you guys come up with the designs and stuff, like, I wanna do that where we figure out a way to, like, give people ownership or whatever. When I build this thing out, I'm going to do kind of like Hassan, where he has, like, everyone has equity in the thing. And as it gets bigger, you adjust the equity. And you say, we are each doing a third of this, 33, 33, 33. And then if you get a couple people who aren't, on camera, but they still help, you figure it out between the 3 or 4 of you. And you guys decide, you say, I think it should be 30, 30, 30, 10. and everyone's like, cool, or whatever, you know, like, or 25, 25, 25, 25, you know. But this is like all the people at H3H3, they should be fighting for that, because Ethan is not the only part of that show, you know, like that's why I loved it. And I kind of want to build a similar thing to what he had there. But I love that show because it was like the new Howard Stern-ish thing, you know, where it's like the whole crew is the cast, and I'm not here for one person, I'm here for the whole freaking crew, you know. But yeah, so that's why that really pissed me off when he'd be like, Dan, don't get any funny ideas. Like, bro, you owe Dan, you should be begging Dan to not be like Dan should have like 10% of that fucking show. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you guys draw anything and we end up using it or whatever, I want to figure out a way to like get I don't know what the right thing is, the percentage, but it's something we'll talk about. But yeah, if anyone can draw Liebens rats or Liebens brats.
This video came from the US Naval Institute. In the end, it's now clear that high-level politicians, military officers, and intelligence personnel obscured data, distorted facts, and deceived the American.
Your friend in Jordan has been having internet issues all day. Maybe that's what is going on with my YouTuber. They're getting ready to cut it. Yeah, the FBI's like, dude, Catdad just made 4 new TikTok accounts. None of them have strikes yet. We're fucked. We gotta cut it. Oh my god, Catdad is trying to upload currently a video exposing Carrie Evans, the real world Chicago actress. The one who kicked him off of TikTok, yeah. He's uploading that to YouTube. We gotta take it down. What, YouTube? No, sir. The entire internet.
American public and international community, and that as a result, the United States entered the war in Vietnam looking like a victim instead of an aggressor.
Does that sound familiar? The United States used an event that they did to make it look like they were a victim when really they were the aggressor. It's not ringing any bells right now, but if we think, we could probably think of something, right? It's the Houthis, yeah, dude. 9/11 was the frickin' Houthis too. Ugh. Dang frickin' Houthis. That's what they're gonna be like. We just realized, guys. Dude, Bin Laden didn't do 9/11, and we're all like, are they gonna admit that they did fucking 9/11? And they're like, we do know who did 9/11 though. Yemen. Dude, I mean, that was crazy in the real world episode, right? It's the first thing that's said almost. Like after showing 9/11 happen on the real world, she's like, we gotta go and kick all these Palestinians' ass. And they put that in the show. That was months later. Wasn't it? It was like May. That's September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. Like 9 months. 8 months. Oh my God. 8 months later, there's no way by that time we weren't already blaming it on, Afghanistan and Iraq. And they left it in the show. We got to go kick them Palestinian ass. Dude, them leaving the airplane thing in is crazy. Remember they were like, they wouldn't play Drowning Pool because it was... Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. You know what I mean? They literally were like, we aren't going to play this on the radio anymore because it's too traumatizing. But they're going to put on fucking MTV these 4 crumpled up planes crashed in the wall that's edited months after September 11th that even in the show they're commenting on. That's so weird. That's so weird they would put this on our wall. I see all. These fuckers, dude. What? Wait, the drowning pool singer died?
In early 1964, South Vietnamese Navy commandos began conducting a series of attacks and intelligence-gathering missions along the coast of North Vietnam. Consisting of aerial reconnaissance, naval sabotage, and insertions onto the mainland, the missions were collectively known.
He died August 14th, 2002. Brother, do not make me look into the fucking death of the singer of Drowning Pool. Dude, I can already feel it. I'm buzzing. I can feel it right now. Why? Why would they do this? Did they do this? Come on, dude, a heart attack? He's like 32. How old is this guy? Dave Williams? He was 30? In the band's tour bus. Brother. What was he saying before he died? Dude, oh my god. I can't believe this. Oh my god. Dave Williams. Yeah, by the end of the school day on 9/11, all they said was terrorists. But by May, for sure, right? Like, we were gearing up for Iraq already. They left that in. Dude, that's crazy. You know what I mean? I know what goes into making a show, bro. It's bananas that they kept this in. They should have taken it out just for the fact that that kid mentioned it and was like, this is so weird because it makes the show look fucking gross, dude. Yeah, May 7th, 2002. Oh, man. And then they had to take out Drowning Pool singer Dave Williams shortly thereafter. Dude. Okay, come on. Come on, boys. Let's investigate. We got this. Let's figure out some... What was he saying? He was like, 9/11 was an inside job.
Frenzy, and we are heading it out tonight with a band right out of here in Texas. You let me welcome a very successful band this past year, from Dallas, Drowning Pool. How you guys doing, man?
What's up, brother? What's up?
It's been a big year for you guys, Dave. A big year. And tonight, man, there's going to be some people for the first time who are hearing about Drowning Pool. Tell us a little bit about the roots of the band and how did you guys...
He's like, the CIA is an elite fucking, you know... He's just like one of us.
Guys get things rolling because I heard...
Dude, the second he starts talking, we're going to be like, yep, okay, now we know why he died.
You guys were doing a lot of successful things even before you were a signed band.
Right. Our whole motivation's always been about touring and live, and we had a lot of breaks in the beginning with bands like Seven Dust. We got to go out with Kitty, Head PE, Mudvayne. And then we did a lot of touring on our own. We would just drive. We drove to California and New York in a van within a week just to prove ourselves to, you know...
Oh, man, I'm going to love this guy. I'm going to be really mad when we find out that the CIA and these Nancys took out my boy Dave Williams. Bro, that's... Dude, come on. We got to figure out why. Why?
Some booking agents and stuff that we could do it.
There are no coincidences. Not a single one anymore.
And once you do that, and they're like, God, I guess these guys will pretty much go anywhere. And we're still got that mentality. We'll go anywhere.
Fuck, I love this guy.
We'll play anywhere, and we treat every show like the people have never seen us, so it's...
Of course they had to take him out. Dude, he's everyone I love, of course. He's just gonna be a big sweetie softy who's got a fucking heart of steel.
Like, you gotta win them over. Gotta. It's all about the fans, dudes.
God damn it.
That's the bottom line.
Fuck these fuckers.
You guys have won over a lot of fans this year, and we're going to talk about the success of your debut, Sinner. But first of all, let's touch a little bit upon the music. CJ, can you tell me where do you feel that the band falls in the music genre? Because it's pretty diverse these days. And where do you think the vibe is for the music?
We definitely come from just old school rock. We all big fans of Motley Crue and Van Halen, and of course the music we're doing now is a new style of music, but that's definitely where we come from. That's what we influence. Trying to put on just a good old-fashioned rock show.
And a lot of people have been turning on to the CD Center. It just went platinum not too long ago. How do you feel about that?
I'm thrilled. I'm very excited.
I mean, honestly, guys, did you ever even imagine?
No, I mean, we were lucky and just hoping that the thing would go shrink wrap. Now that it's platinum, we're just like, it's kind of overwhelming. And if you think about it too long, it'll kind of screw things up on what you're trying to do. So we go, cool, we're platinum. We hugged, we cried.
God damn it, dude. Dave Williams was a real one, wasn't he? Fuck, I didn't even like, I mean, I like the song, but it's more like a goofy song, you know? It's like goofy, and mostly it just, no matter what, whenever I hear about it, I think about the fucking fact that I think I listened to it going to school in the morning. Bodies came on, 99 Will Rock, the mix. And fucking, dude, I swear to God, I think I heard it that morning, and every time I think about that song, all I think about is the fact that they wouldn't play it after 9/11, and it, like, ruined. I was so pissed. I was like, I fucking love that song, Bodies. So, they do everything to protect us, right? Oh, it's all about protecting us. And then fucking Tikkunolam is in there fucking blaming this shit on other people. Palestine. No one in America even knew what Palestine was then. These stupid idiots. Dude, that's the same thing with the Sirhan. They're like, oh, he's Palestinian. Everyone's like, what?
Let's get a beer, let's go do a show. Now you got to get back to work because it's nowhere near being over.
Tell me a little bit, now you guys are at a certain level of success. Is there anything that you, before you got at this level of success, that you learned as you got here? I mean, something that you didn't anticipate as a musician?
There's a lot of crazy stuff that goes on behind the scenes that you can't really sometimes control. But, you know, it's all, you got to take the good with the bad. And at the end of the day, it's all good anyway. So, you know, there's just a lot of red tape stuff sometimes that your hands are just bound. You can't control it. So you just...
This sounds like a band that's like a very do-it-yourself and not a, like, let the record company do whatever the fuck they want type of thing. You know, they seem to, well, at least the singer, he seems like a road dog, and road dogs know about percentages and stuff and, like, what's fair and what's not. So I could totally see these guys becoming a problem for the record industry. You know what I mean?
You just go with it. I don't know.
There's been a lot of airplay for the video, Bodies. Yeah. Everybody loves that song.
Dude, the song was huge. It was crazy, stupid huge. And now I know that this dude is like a sweetheart. Like, even then, I remember knowing that he was like a beloved person. I didn't even know he fucking died, dude. I feel like that right there is enough to be like, you know what I mean?
Man,
I know this.
WWF loves it too because I know that they're using it now. Yeah. How do you feel about licensing the song out like that? And, you know, definitely no doubt it fits.
I mean, it's a perfect marriage. It makes perfect sense. People beating the crap out of each other, hitting the floor, hitting the mat. We were honored. I mean, that's the most sincere form of flattery when somebody goes, "Can we use your song too?"
Right.
And it's good. It's a good thing for us. It's a good thing for them. It's cool. We like wrestling, so I'd like.
No, dude, don't say that, Catdad. You think that fucking Dave Williams knew about frickin' 9/11 and was inspired to write Bodies? No way. This man? No. That song is just that was serendipitous. This guy is not a Fed. There's no way, dude. Right? Dude, what if he was? What if they made Bodies to make us all just think about 9/11 every time we hear Bodies? No, this guy, there's no way this guy's a Fed, because I can already tell he's like a sweetie. He's gotta be.
I'd like to see it with some football highlights. That's what I'd like to see.
He's like a big teddy bear, I think.
I heard you guys are doing a new video too, Stevie. Can you tell me about that for the song Tearaway?
Yeah, actually, but we just
a little hurry up.
Saw people going.
Yeah, but
Thinking about after the touring's done, will you start working again, or you're not even thinking that far ahead?
We're gonna, like CJ said, we're gonna start a headlining tour in February for Jägermeister, and I don't know how long it'll run. We're gonna try to go every place that we've been, and then maybe some places that we haven't been. It's gonna be I'd like to think it would be a lengthy tour, because if you're gonna do a last one before you start thinking about a second record, you want to just get it all in there, so that way when you do take some time off, they're still gonna be thinking about that tour. So February, March, April, May, but I don't know, man. Maybe we'll slide right into the next Ozfest. If they ask us to come back, we'll tour our tour right up until Ozfest, go right into Ozfest, and then after Ozfest, then we'll stop.
I love this guy.
And make a second record.
Yeah, if we have anything to say about it, we'll tour, I would imagine, all the way up till October or November of next year.
These are people who are annoyed with usually not getting anything to say about it, you know? If we have anything to say about it, yeah.
Here, then take a little bit of a break.
I bet these guys were problematic, huh?
But not too long. Write some new material, get the next record out, almost.
Like, dude, sure, he probably parties more than people, and he's eaten a few extra cheeseburgers, but this dude dying at 30... I'm so done with this, bro. Every fucking musician in the whole world just dies at 30. 27.
Like clockwork, just like the last one, about June, May of 2003, and then just head back out again.
Hey guys, I'd like to touch for a second on a somber note. We all know what happened in New York this month was a terrible thing. But tell me personally, how has it affected the way you feel or think about...
All right, here's the moment of truth, right?
Living in the United States?
Well, it certainly makes you think twice every time, you have to get on a plane.
So, yeah, dude, this is, what do you say, last month? So this is October 2001. They're at, like, the peak. This guy is like, we're going to the fucking moon. He is mooning. And then he just dies in August?
Other than that, I think everything's getting back to normal.
Dude, you know what? I was talking with, I think Nicole yesterday about this, but I have a theory that I think that people die. I mean, there's horrible things that happen all the time, but I feel like most people, you die when you, have no hope left. Like, when you're old and as fuck, or in a freak accident, you know? Like, this dude was on top of the world and only going higher. And he was planning to. He was like, we're going to fucking tour every day of this year. This shit pisses me off.
I mean, we were all so in shock for, the first few days after that, I didn't really think about how it would affect, our everyday life. But now that I've had time to sit back and think about it,
Dude, I do not care what your fucking opinion is on this.
The flight's really the only thing
the flight, brother,
that concerns me, or
You wrote a song called Bodies, and they're not playing it anymore because people jumped out of the World Trade Center.
Has bothered me. I'd like to see us, go there and do something about it.
God damn it.
Is that what you feel we should do, Dave? Are you backing the president in his action with the military?
I'm pissed. We should forgive and move on. No. We should load and
see, dude, he wasn't even a problem for them. Okay, maybe he just died.
Go over there. I mean, they picked a fight with the biggest kid on the block, and they're gonna feel it. And You know, hey, this is
what, dude, this was the fucking, this is what everyone was doing. But, you know, like, there weren't really, dude, I'm trying to think of the first time that I heard about people questioning 9/11. Because it was like souped up. And like now looking back at it, it's like, bro, from like a minute after the planes hit, Howard Stern was already like, we got to go over there. We're going to fucking, I forget, did he say Iraq or did he say Afghanistan? He said one of them. I think Afghanistan. But, you know, a minute after, they're already like, we gotta go. Let's go. Let's go. It was like, dude, it was like fucking, it was teed up. It felt. I mean, looking back now, it feels like it was teed up. 'Cause, dude, yeah, it was like from the jump.
They drew first blood, you know, so it's on. The gloves are off.
And that is, I mean, that's what the media and everything has made everyone believe, you know, so I don't even blame him for, like, I think this is how I felt. Like, this is what we were told to feel, you know?
Sorry, you weren't going to get any politically correct bullshit out of me. We should go over there and whoop their ass, period.
Killer, Dave. Any last words for the people out there in San Antonio, man, before we close it out?
Any last words, man? I hope y'all come out to the show. Check it out. It's going to be a damn good show.
I've had so many people request that I derail the band's career. One was the 9/11. Drowning Pool was formed in Dallas, Texas in 1996 by guitarist C.J. Pierce and drummer Mike Luce. The band took its name from the Ross MacDonald 1951 novel, which eventually was turned into a film starring Paul Newman. C.J. and Mike were originally from...
we still need to look into Lil Peep sometime. Maybe tonight. If anyone has any good Lil Peep videos. Dude, I feel like we could get a hold of Lil Peep's mom because it feels like she fucking talks about this stuff. I think she questions what happened and she's like blaming it on CAA, I think, or one of the talent agencies or whatever. But that would be so sick if we could like talk to her or something. Because I think Lil Peep's grandma was like a Mexican revolutionary like activist writer. Dude, Lil Peep would have fucking gone off.
New Orleans and had played together for almost a decade before deciding to move to Dallas. CJ would tell Designer magazine that New Orleans was a difficult city to get gigs in because bar owners wanted bands to play cover songs and the pair wanted to perform their own original material. In addition to that, they found it difficult to find like-minded players, and CJ would tell Just a Rock and Roll Junkie, Mike moved to Dallas for like 2 years and that's where he met Stevie. Mike came back to New Orleans and we were looking for a bass player and a singer, and Stevie was looking to put a band together as well, and it just made sense to move to Dallas in 1996. The music scene was kicking ass with Pantera tearing it up, he'd remember. The band played with a few different frontmen before Dave Williams entered the picture around 1998. Williams himself was a veteran of the Dallas music scene, having performed with numerous bands over almost a decade, playing in outfits named Sherry Lane and Mr. Love Dog. One of his friends early in his career was Pantera guitarist Steinbeck Darrell, who gave Williams the nickname Stage. Drowning Pool's influences would include a broad spectrum of old school rock bands including Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, Rat, Van Halen, Guns N' Roses, Skid Row, Cinderella, as well as Black Sabbath, and more current acts at the time including local heroes Pantera. Of course, there was another band the quartet liked, as Williams would tell Hip Online in 2001. I think the one bonding question that brought us all together was that if we liked Faith No More. After that, the rest is history and we've been together for 3 years, he'd say. Bassist Stevie Benton would tell Ghost Cult band even landed their first major record deal. They attracted the attention of German liquor company Jägermeister, who sponsored the group. Williams would tell Billboard magazine, it boosted our confidence quite a bit. Biggest songs of the summer peaking at number 6 on the Billboard mainstream rock track, boosted by the band's best known track and single Bodies, and the track soon became one of the biggest songs of the summer, peaking at number 6 on the Billboard mainstream rock tracks chart, and the band got even a further boost when they were added to the 2001 lineup of the traveling tour known as Ozfest. The album would derive its name from a tattoo Williams had on his arm, and they would be known as Street Teamers or Drowning Victims. Wind Up Records, and their first major release would be the album Sinner, which would come out in June of 2001. The album's popularity was boosted by the band's best known track and single Bodies, and the track soon became one.
said the name of the song came from a tattoo?
One of the biggest songs of the summer, peaking at number 6 on the Billboard Mainstream Rock Tracks chart, and the band got even a further boost when they were added to the 2001 lineup of the traveling tour known as Ozfest. The album would derive its name from a tattoo Williams had on his arm. According to the
the album, so Sinners.
Orlando Sentinel, Drowning Pool would be playing their set at 10 in the morning on the 3rd stage of Ozfest. But by the end of the tour, they were considered the breakout act, and they soon moved to the main stage. The success of the group's single Bodies and their spot at Ozfest had a lot to do with raising the band's profile and pushing their debut album Sinner buzz about the band to his coworkers as well as customers. Another street teamer would write the band's web address on dollar bills and give them out to people. The WWE also helped get the word out by licensing the band's song Bodies, and were drowning victims. Billboard would claim 1,500 so-called drowning victims were hired by the label to spread the word about the band. One person who was part of the marketing strategy was most people don't know about. Williams would tell Billboard magazine that Wind Up Records, and I quote, promoted the record in the most perfect way possible. According to Billboard, the band's label would hire kids who were fans of the band, and they would be known as street teamers or drowning victims. Billboard would claim 1,500 so-called drowning victims were hired by the label to spread the word about the band. One person who was part of the marketing strategy was a 23-year-old kid named Michael Gorko, who worked...
Dude, the KnitWitches are gonna start employing some fucking drowning victims style marketing. So yeah, dude, let's go.
To McDonald's.
I've been meaning to make, dude, I wish there was so much freaking time in the day. I need to make I want to make like QR code stickers that take you to hghhtv.com, and then I want QR code stickers that are that take you to www.paulysopel.com, and then what was the last thing? I made the poster thing, but I need to, I forget. I have oh my god, the merch, dude. I have so much stuff I want to do. I probably have to take like a fucking week off to do any of this stuff. So it's never getting done. Screw it.
McDonald's. People like him would wear Sinner buttons on his job and build buzz about the band to his coworkers as well as customers. Another street teamer would write the band's web address on dollar bills and give them out to people. The WWE also helped get the word out by licensing the band's song Bodies and other tracks from Sinner. The music video for Bodies saw the band performing in a psych ward, and Williams would tell Spin Magazine, we thought it would be cool to run around an insane asylum for 8 hours. Sinner would be peppered with Williams' thoughts on organized religion and its shortcomings. But while many people point to the scripture as being flawed, Williams wouldn't see it that way in one interview, instead pointing the finger at people, telling the Orlando Sentinel, it wasn't so much focused on a belief so much as a single man, the preacher. All of a sudden that guy becomes the focus, and that's not the way it is. He would tell the paper he remembered being a young kid and being in church, and hearing his preacher tell the
See, I like this stuff about my boy Dave Williams.
Congregation to smash their televisions because messages from Satan were being broadcast on them. He would recall, my dad looked at me and said, there's a Cowboys game at noon and I don't think that's going to happen. In a separate broken some of the rules at one time or another, in the eyes of religion, that makes us all sinners. Because of the religious themes on the band's debut album, they were sometimes compared to label mates Creed, but Williams pushed back against these comparisons, telling the Sentinel, I've never met Scott Stapp, but my take as a listener and as a fan is that Scott, through his lyrics, is still looking for an answer. I'm throwing my hands up saying that you need to show me something. I've made up my mind, he'd say. Another surprising part of the interview with the Sentinel was that Williams counted himself a fan of singer Sarah McLachlan and the Backstreet Boys, telling the paper, when I've been feeling bad about anything, her voice makes it seem all better. She's a good songwriter. At the same time, he would also see the humanity in the Backstreet Boys, saying, there's something about those guys that seems a little more down to earth and not just thrown together. The guy AJ McLean who had to go to rehab, I feel bad for him and his family. When I heard that, I thought, wow,
dude, I like Dave.
He's a real person. Shortly after 9/11, the band's single Bodies would be removed from Clear Channel-owned radio stations because of the line, let the bodies hit the floor, as radio programmers judged that it was too insensitive after what happened in 9/11. Williams would respond to the controversy, telling the same paper, it hurt us a little bit. We were pretty much riding this great wave, then this happened, which nobody planned on. It's about being in the mosh pit, but we sympathize and understand why people might misunderstand. We're Americans too, so if not playing it for a week or two helps get through it, we're all for it, he'd say. But the newspaper would also report that by October 27th of 2001, the song was soon back on the airwaves. It was around this time that Drowning Pool found themselves touring with Disturbed. The band's second single, Tear Away, a song that deals with individualism,
stereo mud,
and dealing with one's needs, would be shelved by their label as it was decided it was too divisive for those sensitive times. By the summer of 2002,
they shelved his album and then killed him?
Touring with Disturbed. The band's second single, Tear Away, a song that deals with individualism and
Oh, is this the second single?
Dealing with one's needs would be shelved by their label as it was decided it was too divisive for those sensitive times. By the summer of 2002, the band would find themselves back on Ozfest. Drowning Pool was riding high, but it was about to come crashing down. On August 14th, 2002, the band's vocalist Dave Williams was found unresponsive on the group's tour bus in his bunk by their tour manager and guitar tech. The band was in Manassas, Virginia, en route to play their next show, and they'd performed the previous night in Noblesville, Indiana. It was initially speculated in the media that his death was tied to drugs or alcohol, but it would eventually come out that his death had nothing to do with either of those, but rather an undiagnosed heart condition called a cardiomyopathy. It would be the
like a heart attack gun?
Same condition that Guns N' Roses guitarist Slash almost died from in the early 2000s. It's
What? Then did he decide to be a Fed?
It's a medical issue in which
the medical issue went away. It was the gun pointed at his head.
the heart muscle can't pump enough blood to the rest of the body. Drowning Pool's manager.
So the first 30 years of his life, perfectly fine.
Put out a statement on the band's website after the toxicology report came.
It was just when the label started like taking his band's shit down.
Man writing, the band and the crew were not up drinking like frat boys, taking drugs, etc. We were watching DVDs, and I even shut Dave's bunk TV off at 5 a.m. to the sound of his snores. It's no secret Dave loved to drink and enjoy life, but this was not a night of hardcore parties. He would go on to claim Dave also wasn't a drug user, and Williams would sadly pass away at the young age of 30. There were, however, signs that something was wrong with Williams' health before his death. CJ Pierce would tell Rock and Roll Junkie that Williams was one of those guys who would never go to a doctor for anything, saying he was complaining
30.
about chest pains 2 weeks before, but he thought he pulled a muscle. He jumped off the stacks at Ozfest and he ran into me and was about to push me off the stage. I didn't realize he jumped off the stacks and he thought he had pulled something and that wasn't it at all. A public memorial would be held for Williams on August 18th in Plano, Texas, and at that time plans for a DVD chronicling his life would be announced. His friends, family, and fans would remember him as one of the most genuine and nicest musicians around. And by late 2002, that long-awaited documentary chronicling Williams' life was finally released. It was announced that the first $250,000 in sales from the DVD would be used to buy Williams' parents a retirement home, a long dream of the singer. The band's label, Wind Up Records, would end up reaching out to fans to provide video footage and photographs.
Wait, the record label is the one who made the thing? Oh, dude, they killed him. For sure. Dude, it's just like the Bourdain one. They're just getting the story right. Dude, if the record label made that doc...
In addition to personal accounts to help facilitate the DVD, former...
What, was he being a little pain in the ass to CAA?
Roommate David Draymond of Disturbed would put out a statement that summarized a lot of what his fellow musicians were feeling, saying he was very much from the Phil Anselmo school.
Oh, that's right, Kate Spade. Dude, what did she do? Was she gonna, like... Was she a decent person? Dude, I mean, the bodies are hitting the floor, right? It's crazy. This is why you can't scratch the surface with any of this shit, because then you wind up 10 miles away in a pit full of bodies. I'm curious if there's anything that connects them. Oh, Kate Spade and Anthony Bourdain were close together, weren't they? Like Ava Evans and fucking Marissa, or Kyle Marissa. David Draymond sucks and is a lot shorter than portrayed in advertising. Thank you, Dane, for setting the record straight.
But with a smile. He was the sweetest man you'll ever come across in your life. He didn't have a bad bone in his body. Everyone loved him. Despite all his success, Williams never seemed to forget where he came from. A 21-year-old fan from his hometown of Princeton, Texas would write to MTV every time he came back to town.
Dude, Blair, are you just saying that Pantera is a Nazi metal band because you're upset that I said the Doors kind of suck? Come on, bro. Please. You're not supposed to take offense to it, buddy. Is that true, though?
He would visit the school and say hi to everyone. I thought that was so cool of him. I never saw him turn down an autograph or hug from a screaming fan. He loved what his music had made him and used that to change a lot of people's lives. He gave a lot of people the chance to say, I met a superstar. Following Williams' passing, the band would take about 4 months off, but there was never a question of whether Drowning Pool would continue. Benton would reveal to Blabbermouth, when Dave died, we lost our best friend in the world. The last thing I'd like to think is that my other best friends, I'd have to leave them too, because we couldn't carry on together. That would just suck. The surviving members of the band would retreat to Houston, living for a year in a suburban apartment, rarely venturing out, and subsiding deciding mainly on pizza from a restaurant on the building's first floor. The members decided
Hell
to
yeah.
continue the band under the Drowning
Copy. I don't listen to Pantera, so I don't care. But good to know. Fuck them then.
Pool name as a way of maintaining Williams' legacy, but their initial attempts to audition a new singer proved unsuccessful. Benton would tell the Tribune, "We wanted to get a process started, but those first few guys didn't have a chance." The group would end up listening to dozens and dozens of demo tapes, and they would eventually end up enlisting 3 singers to serve their own separate stints with the band, including Jason Jones, Ryan McCombs, and Jason Marino. Since Williams' passing, the band would end up releasing several follow-up albums, all of which charted on the Billboard charts.
Okay, anyway, dude, I'm sorry guys, but it's like when Queen kept going. I gotta watch that Queen movie just because, dude, it's insane to me that Freddie dying, is it actually like halfway and there's like a whole other movie after it? Dude, Freddie dies, that's the end. No more. Oh man. Okay, well, I didn't expect to go down Drowning Pool singer may or may not have been killed by his record label / Nancy's.
As Plan 34A op.
We're back to... Oh yeah, let's finish this Gulf of Tonkin stuff.
The United States didn't officially enter the war until a year later, on March the 8th of 1965, when the 9th Maine Expeditionary Brigade landed at China Beach near Da Nang. But though the South Vietnamese were actually carrying out the operations, they were receiving logistical, planning, and intelligence support from the Americans. In the early going, 34A operations yielded few noteworthy results, and worse yet, many commandos were killed, captured, or disappeared altogether. Nonetheless, behind the scenes in the summer of 1964, Commander of the U.S. Military Assistance Command, Lieutenant General William Westmoreland, upped the ante. Now, instead of covert insertions and intelligence ops, the South Vietnamese Navy would focus on shore bombardment using everything from unguided rockets and recoilless rifles to mortars and heavy machine guns, all of which would be fired from fast patrol boats. The 34A operations were highly classified because under international law, America's involvement was at least suspect, and it was probably illegal. Nonetheless, while the South Vietnamese were taking the fight to their communist counterparts, US Navy vessels and reconnaissance aircraft were busy gathering intelligence. Codenamed DeSoto patrols, the Navy monitored radio transmissions and radar activity at coastal installations, noted troop and equipment movements, and tracked Vietnamese junks to determine whether they were funneling men and materials up the Mekong River. After the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the official line was that there'd never been any integration or coordination between American and South Vietnamese forces, but this just wasn't the case. In late July of 1964, USS Maddox left Taiwan for her DeSoto patrol station just off the coast of Vietnam. Equipped with state-of-the-art electronics equipment, the destroyer's mission was to patrol in international waters between the demilitarized zone and the Chinese border. On the night of the 30th of July, Maddox was on station in the Gulf of Tonkin while a 34A...
Here, let's see how far this gets us, and then maybe we don't have to listen to a British person anymore. Okay, this is the page from Hidden History that talks about this. Okay, Jim Morrison, lead singer of the rock group The Doors, had a father who was a Navy admiral. George S. Morrison wasn't just any admiral. However, he was the commander of the American naval forces during the Gulf of Tonkin incident in 1964. While it would later be acknowledged as a fabricated event in order to sway public support toward escalating the Vietnam conflict, the incident would result in a swift resolution from Congress authorizing President B. Lyndon Johnson. That's funny. I didn't notice that typo when I read it the first time. Right? Isn't it? It's Lyndon B. Johnson? To take military retaliation against North Vietnam. On November 26, 1963, President Johnson had signed National Security Action Memorandum 273, which was a diametrical opposition to JFK's NSAM 263, while JFK's body was still warm in his grave. When LBJ's signature changed future U.S. direction in Vietnam, NSAM 273 had, incredibly enough, actually been drafted on November 21st, 1963, while Kennedy was still alive. The memo was written by National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy. Dude, that is the stupidest name. I hate that guy. Why would such a memo have been created when it contradicted JFK's policy and certainly would not have been signed by him? LBJ let it be known early on that he wanted to win in Vietnam and had no intention of following Kennedy's plans to withdraw completely by 1965. The Gulf of Tonkin wasn't the first false flag of the decade. In 1962, the CIA had attempted to convince the Kennedy administration to approve a maniacal plan called Operation Northwoods. The plan proposed that a series of terrorist acts be carried out in the United States that would subsequently lead us to go and invade Cuba forever. And guess what, guys? JFK said no, so they blew his head off. And then guess what? They got to do Operation Northwoods. Full circle, baby. 9/11. That's what 9/11 was. That was literally one of the proposals. They said, let's throw a plane at a building and blame it on Cuba.
The operation was launched against Hon Mi Island. South Vietnamese commandos in 2 boats fired machine guns and small cannons at the island's radar installation, while 25 miles to the south, additional units were carrying out a similar attack against Hon No Island. After observing North Vietnamese torpedo boats pursuing the South Vietnamese vessels that had attacked Hon Mi, Maddox withdrew from the area. Ironically, Commander Herbert Oye later stated that at the time had been unaware that there'd been any South Vietnamese operations in the area, but whether or not he was telling the truth, by August 1st, Maddox was back on patrol in the Gulf of Tonkin. On the morning of August 2nd, the ship's communications personnel intercepted transmissions stating that North Vietnamese forces were preparing retaliatory strikes, possibly on Maddox herself, although it's not clear if the ship was named specifically. On board Maddox, Commander of Destroyer Division 192, Captain John J. Herrick, ordered the ship out to sea to avoid an unwanted confrontation. But a short time later, Herrick reversed his original decision and ordered Maddox to steam back towards Hon Mi Island in the vicinity of the aforementioned North Vietnamese torpedo boats. While en route, just after 14:30 hours, 3 North Vietnamese boats were detected approaching from the west at high rates of speed. Less than a half hour later, they were within 10,000 yards of the Maddox. Herrick ordered crews manning the ship's 5-inch guns to fire multiple warning shots across the lead boat's bow, after which it launched a torpedo before turning abruptly and heading back in the direction from which it had come. Then a second boat launched 2 more torpedoes.
Look at this signature. This is the Operation Northwoods document, like, I think letting it happen or whatever, or like telling them to what it is or whatever. But dude, this asshole's signature is pretty fresh, right? That's pretty good. I like that. That's a good one, dude.
But it was subsequently hit by cannon fire. Re-engaging, the first boat once again turned back toward Maddox and launched another torpedo, but it too was heavily damaged. All told, the engagement lasted less than 20 minutes, after which 4 F-8 Crusaders that had been dispatched from USS Ticonderoga appeared overhead. Piloted by Navy Commander James Stockdale, the lead F-8 passed directly over the undamaged Maddox at 15:30, at which time Stockdale noted that the North Vietnamese patrol boats were headed toward the mainland. He and other pilots made multiple strafing runs on the fleeing boats with their 20mm cannons. All 3 of the boats were damaged, but the first 2 managed to escape, while the third was left smoldering in the water. The following day, Maddox resumed her DeSoto patrol, and to highlight America's resolve, President Johnson ordered the 420-foot, 127-meter destroyer USS Turner Joy to join her. On the morning of August the 4th, US intelligence intercepted another transmission indicating that the communists were planning a series of offensive naval operations in and around the Gulf of Tonkin. But unlike during the previous incident, where the skies had been clear and the seas had been calm, on that day visibility was limited and high winds and thunderstorms had churned up large waves. In addition, both the Maddox's SPS-40 long-range radar and the Turner Joy's fire control radar were working properly. That evening, Herrick ordered Maddox and Turner Joy out to sea to give them ample room to maneuver in the event that they were attacked. At 20:40, crewmen on board the Maddox began tracking a number of unidentified contacts. Now nearly 100 miles off the coast, it appeared as though multiple vessels were approaching from various directions, but due to the malfunctioning systems on board both ships, tracking them was proving to be nearly impossible. In fact, as the storm worsened, some of the contacts disappeared, only to reappear dozens of miles away.
Yeah, Lemonsaurus Rex. The people who have the most love and compassion are the ones who get taken out first, because they spread that love and compassion and hope. But they don't want that. They want us to feel scared and alone and hateful. And guess what? They can't make us feel that way anymore because we overdosed on fear and sadness and hatred, okay? So we're going to now have to balance it by having overdoses of good times and good vibes and not being scared.
On
but
the
I
other side
agree.
of the ship. For nearly 2 hours, Maddox and Turner-Joy changed their speed and maneuvered erratically to make themselves difficult targets for the enemy boats that they thought
Only the real ones have heart attacks and overdoses.
lurking in the darkness. Personnel on both destroyers reported hearing machine gun fire and seeing muzzle flashes, torpedo wakes, searchlight beams, and even the dim lights inside the cockpits of enemy aircraft. Gunners fired wildly into the darkness with everything at their disposal, ultimately discharging nearly 400 cannon rounds and half a dozen depth charges. Just when the mysterious engagement ended at approximately 21:35, Commander Stockdale once again arrived on the scene in his F-8, but this time he was alone. Stockdale made repeated runs between the two ships for more than an hour, searching for the enemy vessels, but he detected no sign of them. Stockdale famously said later that he had the best seat in the house, but that as far as he could tell, the destroyers were shooting at what he referred to as phantom targets. In fact, all he saw that night was black water and American firepower. Like Stockdale, Captain Herrick began having serious doubts shortly after the alleged attacks. He ultimately concluded that no North Vietnamese
Yeah, dude, Dane said he worked Ozfest and he's met Ozzy twice and he was hilarious and never met Sharon but heard stories. Dude, I saw a TikTok the other day of their podcast. Like, I'm stoked that Ozzy is still alive. He's still going, dude. I thought he was gonna die when he was like, when I was a kid, you know, when he had the Ozzy, what was the family show again? But that was pretty funny. But yeah, dude, I feel like his kids, Jack, he actually seems like a kind of, like he might be a kind of smart, cool kid. I saw a thing where it was Jack and his sister telling the mom, like they were correcting her on something that was actually really kind of like surprising. I forget what it was, but it made me hope that Jack and them are like decent. But he seems like a sweet kid. And he just seems like a nerdy book nerd type of kid. I don't know. I guess he's like probably 35, 40 now. He's probably around my age or something.
These boats had attacked the American ships. And
But yeah, I've always hoped that Ozzy is fucking dope and actually a decent person. And, you know, the fact that the only thing you ever know about him is that he bit off a bird head once. Just once, you know. That I feel like makes me feel like they're trying to like do like the Cat Williams or something. It's like anytime you hear weird stories like that, you're like, what are you trying to get out of this? What are you trying to do actually?
false sightings and sketchy radar contacts were the result of poorly trained, inexperienced, and overeager crewmen and their malfunctioning equipment. During the entire encounter, Turner-Joy reported no torpedo sightings. Likewise, Eric thought it likely that radar operators on board Maddox had heard the ship's massive propellers.
Dude, fuck this thing, right? We fucking hate Jim Morrison. We fucking hate Gulf of Tonkin. We hate Jim Morrison's fucking dad, dude. We hate all of them. Look, Jim Morrison confirmed federal. Makes sense to me. Sorry, Blair. The Doors are a Fed band. It's not me saying it. It's just the truth. But we still love you. It doesn't matter about the Doors. Who cares? Screw them Doors, dude. The Doors went on to become Rush Limbaugh. Ugh, yuck. Fuck, man. We can't listen to the Doors. The frickin' Doors. Okay, let's go to the Billy thing. Dude, I said it's Friday Fun Day, and then I put on a Gulf of Tonkin video.
So if you get so intelligent that you can escape the
worst Catdad host of all time.
Boundaries of the physical world, and you can move throughout the cosmos wherever you want, then you've escaped.
Right.
You've escaped this fear. But it's almost like there's an intelligence test.
Yeah.
An intelligence test that life goes through. Like, we're going to give you all the tools, just like you're in the womb. You're in the womb of Mother Earth. We want to give you all the tools, but you got to get out of the house.
Yeah.
At a certain point in time, you got to get out of the house. You're 24, you're still living at home? Get the fuck out of the house.
They're waiting for us to grow up.
Yeah.
This what human beings are like babies, right?
We're not going to.
Right now, it's a civilization trying to learn how to walk. And right now, we're barely crawling. And then we plop down on our stomach and everybody screams and cries. But we're getting to the point eventually where we'll go to the edge of a table and pull ourselves up. And then we'll take a couple of steps, and then we'll fall again. Everybody will think it's all over. Oh, my God.
Dude, Ash Squirrel Girl, your parents didn't talk to you about 9/11? Dude, parents, I don't think our parents, just like, they just didn't have the skills to communicate, I don't think. It's sad. Oh. Let's watch this Mac Miller real quick before I Oh my God, dude, Mac. Oh, and with Vince and Mac were besties, bro, and watching them goof together makes my heart hurt. They're both so funny, bro.
Diddy's forever. When has Diddy not been around?
I feel like Diddy was friends with Walt Disney.
I heard he wrote Princess and the Frog.
I heard that Diddy was Bruce Lee's first agent.
I heard Diddy was there when Abraham Lincoln got assassinated.
I heard that Diddy trained Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I heard Diddy played for the '92 Lakers.
I heard that Diddy won the 32nd or 34th annual hot dog eating competition.
I heard Diddy framed Nixon.
I heard that Diddy was Nixon.
I heard that Diddy started Ray-Ban.
I heard that Diddy was a World War II photographer.
I heard that Diddy wrote all of Elton John's material.
I heard that Diddy led the anti-Vietnam movement.
Diddy got Prince off drugs.
I heard that Diddy played the violin on the Dalai Lama's first audiobook.
Dude, is this why they killed Mac?
Forrest Gump
What up,
is
Sticker?
loosely based on Diddy's childhood.
I heard that Diddy gives Obama shape-ups.
I heard Diddy makes a rock in his kitchen.
I heard that Diddy played Tupac in Notorious.
Diddy is Tupac.
Diddy grades all the ACTs and they tell you it's a machine, but it's really just Diddy in a red pen.
Diddy was an NFL bust.
I heard that Diddy wrote the Monday Night Football's theme song.
Diddy has cashmere socks.
I heard that from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock every day, Diddy never wears shoes.
Diddy still buys tickets to 106 in Park.
I heard that Diddy wrote all of Flavor Flav's ad-libs.
I heard Diddy fired Mike Brown.
I heard that Diddy hired Mike D'Antoni.
Diddy originally starred in Freaky Friday.
I heard that Diddy never uses body wash, it's always bars of soap.
Diddy does tattoos.
Diddy's never gotten a tattoo he didn't like.
Dude.
I was 8 years old when I found out
This-
that Mac Miller would scoop a young Vince Staple and help school him on the rap game.
Yeah, dude. They were besties.
I feel like Diddy was friends with Walt Disney. I heard that Diddy won.
There's another clip.
Whenever people pick on Vince, I'd be like, yo,
Sorry.
chill out, that's my homie. You know what I'm saying?
That's never happened. Not once has that ever happened.
Almost.
In the history of knowing you as a person, that's never happened.
Whenever people pick on Vince, I'd be like, yo, chill out, that's my homie. You know what I'm saying?
That's never.
We're about to go to Elvis's house. You excited for Elvis's house? Yeah.
I love my Nubian queen. That's my bitch. Feel me?
Don't even put that in my face. Some sweet tea?
Shit crazy. We really out here with the firepower. Boys really out here with the firepower.
I don't play you. You think I won't wake up in Staples?
Hi, Vince Staples.
I hate you.
Hello.
I hate you. Got me.
Yeah, dude, they were besties. Dude, Vince is a fucking fire rapper too. Vince is so dope. Dude, and he's got some of the dopest beats, man. I wish I could play them. I feel like there's one more Vince Staples. Oh, I think it's with Earl too. This, I think.
I met Earl.
What the fuck? Mac Myler.
Heard they wanted to kill me, catch me slipping through the grapevine. I still can't whine, no. You know we yeah, how 1911 loaded, copter loaded, so they can't. No.
Always is the shit that takes the lead. He loves having the last verse on a song that you've already written out so that there's nothing you could do.
Hey, don't use any of these clips because this
I love Earl.
is retarded. Oh!
Little nigga get flexed up. You don't want beef. Homie, you next up. I'm in the front street.
I got my chest out. I got my butt.
No, it's always been fooling around. It's still fooling.
Yeah, dude, Noise Boys. It's about doing noise with your boys.
Around. I don't know. The best shit that I've ever made always is the shit that takes the least amount of time.
Hey, should I start writing those down when I come up with them and just have an album of all bars?
That's what I'm saying.
Of all one-liners?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Just spit it.
That was crazy right there.
There's niggas that know me that don't even know I make music still. But I don't carry myself like, you know, all that, look at me.
Yeah, dude. Dude, Mac, or Earl and Vince, if you want to make a documentary about exposing the CIA for killing all of your friends, I would happily do that with you. Let me know. Just hit me up. Hit me up, boys. Oh my God. Harry.
The FBI does is good with you. Wait, the Department of Justice controlled by Donald Trump even determined that Hillary Clinton didn't break the law. I like the guy with the Trump hat better. Speak to me, bro. He's better than you.
I like the guy with the Trump hat. He's better than you.
He's silent! He can't say anything! He's got nothing!
Dude. This Mormon, big-chinned, Paul Wysopal ass. He doesn't have big ears, though. It's kind of a weird juxtaposition between the big chin and the small ears. Buddy, are you in the family? You have to be. You're definitely in the family. But them ears, I don't know, you must have your mother's ears, not Paul's.
We're doing so good and it collapsed again, but no, that's just a fall. The baby will pull itself back up, it'll cry less, and it'll take more steps until it falls again, until it can get this controlled fall. And that's the definition of walking, controlling your fall. So we're in that process now. Like you said, this is a proving ground for us to be able to develop consciously, spiritually, ascend to higher levels. And eventually, I believe, I'm pretty optimistic for mankind that we will get through this period.
Well, that's a beautiful thing to hear. I love when people are optimistic because I'm always like, I don't know which way to go. I tend to be optimistic.
Well, you know, it proves what these ancient beings were doing. They were creating breakaway civilizations throughout the entire Milky Way galaxy because of what you just said. The fact that, you know, planets won't be habitable forever. Even Earth, let's say Earth never moved and stayed right where it's at in the Goldilocks zone. We're going to lose our control over the weather because the moon is moving away at a few centimeters every single year. And as the moon backs off of Earth, our weather patterns are going to get more hectic and chaotic, and the wobble is going to be uncontrollable to the point where life won't be able to exist. Not our kind of life won't be able to exist on this planet. So just losing the moon alone in a few million years is going to destroy us. So we have to create breakaway civilizations. We have to get out of here, which is what all these other advanced civilizations in these ancient texts have done.
Well, it only makes sense if Terrence is correct about this idea of the Goldilocks zone. It only makes sense. And if there are other planets somewhere in another galaxy or ours that have the same exact sort of features, water, the same temperature, the same mixture of amino acids and whatever the hell else is here that makes life, and then it happens there too. It just makes sense that some places are going to be more stable, so they're going to have less natural disasters, so like people will evolve faster and longer, they'll exist longer. But then, you know, there's the argument that the natural disasters are actually good because the natural disasters knock us back down if we're about to destroy everything, knock us back down to some much more primitive version of ourselves, and then we have to rebuild society again over thousands of years, which to the
exactly.
universe is a blink of an eye.
That's a blink of an eye. You're right. That's exactly what happened in the Emerald Tablets. You know,
Oh, you know what I do want? What we should look into tonight, dude? You know the snake at the bottom of the earth, dude. The more I look at that, there's literally no way that it's. Dude, the islands for the nose are literally like spaced exactly apart. That shit is so freaking terraformed, dude. Look at this shit. I'm so sick of all these lies, man. Dude, this is crazy, kind of. Look, you can basically, like, go all the way around the frickin' Earth, almost. You could walk the whole frickin' thing, or almost. Look at how far... Look how far over it goes. And then, bro, look. Then you can walk onto Antarctica, basically. But look at these, dude. Come on. Those are like perfectly spaced. Come on, brother. This is natural. Mm-hmm. And then the crack is its tongue, its body. It's literally an Ouroboros at the bottom of our fucking earth. Oh my God. And then here's Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel just chilling. And it looks like there's a whole antenna array on the backside of the earth, apparently. Oh my God. Dude. We should watch some glam ham videos too. But yeah, anyway, this thing. Dude, are we gonna get alien attacked? Are they literally, they're like, no, actually come and kill everyone. You can eat all them and then just let us run everything.
36,000 years ago, Thoth he arrives in this place called the land of Kem, ancient Kemet, before it was known as Egypt. His father sent him on a mission to rebuild civilization back up to a high level, meaning that it already was at a high level prior to this flood situation. And he says he gets into the great ship of the master and he takes off into the sky until the earth disappears. And then he goes to the plane appointed and he sees beneath him the children of the land of Kem. And he descends down. He doesn't sail in. He descends down. And when the ship lands, he opens his doors and he comes out with his crew. And he says the barbarians came at him to attack him with cudgels and spears. He says, I raised my staff and sent out a ray of vibrations, stopping him still as fragments of stone of the mountain. So he had a stun gun. He had a weapon that was, not lethal, non-lethal weapon that can freeze you in your tracks. And we have something just like that now in the military called the active denial system. They can send a beam at a crowd coming to attack and make them stop still right in their tracks. They can make you feel like you're on fire, make you feel like you want to vomit. They can even put voices in your head. They can make you be in extreme pain. It's called the active denial system. So he's talking about technology back then that we have right now.
Dude, look up that. Because do you think that's what that Havana syndrome thing is?
It's possible, man. This thing, if you put it above, like in the sky, and aim it at an area and it beam spreads a little bit, you can create mass illness, mass sickness, mass hysteria. You can have everyone running around thinking that they've got somebody talking to them and commanding them to do certain things. It's out of control. This weapon can be fully weaponized in a lethal way, in a way that can make people become psychotic. You can make somebody think they're burning it on fire.
Whoa. Active denial system demo. Can we listen to what this guy's saying?
It can deter individuals on a military perimeter all the way up to a riotous crowd, all without permanent harm.
It only penetrates 1/64 of an inch of your skin, goes very shallow into where your nerve receptors are.
They can't take the pain.
There's no permanent injury caused by it.
So what does it do to them?
Send a frequency, a beam of frequency, just like Thoth says in the Emerald Tablets. I put this in my book because it's important.
Any of the guests volunteer to test out its effectiveness and safety, including the Assistant Commandant of the Marine Corps.
Wow, he said
Sergeant
fuck
Major
it.
of the Marine Corps,
He said
and
fuck it.
Assistant Secretary of the Navy. Most described it as feeling like a hot oven or grill being opened up.
It is something that...
Wow.
So that's what he used on them thousands of years ago.
Holy shit. Or something like
2012?
Yeah. Oh, now they turned you into a statue. Statue.
Absolutely.
Now it's over. In Medusa.
Yeah.
Medusa.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Same type of technology.
What do you think Medusa was?
Frequency technology.
Imagine that. Imagine that story. We always thought that was just some crazy story. Yeah. But imagine there's a technology back then that can actually turn you into stone.
Right.
Now that we know that people can do things like that, and then we would imagine 1,000 years of evolution, 10,000, 500,000, whatever these people are, whatever these things are that have the ability. It's kind of disappointing that they're still waging a war, though. I got to tell you that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's a bummer.
Yes,
it's a real
dude.
archaic mindset.
That's the crazy thing to me. But I don't think not doing war is the norm. I think that we're like evolved essentially. Like we fucking have feelings. It doesn't feel like they do. They just feel crazy, dude. They like eat their kids because they think their kids are going to sabotage them in the future? What? Raise them right, you dumbass. The fuck?
You know, we have to find a way to rise above. This is why we need to understand exactly what happened and how do we overcome what's been embedded into our epigenetic memories, because we're suffering from epigenetic mental hysteria, which is psychosis, and this war psychosis. We've been programmed as human beings to have consumption and fighting and competition over collaboration.
Yeah.
Everything
Well, it
is
feels
designed
like-
to keep us separate. Divide and conquer is the main mission, and it works so well for so many thousands of years. And this divide and conquer tactic that's been burnt into our DNA and our code has put us in a situation where we are not advancing as we should be. We're getting now this technology leaked out to us, and yes, that's advancing pretty fast, but consciously and spiritually, it's holding us back. Because everyone's putting themselves in boxes and saying, I'm a part of this thing, and I'm a part of that thing, and then we don't work together.
No, that's such an important point, and it needs to be drilled into people's heads.
Yeah.
We're distracting ourselves by getting involved in these stupid arguments over stupid things when there's really important issues.
Please tell me he's going to notice that he is a part of that. Come on, bro. Please. You are one of the main... I mean, hey, I'm glad you're having Billy Carson on, but I'm going to remind you of this next week when you have 3 CIA agents in a row, you dumbass.
From killing each other. How do we stop war? How do we stop this insane practice of
take men away from power?
of having groups of people go up against groups of people they've never even met and killing them. Exactly. And then we're all okay with this. We talk about how this is normal and this has to be done, and these war is ugly and it's unfortunate, but we have to do it. Like, okay, are you fucking sure? Who's pulling the strings here?
People with $10,000 suits.
I can't believe Joe. Great. Yes, Joe. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's like, it feels insane to me that we're all just like, oh yeah, they're not complying with what we want them to do in their homeland. So we got to drop fucking bombs on kids. And everyone's like, yeah, I mean, well, they might stop a ship. And I need my fucking doodads and my woozits. Like, it's truly crazy. Like, insane. So...
that don't get on the front line.
Yeah.
They send poor kids and young kids, young men and women to die.
Yeah.
And,
exactly.
And it's all about money.
It's all about money. And, Smedley Butler wrote about it in 1933.
War's a racket.
Yeah. And
that's right.
You read that. Read that.
Fucking Smedley Butler. He's the guy who was supposed to take over and be king when they do a fascist business extremist coup. And then they said, oh, never mind, it didn't happen. Oh, we stopped the business extremist coup that Prescott Bush wasn't a part of. And then Prescott Bush got to be... Nothing happened, dude. He was a Nazi war profiteer who was supposed to... He fucking... fuck these people. And then he said, oh, the business coup failed. Meanwhile, he had tiny little Bush, little H-dubs, probably under his desk, glucking him as a little youngster. And then he taught the world how to use his tactics and to blackmail everyone.
From 1933, folks. And this was a general who... Was he a general?
Yes,
what was his rank? Yeah.
General.
Who was retiring, and he wrote this piece about how he thought he was preserving democracy. He was really just making the place safe for bankers. And it's an ugly business that Eisenhower tried to warn us about in his leaving from office speech.
That's right.
When he stepped down.
Yeah, he was like, the military-industrial complex is going to swallow us whole, basically. And he was fucking right, dude.
Or when he was no longer the president, he left office and gave a speech about warning about the military-industrial complex and its influence.
He sure did.
And I don't think they knew back then that people...
And right after that is when they did Bay of Pigs.
would be able to have YouTube and just watch that.
Yeah.
And if that's how they did it back then, imagine how good they are at it now.
Oh, man, they're masters at neuroscience. Applying neuroscience to the general population, they are masters at it. And they know how...
I don't know. I think, like, everything they do, they're very arrogant. And they take their power for, they think it's better than what it actually is. So we are going to expose it because we can see it, right? They're not that good. Honestly, dude, they're bold and brazen, and they have perfectly showed to us that they really do control the vast entire social media sphere. Which it's not that hard, It's like 4 companies. run by like 2 people. What is it? I mean, it's Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk. What's the other one? Tank Tonk is just the CIA. So Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, like there's 3 people and they're all Nancy's who work for, you know.
To get into the psyche of a human being, and they know how to turn us against each other while they themselves chop it all up. Like I always say, there is no Democrat or Republican. It doesn't exist. The only thing that exists is a group of elite oligarchs that torture men, women, and children worldwide. That exists. They capitalize.
Dude, and Billy's wide awake. Dude, come on. We got to show Billy that NASA is not a space agency. Like, come on, Billy. Billy, you can't work with NASA.
And monetize us, and they put their boot on our neck. But to think that there's left wing and right wing, I think it's the same bird.
Yeah, it's all just money.
Yeah.
It's all money. And they use social issues, whatever they are, whether it's Christianity or abortion rights or whatever it is. They just use those. It's like little moves that they put in their little game.
Yeah.
And really what it's about is enriching themselves and staying in power. And the best way to stay in power is control narratives and to control influence and make people believe a very specific thing and drill it into their head. But the problem is, like, I think human beings are more awake now than ever before, and they know this game now. Yeah. At least a large number of us know this game.
It's shifting so fast.
Yes.
It's shifting like incredibly fast, which is great.
How old are you, Billy?
I'll be 53 in September.
You look great.
Thanks, man.
So you and I are basically...
Oh, dude, yeah, Ash Squirrel Girl. I was just thinking about that yesterday, or a couple days ago, I think, that we're like coming up on a year from October 7th really quick. And it really makes me sick that like these celebrities and all these people that are part of this for almost a whole year already have been watching this shit and they still let it happen. But it explains, right, why they're all looking a little distraught, like fucking Lizzo, like Hank Green and all these filthy national Zionists, you know? Because they know it's wrong. It takes a toll on you. I'm glad.
Close to the same age. I'm 56. Yeah. And when we were kids, this version of the world was never discussed. You'd have to be a complete kook to think that money is why wars are started. Oh, come on. No one would ever do that.
Right.
You would be a complete
exactly, dude.
Kook to think that the pharmaceutical drug companies lie about their drugs. What are you talking about? They can't do that. They would be arrested.
Yeah.
You'd be a kook.
Yeah.
And now, especially after the pandemic, that's how everybody feels. And watching these wars go on between Ukraine and Russia and Palestine and Israel, you're like, what the fuck is going on?
In the 21st century, this is still happening right now.
In large scale. And people are having debate over the acceptable amount of numbers of women and children that are allowed to die in a war.
Right. It's insane.
Bro, thank you, Joe. Holy fuck. All right. Bro, just lose the fucking asshole people, like... Yes, dude. It's crazy that we're like, 50,000 women and children have been bombed to death, and we're still doing it.
It's insanity.
Insane.
Earth is, partly is a giant mental facility. Mental health is a major issue on this planet.
Yeah.
When a person can look at someone and say they deserve to die because of their beliefs or their non-belief, that's a major problem. That's a sign of mental illness.
It's also a sign of like a spoiled child.
Yes, dude. Oh my God. Yes. It is a mental illness. Capitalism is literally a mental illness.
It's almost like
hoarding money, being a money hoarder is a mental fucking illness. What, can you not do math, Mark Zuckerberg? Can you not figure out that you'll never be able to spend that and no one should have that amount of money, you psycho? Literal psycho. Nancy. Dude, I'm sure his dad is one of these Nancys too, right? He's gotta be. Dude, they're all fucking Nancys. Oh my God, it's gonna be so nice when they're all gone. When we dump them back off at fucking Frankfurt and say, Auf Wiedersehen! Auf Wiedersehen! What is it? Ta-ta! And then we just like polka at them like
skip the line, right? We didn't really do.
Yeah, dude, Joe Rogan, like, he's still like, if this is the direction he's going, oh, thank God. It is welcome, man. I don't care who's saying it, as long as they're saying this shit. Like, it's crazy, man. It really is crazy that we just sit here and watch this. Like, I don't know how everyone's reaction isn't what we do and just sit around here and yell about it at the same 28 people, you know? Like, I don't know what else to do, but I can't do nothing.
We didn't pay our...
I'm not trying to go kill anyone, and I don't know what, and I'm not going to sit and do nothing, so until we figure out something better to do, I'm just going to sit here and scream about it until we stop. So, Paul, if you want me to stop talking about you being Timothy McVeigh, A, you shouldn't have done it. B, you should tattle on them. You could still come on Hello Alphabet Agencies. You could be the first. But if you aren't first, then you're last, you know? If you're not first, you never get a chance, Paul. Okay? So if you want to come tattle and you want to try and save your skin before the whole house of cards falls and we figure it out ourselves, you could come on, brother. It'd be sweet.
Dues to become people.
Yeah.
We got turned into people.
Yeah.
You know, like some, like the,
You're right.
Because if there's anthropologists are looking at chimpanzees now, and they're looking at them saying they're entering into the Stone Age.
Yeah.
Like they're using tools now. Now, if you watch that same chimpanzee and you went a few million years in the future, who knows what it looks like? Probably looks like an upward talk.
Oh, J-Mo, that. Yeah, I mean, everyone is different. That sucks though that you've met so many punks and metal folks who are some of the most judgmental, bootlicking, closed-mind dicks. Because I know that they're out there and stuff. Because my, like, ideal punk, like, when I think of a punk, I think of someone who accepts everyone. Because that's where I learned this shit from, dude. I learned this from people with gauged fucking ears and, like, you know, the spike mohawk, the fucking, you know, with the smelly-ass patch jacket and stuff. And that's what I consider myself, I think. I'm a punk, for sure. So all the ones who are doing our fucking name bad, you know, fuck them. So we need another couple punks for each one of those douche punks, okay? But I'm a punk. I'm going to call myself a punk for you. I'm one of the decent punks, I think. I try to be. That's what I want to be anyway. Because when I think of a punk, dude, all of my punks growing up in Wisconsin, dude, I wish I could, like, replicate or, like, make a virtual reality of that scene. Because it, like, opened my mind, bro. It was awesome. And it was just, like, it was a bunch of kids who were all trying to, you know, do art together. And, like, we had, like, a rotation of, like, venues that would let us play, like, our no booze shows, you know, and it shaped my whole life. It was a big part of growing up. It made me want to be, like, independent and, like, you know, it was like, if you guys ever heard of Queens of the Stone Age, Josh Homme, he always talked about growing up in the desert. It was like, if you sounded like anyone else, you were a dirtbag. Like, no one would want to listen to you. If you try and, like, emulate someone else, you suck. Everyone wants to try and do individual shit, you know? Or that's, you know, it's like, that's what everyone aspires to do. And that's kind of how the frickin' Kenosha scene was.
But that's too slow.
Yeah.
And so if you were another highly intelligent being from another planet, you're like, look, they're going to get there. We'll give them a little push.
Something.
Give them a little something.
Hell yeah. Punk music is staunchly anti-fascist, and anyone else is perverting that culture. Yeah, that's what it is. It's all the perverts. All you punk perverts, get the frick out of here, dude.
And the evidence of that is in the
Catdad show is ascended master level punk 100.
tablet's called The Myth of Adapa, which means first man. The Myth of Adapa, an ancient Sumerian text. It's a tablet. And in this tablet, you can buy the book Myth of Adapa on Amazon. You can read it for yourself, completely translated. And
you're not too weird for us, J-Mo. You're welcome here anytime.
Translated by scholars, by the way.
I only like the weird people.
And it's talking about the fact that according to the Anunnaki, human beings were created in a way that genetically we were supposed to become more superior than them. They didn't know this was going to happen. And Lil was angry at his brother Enki because Enki put a little extra in the sauce. Yeah, a little extra. And he said that the mysteries to unlock the secrets of the universe is hidden within our bodies, and that we ourselves can rise to be even higher than them.
Let's go, dude.
This is a major thing to be putting into text like this. Now, who sits around and writes this?
That sounds...
This is a... Dude, Thoth is like literally like a punk fucking kid who hates his parents.
Insane.
Yeah.
How do they specifically describe that?
They describe it just like that. It says that human
Dude, Joe, you gotta read the frickin' Emerald Tablets, you goofus.
beings, or man, Adapa was created to be even higher than us. And that all the secrets of the universe, the mysteries, are within our body. And I believe that because when I started studying DNA, that took me into a whole DNA study. I discovered this scientist called George Church. And he created this ebook that he was able to take from a digital format, and he was able to download it onto 1 gram of DNA, a digital book. He converted it from AC's, T's, and G's into, from zeros and ones, I'm sorry. He converted it from zeros and ones into AC's, T's, and G's, read, write, put it on the DNA. Then he said, wow, this is incredible. DNA can store information in a volume. Then he said, okay, this is what we're going to do. Let's replicate this book. So he replicated the book 80 billion times on 1 gram of DNA. And this is not just a regular ebook. This book had graphics and images and everything.
Dude, they should make computers that think like DNA, right? Wouldn't that be the most organic way for it, right? As above, so below. Like, if they, instead of having ones and zeros, they should have done, yeah, what is it? A, T, Z, and C? I forget. But the 4, like, you know, the 4 amino acids or whatever, computers should be, I guess quantum computers is more like that, right? Because quantum computers can, I think it's based on like 4, or no, maybe more. They have human brain organoid computers right now. They're learning too fast and scaring scientists. They can play Pong, unplug them.
Anything else in it.
Brain, melt them.
So then he said, let's see if we can get it back. So he converted, created a read-write again. He converted it from AC's, T's, and G's back to zeros and ones and uploaded it back to the server. So now he knows that DNA can upload and download information. Crazy.
Whoa.
So now they said, okay, well, how much data can be stored on 1 drop? Over 433 petabytes of data. A petabyte is 1,000 terabytes.
What an unfortunate name.
I know, right? I know, that's a crazy name. I was like, why'd y'all name it?
Dude, Joe, what the fuck? Did Joe just like... He's on fire today.
This petabyte. But anyway, yeah. So they said
insane.
Now they discovered recently on holmium atoms, scientists have now written in.
It's that ad break time again. But yeah, guys, if you, dude, we've got freaking 60 Subble McDoubles. This is so freaking cool, dude. I can't believe this. And if you are still getting them frickin' ads, well, you won't hear me say this, so it doesn't matter. Dude, frickin' Magic School, I thought Magic School Bus would be cleared. No, Magic School Bus claims everything, and then I gotta cut it out of the show.
Human brain organoids, sometimes called mini-brains, are being grown in labs around the world. Now they're being fed specific neurotransmitters. They're competing with AI to solve non-linear equations, and they're going to space, next to Budweiser's Space Barley and 40 genetically engineered supermice. This research has probably been submitted for peer review, where others...
Wait, they're fucking doing sponsored... Did you just say Budweiser? Dude, are they doing sponsored missions like the fucking Rose Bowl or something now? Oh my god.
Scientists look it over. But we don't have time to wait for that.
Scammers,
we'll talk
bro.
about 3 new preprints, meaning they haven't been officially published by a journal yet, so take them with a grain of salt. Most of the preprints posted here on BioArchive do go on to be published in a journal, and the preprints tend to be pretty close to the published versions, except for how clearly they summarize the key findings and important details. But that's why you watch I'm Curious. You may have seen that biological neural networks have learned to play Pong. Maybe you thought this was horrifying. Maybe you weren't impressed. Because newsflash, mini-brains, Pong is not that hard. The ball's gonna go there. It's not brain surgery. It's going in a straight line. But what if it was non-linear? Move over, dish brain, with your one layer of neurons. There's a new mini brain mount called BrainAware, living AI hardware, now in 3D. Why? According to the researchers, AI's not going fast enough. Moore's law about exponential hardware improvement is falling apart, and there's a problem called the von Neumann bottleneck. In a typical computer, the CPU and the memory are separate, so they have to keep sending information back and forth. You can kind of get around this problem with GPUs or graphics cards, which can do more stuff in parallel, but that only works for problems you can break down into a bunch of independent subproblems. If you have really complicated problems to solve, you need a hardware revolution.
Dude, I'm such a dumb guy. I can't understand any of this shit.
Subproblem. If you have really complicated problems to solve, you need a hardware revolution. And what could be better computing hardware than human?
Yeah, dude, they need to make hardware that's in the ATCG thing.
Brain tissue. It's the original neural network. It's energy efficient and the storage.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm not buying a computer with fucking brain tissue inside of it. No. Do the ATG and C thing instead.
Storage is integrated with the processing, so there's no von Neumann bottleneck. Their high efficiency renders a human brain to be ideal hardware for AI. Okay. So to test it out, they plugged some organoids into the BrainAware system and used electrical stimulation to give them a complex math problem to solve. It's called a Henon map, and it's a chaotic dynamical system. It has non-linear behavior that makes it hard to predict over time, just like the real world that your brain has to learn about. They told the organoids about some states of the system and trained them to predict future states. The preprint doesn't include a lot of details, but apparently the organoids improved over 4 days with 1 training session per day. But are the organoids really learning? Most of the media coverage I've seen takes it for granted that this really is learning, and it's hard to blame them when that's what it's called in the headline of a big, respectable, peer-reviewed journal like Neuron. But I've heard some researchers privately express skepticism. For instance, the idea that this might just be some kind of chemical phenomenon rather than learning through changing the strengths of connections between neurons. That's called synaptic plasticity, and it's the inspiration for artificial neural networks. So to confirm that they're really learning through synaptic plasticity, these researchers treated the organoid with a chemical that blocks synaptic plasticity by blocking an enzyme called CAMK2. And the treated organoids stopped getting better at the task. So if these results are accurate, it looks like these neural networks are really learning to solve this nonlinear problem through synaptic plasticity, changing the strengths of their synaptic connections. So will these organoids be the next generation of computers? Madeline Lancaster, a pioneer in brain organoid research, says it's probably a stretch to compare brain organoids with current AI. BrainAware's performance wasn't that impressive compared to what digital AI can do. But BrainAware needed fewer rounds of training than the digital AI. After only 4 rounds of training, an organoid was competitive with an AI that had had 50 rounds of training. The authors say this reduced training time by over 90%, but that's a bit of a stretch, since an AI could do those 50 rounds super fast. But it's still pretty cool that the organoids didn't need as many rounds.
Dude, yes. Blair, if Alice in Chains are feds, I'll cry too. Or like Kurt Cobain, but they killed him, so he's obviously not a fed. Well, they killed him because Courtney had some problems, I think. They killed him to get Courtney under control.
It probably has something to do with the way that processing and memory are integrated.
And I'm sure to steal his catalog.
In a biological neural network. The researchers note some challenges for organoid research, including how long it takes to grow them and their various viabilities, which is science talk for lots of them die pretty fast.
Glamham found another island? Oh yeah, we're gonna find that.
Right now, they can only see a few neurons on the surface with their electrode array, so they're looking into how they can interface with the whole organoid in the future. Thanks to FlexiSpot for sponsoring this video. I love sitting. Whether I'm working or relaxing, there's nothing I like better than a deep slouch. You might have heard that sitting is the new smoking, but that's too extreme. Standing all day isn't good either. What's good is flexibility, and now I can change it up with one tap whenever I feel like I need to. Pain in your back? From I'm Curious. Use the code COMHARDSIGNALS, but that's only part of the story of neural communication, which is electrochemical. Another part is that when the electrical current reaches an axon terminal, it can trigger the release of neurotransmitters like dopamine. Those neurotransmitters are released into the synapse, and if they bind to receptors on the postsynaptic neuron, they can trigger another electrical spike, or prevent—
Oh my god, my freaking computer's gonna have to be on fucking anxiety medication and shit now? Jesus.
A neuron from spiking. The electrical spike itself is a chemical phenomenon propagated by the flow of electrically charged particles called ions.
Dude, everything is just vibrations and electricity. So cool.
If we want to understand how the brain works and how to treat brain disorders, we have to be able to study these neurochemicals and how they interact with the complex biology of brain tissue. Other researchers have so
Okay, so this is freaking cool. They're making computers out of brains. Dude, I feel like this is going to turn into the thing from Dune. They're going to turn into the space, what the fuck are they called? Antidepressants for our computers, and they have to feed them. You got a new kid, it's a computer. Damn it. We got to put this up on the Miro. That's a beautiful one. Where's my freaking Miro? Oh, there it is. Lebensboard. Dude, we're too good at this. Holy crap. Who brought this one today? Capade? Alright. I guess tomorrow we're gonna have to find someone else. Just gotta find someone every day. Dude, it's kind of crazy. Like, I feel like we can expose them much faster now because they all follow the same exact pattern. And we can confirm, like, the Jim Morrison one does not feel like that much of a stretch. That feels like very plausible. Especially if he was like a dummy, like, fed, you know? He's like, I want to get out. I don't want to play music anymore. Riders on the storm. Dude, conservative. Rush Limbaugh, has he ever sang?
Information data onto an individual holmium atom. And they discovered that we can store information they can read write directly onto the surface of an actual atom.
Oh my
now,
God.
Think about that for a second.
Oh my God.
So they're saying that a human body can store 13.5 billion years or roughly of data, which is roughly around the time they believe the universe probably exists.
Dude, I bet Thoth left a book inside of our DNA. I bet he wrote out a whole Dude, has anyone checked? Has anyone looked at our DNA and been like, is there a hidden message in here? Because I feel like we should look.
So that myth of Adapa text could be accurate. The secrets of the universe is probably encoded into our body because we're just recycled atoms.
Right. And then as we evolve technologically and biologically, we develop a higher and higher ability to access that information.
Exactly. That's exactly.
We've got Harry Potter and Mein Kampf, embedded into our bodies' DNA.
Exactly what it is. The longer we go, the more we're able to tap into this information, tap into who we truly are. We'll begin to walk in our power, look inside, go to inner space, not outer space. We'll begin to tap into this. And they discovered now that junk DNA is no longer junk. They're taking the term junk off of it, that it really has function. It always had function. It was never junk. That's just a word to keep us programmed to thinking that we're junk.
Well, I think it was a way for them to explain something that they couldn't explain.
Right. But when you use the word junk,
it's a weird word.
If you understand affirmations, you know, I would never call myself junk. So that's a weird way to do it. But now they're finding out that's, you know, and again, in the myth of Adapa, it's saying that we're going to tap into this. So I believe that all of our innate abilities that we used to have are going to start to come back over time, like accessing Earth's magnetic field with the magnetite crystals in our brains. We all have billions of magnetite crystals in our brains, and they put a guy into a laboratory, and they put a giant bar magnet and moved it around the room, and they put an EEG cap on him and a scanner, and they saw that they were orienting themselves to the magnetic field. So we still have the ability to navigate magnetic fields. We just don't even know it. We're unaware of it.
Well, we know it exists in animals.
Yeah, so we have it in our body as well. So all these things are going to begin to come back.
There's so little true understanding of like how birds migrate, like how they all know when to do it, and what is calling them.
Bro, it's got to be magnetic fields, right? Everything is electromagnetism now. We know that. Birds be using electromagnetism. Those crystals are the ones I was talking about with the human tube type breathing. Oh.
What a very specific direction. Are they using landmarks on the ground? Or are they just using
Yeah,
some sort
like the breathing technique that you were talking about?
of a magnetic field? Are they just tuned in to where the North Pole is? And what are they doing?
Yeah.
Billy already made the sales pitch for NASA to build breakaway civilizations. Yeah, they are, dude. They are planning that for the frickin' Mormons. Dummy Billy.
How are they doing it? What is the organ that's
Right.
allowing them to do it?
Yeah.
Is that something that humans have, and it went away? Just like I can't remember anybody's phone number anymore.
Right.
I used to have so many phone numbers in my head.
We had to have them because we're 70s babies.
Yeah.
Oh, you may
I'm
be
a
60,
60s
not
baby.
60. Yeah, I'm 70s, 71. But what happened was, if you look at the tablets again, this is why I love these tablets, man. They talk about the fact that
Tablets are dope,
they had
man.
created this being. Not created from scratch, but genetically modified. They add their essence to it, is what they say, added our essence. So by adding the essence, you can see where all of a sudden maybe our ancestors were in tune with the magnetic field and were able to communicate psychopathically, maybe even had telekinesis and these other innate abilities, weren't technologically advanced, but maybe more spiritually advanced. And they tinkered with us and took away our memory, took away our ability to tap into that so we can focus solely on them.
Well, I guess if you were gonna, have you ever seen the movie Prometheus?
Oh, yeah.
When the alien dies and its DNA goes into the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like Prometheus.
If you were gonna play a real long game and seed life in the universe, and then you were gonna, especially with us, if you were gonna create something that's very sophisticated and encode inside of it enough information that they could figure out everything.
Yeah.
It's gonna take time. It's like you have to earn this information, but it's in there.
Yeah.
It's such a compelling theory. The problem is,
Dude, it is really cool. It's totally reshaped my outlook of us in the universe. I really thought that we were that this just happens, but I don't think so, right? It's kind of crazy. And it just feels like it makes so much sense. Finally, And my favorite part about it is that it doesn't negate our history or anything, it is all of the religions that everyone thinks. It's just, instead of a god, it's a fucking alien that looks like a god to us. Maybe because they put a gene inside of us that makes us worship them. Or B, they have magic. They have super science. So it's cool. I love that it's everyone can still believe whatever their stupid nonsense that they want to believe. But now we get to add that there's a pyramid network of electricity and Wi-Fi possibly, and we were created by aliens who all warred all over our world and blew basically. Dude, we gotta start looking in, Egypt and stuff is a desert because of a war that they did and before they left. It has to be. That's what all the sand is, dude. It's from thermonuclear war. Isn't that cool? It makes so much sense. So we gotta look into the deep history, maybe after this, because I want to know. These god people were real. They were just aliens. And they made us to be their slaves. This makes everything make sense. And then they left the Rothschilds in charge. Assholes. Big assholes, okay? So we're going to have to right that wrong. But, did Thoth leave before they did this big war or something? Because what it seems like is everyone was fighting, Thoth's family, right? And then he was whoa, it's way cooler to go screw and eat fruit and hang out, lounge about, have a nice family and group of friends, He's this is what life is about. And these guys are I want to steal this continent. And they're no, I'm going to do vaporizing you. Peter Thiel wishes he was half the man to be able to do. But that little coward, he could never. But do you know what I mean? then what? Thoth pieced out and then they did thermonuclear war? Like, where the fuck is Thoth? Why is Thoth letting this shit fly? Come on, daddy. Come on, bird daddy. Let's go. Get down here.
I get so wrapped up in these that I hope they're true.
And then the first time Thoth pops up in the last 20 years, or, 20,000 years or whatever, was him fucking writing the book of AquariPiss. I mean, it's an awesome read, dude, but, like, could you kick Peter Thiel's ass? Could you do the stunning staff to him?
It's really stop thinking critically, because I'm like, that's the most fun. It's the most fun to think that we were created by aliens. It's the most fun to think there's a base on the north side of the moon.
Right.
But the undeniable stuff that, to me, is equally compelling, I think, even than the aliens, is like, how did they make the pyramids? Like, who did that?
Yeah.
Who did that? And what was that culture like?
Right.
Like, if I could go one place, I would go to Egypt, Giza, when it's thriving.
Yeah.
When it's thriving, whatever. I don't even know what the number is. I don't know if it's a John Anthony West number or if it's a more conventional number of 4,000. Whatever it is, just get me there.
Right.
Yeah, dude. I think I would do that now too, kind of. This whole Egypt shit really has changed, like, everything, I feel like. Like, it's cool. I'm glad we're figuring it out. But, yeah, dude, it seems like they did, like, a God-sized war, and then they left. And then they left us here, and then... Or they did a God-sized war, and then they did the, the pole shift, killed everyone, and then left. Why'd they do that? Oh, isn't the story that it was because they were all, like, heathens and, like... Is that why they had to vaporize everyone? And then Mohenjo-Daro or whatever, that looks like another place where there was, like, this crazy war. But it looks like they straight up vaporized Egypt.
Let me see.
Like, no, like, all of Africa. Like, the whole desert might be. Isn't it like it's all just completely gone? It's like sand. And Billy said if you dig your hand deep enough anywhere in Egypt that you fucking hit like glass because of melted sand.
What that was.
Yeah.
What were you guys doing?
Right.
How the fuck did you make that thing? How did you get those stones from 500 miles away? How did you cut them so perfect?
I know. I think that they used, I don't know, like a Wi-Fi electricity network that was set up in kind of like a line, I think they did it kind of like this. I still need to plot where all the stones came from. If someone knows, you could tell me. But I don't know, dudes. These all kind of just, it feels a little bit like a road almost or something, Like maybe they used it like a road. Because then look, dude. This kind of looks roadish. Especially when you're looking down the barrel at it, down the line. Kind of roadish. You know what I mean? A network? Bro, what is this? This goes all the way out to Hawaii like this? This was like a land bridge almost to Hawaii? What the frick, dude? This is cool. I bet there's fucking pyramids on... I bet, dude, there's gotta be pyramids here. Oh, for sure. All the way out here, bro. What else could this be? This is like a little path. This is probably like Thoth's little happy path to his happy little island. Bro. Don't even tell me this looks like a fucking serpent or like... What is this? That looks like kind of like a devil. Oh my god, bro. Do we have the frickin'... Do we have what are the mounds? Do we have a bunch of mounds that are just made in the ocean that no one's ever told us about? Like, these almost look like intentional too. You know what I mean? This like spiral thing. Dude. I feel like there's a story here. What is the story with all this shit? Right? Like, doesn't this look like... It's cool. I hope so. And does this fall straight off like this because it used to be attached over here? Someone took... They pushed this part of the earth all the way over. Dude. Like, that be a snakehead. Wait, was Atlantis was actually called Thoth City? Really? So yeah, what? Did they all were pissy little biatches and they got mad that Thoth was like enjoying his life in Atlantis and wasn't like letting their bad shitty vibes bring him down? And they were like, okay, we're gonna take everything away from you. And what? Did they blast him off or something? I want my boy to come back.
Perfectly. How did you get him all the way up in the ceiling of this giant king's chamber? Yeah. What was that damn thing? Why did it have a gold cap on the top?
Right.
Like, what did you guys do?
Electricity.
How did you make the gold cap?
Yes.
Like, what did you guys do?
It's wild. I go with the John Anthony West theory. I'm closer to his time frames.
Yeah.
You know, rest in
Where is the gold top? England.
peace, John Anthony West.
He was amazing.
Amazing man. Wow.
Yeah, Magical Egypt, folks. It's I think there's 2 versions of the video series that you can get online. Go find it. It's incredible. The first one I watched like 10 times.
Yeah.
I was like, this is just I mean, forget about speculation, forget about like timelines, just the undeniable majesty of the construction of those structures and the statues and like what they built was like, my God, like nothing else.
Yeah.
Like nothing else in the world. No one's even a distant second place.
No, not even close.
Egypt Egypt can just stand above all of it, and it was so long ago.
Yeah, it's super ancient. You know, and what I like about John Anthony West, his theory aligns with the Emerald Tablets date range. Because you know when he talks about the Great Sphinx being built 2 processional periods back, it takes it back to around 38,000 years ago, around the same time that Thoth claims to have written the Emerald Tablets. And in these tablets, he talks about building the Great Pyramid. He said, "Builded I the Great Pyramid, patterned after Earth's force, so that it too might remain through the ages." So he claims to be the master architect of the structure of the Great Pyramid. And what he did was he incorporated into it advanced science. It's not just a power generator; it's also
Axel, bees use electromagnetic powers to dude, Axel said bees use it too. Flowers act as little satellites for them to find pollen. When they land, it changes the positivity or negativity so other bees know the pollen has already been collected. Love bees. Oh my God, dude, that's so cool. Dude, bees are awesome.
In my opinion, it also could be
I love getting, dude, the bees are in the garden, boys.
A multifunctional stone computer. Okay, and this thing calculates the orbits of the planets in the inner solar system, which is crazy.
How's it do that?
Matter of fact, well, if I have some, can I open up this, just read some notes?
Yeah,
I got
definitely.
some incredible notes that I did, some math that I did
I'm amazed
years
at
ago.
how much you don't need notes. There's a few people that come on this podcast that blow me away without notes. I'm like, Terrence is one of them.
Yeah, he's one of them. Yeah.
Rhonda Patrick, she's another one of them.
I just want to get the numbers exact, you know? So one thing, the equatorial circumference of the Earth can be calculated by the Great Pyramid because the Great Pyramid itself is 1 by 43,200 scaled down. So if you take the Great Pyramid and scale it up 43,200 times, it fits directly inside the sphere of the Earth, and it touches the equator. Okay.
So meaning the dimensions of how the angles of it would fit inside of a sphere.
Inside of a sphere. It's a representation of the Earth in a pyramidal format. Okay. That's crazy. And if you multiply that by the base perimeter, you get 24,734.94 miles, which is roughly within 170 miles of the circumference of the planet Earth itself. Okay, which is wild. You can also calculate the speed of the Earth around the sun. So the Great Pyramid, basically you take a pyramid inch times 10 to the 8th power, it equals the speed of Earth around the sun. That's wild.
The problem with these kind of calculations is Flint Dibble made note of this, that you could take that and you could do that with a lot of different things. Like, what was the one he used for 420?
420 and 69 in it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different funny ones.
420,
yeah,
weed day?
Weed day, yeah. he was explaining how you take these arbitrary precession of the equinox numbers and you could multiply them times like whatever you want. You could get a bunch of different results, like based on what you wanted the result to be, not based on the actual.
Some of them are hard to do. Check this out. Forget about multiplying things. What about taking the fact that the pyramid, the Great Pyramid, is located at the center of landmass on Earth, not the center of the Earth, the center of landmass. Now, the only way you can put the pyramid at the center of landmass is you have to have a polar orbiting satellite. If we were to do it today, a polar orbiting satellite that's orbiting this way, and as Earth spins on its axis, you're taking swaths of data, and you're calculating the landmass, and then you're going to say, okay, this is the center point for landmass, and you put it there.
So the center point for landmass being you take the surface of the Earth, what percentage of it is covered with water, where the ground is, and then you find the center of where the most ground is, and that's where the pyramid is.
Exactly. The next thing is taking all the average heights of all the peaks on Earth, and then dividing that to get the average height, and making that the height of the Great Pyramid. Now, you can't just randomly calculate those numbers, okay?
That's the average height of all the mountains and the peaks on Earth?
That's right.
Wow.
That's right, and that's an absolute fact. The Grand Gallery, the latitude of the Grand Gallery inside the Great Pyramid leading into the King's Chamber, the latitude are the exact digits of the speed of light in meters per second.
Dude.
You can't just...
Dude, does someone have... Is there like a 3D walkthrough of the pyramid that I'm sure is all lies? Because, like, dude, I want to see all these grand galleries and shit.
Randomly calculate that one.
Well, you can't just get those stones down. I mean, there's not one thing about it. I mean, you can get real crazy with numbers and mathematics, but there's not one thing about it that's not completely insane. Like, every single aspect of it is completely insane.
Unless you're like, it's AI, primitive AI, God aliens.
The fact that we still... will try to pretend today that it's not impressive, or that it was impressive, but that they did it with sand and they did it with how do you know?
Well,
like,
you would need more mud. If you the mud ramp theory, you would need more mud in mass than the pyramid itself. So that's a farce.
The mud thing. I mean, it's like just show me one.
Yeah.
Show me one.
Well, here's the problem with that mud ramp theory. I don't think people realize. I take people on tour to the pyramid.
Yeah, dude, they do have a lot to answer. I don't want to fucking see them again. They're scary. They don't seem like they have any. They don't have, like, they don't think like us at all, dude. They don't think about their family or, like, dude, everyone just wants what you want, you know? Everyone just wants the same thing. They want to be safe. They want to have a frickin' roof and some food and have some fun, okay? It's not that hard, right? But these guys, seems like they have to have war. They blew Mars up so that no one can live on it. And then they tried to blow Earth up, it looks like. And then they fucking bounced, dude. They better be gone for good. I don't want to fucking see them. Assholes. They were assholes, dude. The Anu Nazis. We never miss, dude. We're always right. No wonder where the fucking Nazis get it, dude. They just want to be like daddy. Ugh, they're the worst kind of people, bro. The people who don't get mad at their parents for raising them like shit and do a better job. No. They want to one-up their parents in assholery.
Every single year. I take people on a huge tour. Last year we had 140 people on tour in Egypt for 12 days or whatever it was. But the pyramid itself, each individual stone at the pyramid, excuse me, each individual stone at the pyramid is a different shape and size. There are no two stones that are perfectly the same. Each stone fits in an interlocking format. So you can't say, go over here and cut these stones. We're going to bring them over here and we're going to throw up this pyramid. It doesn't work that way. Each stone is made individually, specifically for the location that it's exactly in.
Because they all have to be at an angle. Because they're all going up towards this angle, so everyone has to be cut perfect.
Exactly. Wow. So they're interlocking stones, and there's no way to say, just cut this cookie cutter out, and we're going to...
That shit was CNC'd. Let's be real.
Bring them and hoist them in
and
the spot.
all of them are perfect.
All of them. And if you accidentally cut the wrong size or you're off by a few inches, you can't make the pyramid. You can spend a week or two getting a stone to a location that don't fit. It doesn't make any sense. They had foreknowledge. People don't take the amount of resources, energy, and effort that it took to build that structure and then guessing that it will work out in the end. You only build that if you have a complete blueprint and you've got proven facts, right? You have proof of concept that it works and you've done this before.
Now, what do you think about the other pyramids that are wonky? Like the ones that aren't perfect? Do you think that they were trying to duplicate the Great Pyramid? Do you think they were trying to make their own?
The deeper you go into antiquity, the more perfect construction was. The further you come forward in time, the more wonky and crazy things are and begin to fall apart.
So do you think they just forgot how to do it?
The knowledge was lost. You can see the evidence of the knowledge. By the time we got to Alexander the Great, have you ever been to Alexandria?
No.
I thought I was going to go see this incredible place. It looks like a bunch of crap, a bunch of piled up rocks, buildings leaning on each other, even the people living in apartments that are leaning, buildings leaning.
Oh, wow.
Everything there looks just, it was
I'm loving this fucking Greece slander. Let's go. Greece and Italy, two shit countries.
The stones are small. I could pick up those stones with my own hands. They tried to duplicate the majesty of ancient Egypt, but they didn't even come close.
It's just so bizarre that one civilization got so much further than everybody else, and no one really knows exactly how they did it.
Right, light years ahead.
Now, when you hear the carbon dating of the Great Pyramid, what is your take on that? Because the radiocarbon dating is 2,500 BC, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what they think.
I just don't believe it.
Why is that?
Well, first of all, the way that the structure is made, if you look at other structures made in that same time frame, they don't have the same majesty. They don't have the same level of construction. They don't have the same capability of withstanding time.
Right.
So why are these falling apart, but this one isn't falling apart? And
But that's not necessarily because look, you could have a shitty house today, and you could live right next to Jeff Bezos' house.
That's very true.
You know, I mean, it's just there's going to be different cultures and different abilities, and
Oh, dude, Majora, yeah, the purple light, the purple healing light. I've been using my light bar too. I hope everyone's light bar is going very glowingly, you know? Hope it's going swell.
and you know, different craftsmen.
Yeah, within the same region. I'm talking about within the same area.
Yeah, but even in the same area, you're always going to have people that suck.
If you look at the subterranean...
Yeah, Blair, Assassin's Creed is the video game we live in. Dude, yeah, I want to be in, like, I don't know, something fun, not shitty. At least put us in Westworld, or Red Dead Redemption, damn it.
I don't know if you've ever been there. It descends beneath the Great Pyramid, down into the ground on a specific angle, about 65 meters, and there's another 30-meter drop straight beneath that.
And this is where Christopher Dunn has hypothesized that there was something that was creating a frequency down there, something that like pounds in the earth, creates a very specific frequency and a very specific vibration that goes through the entire stone structure, which theoretically could work.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Thoth's brother Marduk pushed all the other... Okay, wait, so Thoth... Is Thoth... Is Enki... It's Thoth, Enki, and Marduk. Are they the three brothers? So I feel like if... I think Thoth is real as fuck. We gotta learn the Thoth story now.
And then this whole thing...
Because I think then we can figure out how to defeat these stupid Anunnazis.
About using different chemicals in these shafts that leak through the limestone.
And boys, we could defeat the Anunnazis if all of us... Like, that would be such a great unifying thing to bring us together to defeat the Anunnazis with our fucking brains, dude. I feel like that's where this is going. It's going to be like the end of frickin' Arrival, but with brain warfare, and we're going to win.
And that limestone is porous, and you would have a specific amount of thickness with limestone, so you'd know exactly how much chemicals to put in the shafts. And the shafts did exist, and they did have openings to them, and they were sealed. You could open them up and dump things into them, and then the passageway that goes into the King's Chamber, the so-called King's Chamber, and that it has opening shafts that go to the heavens.
Yes, they do. Like and I think I know why. My hypothesis on those shafts is, well, you look at the way the pyramid is designed, the Queen's Chamber is technology. It seems to be like an electrolysis generating machine to extract hydrogen from water. And Chris Dunn had pretty close to the same hypothesis I had with that. Now, why hydrogen? It's the most abundant element in the universe. And right now, today, we try to communicate with ET on the hydrogen frequency. Now, those shafts, imagine on the certain alignments, we know for a fact that that pyramid aligns with specific planets or stars, Orion, Aldebaran, Draco, these alignments. And then these shafts would send out this hydrogen frequency, potentially on my hypothesis, around those alignments. Why? For communication purposes, updates on this breakaway civilization. Because I believe there was an ancient galactic war, which I talk about in my show, my docuseries, Anunnaki.
But then what? They just abandoned us?
And this ancient war created these space refugees, which then spread out around the Milky Way. Earth just happens to be one of the breakaway civilizations.
It's not outside the realm of possibility when you think about what we're doing.
Dude, I swear to God, if some Anunnazis come and show up here and act like they're gonna fucking take this place over, brother, let me tell you, us Americans, we like our guns, okay? We like to shoot at the sky. We do not give a fuck. We will shoot the firmament and we will shoot these fucking aliens. I will shoot an Anunnaki right in the fucking head.
And if we get more advanced and do this better, that we could be still involved in very similar types of activities.
Oh, Enki is the father. Thoth and Marduk are brothers. Typically, the Enki family fought the Enlil family in the old wars. Bro, this is fun mythology. Okay, yeah, we're gonna maybe after we're done with this, we'll watch what did you call it? The old wars? I like that. Old wars. Okay, fuck yeah, dude. Let's go.
Activities throughout the galaxy. Yeah. It sounds terrible, but that just might be how things get done. Unfortunately, war might just be a part of our essence.
No, it's just how these people. I mean, this is like what's happening now, right? Look at how brutal these monsters are, and we either need to wake everyone up, or like, dude, honestly, they deserve getting. You know, like they're killing all of us, but. Our whole shtick is that we don't really want to kill people, you know? So what to do? You know? Do we just sit around and wait for them to kill us all? And then their way of life continues where you just kill your problems. Kill your problems. Oh my God, I'm George W. Bush. I'm going to kill my problem. You know? This makes sense to me now that the aliens are like brutal and crazy. Sucks. And dude, it makes sense that our power elite, they emulate them. They want to be like them. So they literally eat their own fucking kids. Freaks. Fucking freaks.
And it might be a part of the whole cosmic balance of good and evil, that the shifting of the winds and this, you know, of the tides coming in and coming out. This is like this. It needs good and bad. It needs all these things.
Yeah. Well, in the biblical text, God says in Isaiah, "I create the good and I create the evil. Do what I say, the Lord." I mean,
right. The
yes,
battle,
he's
struggle.
saying he creates good and evil. Yin and yang is what they call in ancient cultures, right? Good and evil, dark and light. It's all the same thing.
It's the most fascinating subject to me. It really is. The most fascinating subject is when I hear stories from the Bible or the Bhagavad Gita or the Talmud or any stories, like what was the origin? What were they trying to say? What were they documenting? What were they sharing in an oral tradition of the history of people and of the earth and of the heavens themselves? Like, what were they sharing? What were those things? How much of it was myth? How much of it was someone misinterpreted the original story and watered it down? But at the beginning of it, even at the beginning, there was light. It's literally like the Big Bang.
Or like a fucking computer turning on. That's what I think. We're just a big fucking AI, dude, right? We gotta be. But I think that we're real. I think that we're like, isn't like our, I don't know. Dude, who the fuck cares? It feels real. Feels pretty real to me. It's still real to me, damn it, right? Like, it doesn't matter what. Doesn't matter if we're a holographic projection or if we're meat or what. Like, I still think that the answer, the game, is to uplift each other and bring the humans, bring the humanity to everyone else, because it doesn't seem like they know about being a human. You know, it seems like it's very special to us. Honestly, that's the coolest thing that I've ever heard. That we're not special, that we're like an alien species that's on a planet somewhere floating in the middle of space. The cool thing is that it looks like maybe everyone else is not nice, and that we are special and that we figured that out. Maybe. That would be cool. That would be another rallying reason to get around, you know, getting rid of these fucking aliens and getting rid of all these brutal alien-like humans who suck and ruin everything. Peter, I see you. Goofy.
Yeah.
Big old ears, big Paul Weisopel ass ears. Holy guacamole, look at them things. Oh my God, I just got it. Oh, I haven't done like the bat boy emoji. Ooh, I gotta do an emote. Yeah, the emote of the bat boy and Paul with the ears. Oh my God, that's so fucking funny. Holy shit. Okay.
It's literally describing what the current scientists believe happened. And then you think about these stories of floods. And then we know there's evidence, like the Randall Carlson.
Yo, you think Thoth was split into pieces and everyone has one? It just has to mesh with the others to generate a powerful enough signal for all the pieces to vibrate out of the human host body and into the Thothosphere. Dude, let's put Thoth back together if that's the case. Can you imagine, dude, if this whole thing is a giant fucking... Dude, it is like a quest. Guys, we get to do Lord of the Rings. For real. The KnitWitch Lord of the Rings. We have to find Thoth's body parts and put them back together. And then he will vanquish Peter Thiel out of here.
Work, all his work on the flooding that existed, where you could see these like enormous channels cut through that is indicative of just insane amounts of water over a short period of time. And when he describes that, you're like, what?
Dude, those who didn't side with him died or went back to Nibiru. There were only a max of 4,000 Anunnaki here at any time. This was a gold mining outpost that became much more because of us. Marduk had no rank back on Nibiru, but took the highest rank in Earth. Dude, and they're colonizers, right? Look. Dude, everything makes so much sense. Yeah, we don't fuck with these colonizing ass Anunnazis. What if Thoth was a liar? He just showed up as the only survivor from Atlantis being decimated, right? Tablets even describe the terror weapons they use that accidentally spread radiation everywhere. Yeah, see, this is what's going to happen with our stupid scientists, is they just do shit so recklessly that they're going to, oh, oops, we accidentally turned on the radiation button and it can't stop it. It's never going to stop.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And then the fact that we know that there's asteroid impacts, there's comet impacts, and that the ice age ended abruptly, and that all these areas, like this is where it was, this is where it went down, and this might be every fucking story that you've heard from the beginning of time. Epic of Gilgamesh, Noah and the Ark, all these stories.
Yeah, all of it. I mean, obviously, the Noah story is inside of the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yes.
I believe that is a result of the Younger Dryas incident. In the Epic of Atrahasis, there is this this strike of this either an asteroid or whatever it is going to hit. It doesn't specifically say, but they had the ability to stop it. And there's this other disc that has cuneiform writing on it, which is supposedly the direction that this thing took course through space to hit Earth. And so it was kind of known that this was going to happen. And everywhere you look on the Earth around that same time period that this is estimated to happen, megalithic construction stopped. What happened that everyone stopped at the same time, unfinished in the quarry, unfinished in the quarry over here, unfinished in the quarry. All of a sudden around the entire planet, everything is unfinished. Something happened globally that made people stop working on these.
Dude, this is so cool, right? That like our Bible, our scripture shit is kind of real. It's awesome.
Structures and go to maybe Darren Kuyu underground base, or in the Americas that, you know, they say that the ant people, the Hopi say the ant people took them under. If you couldn't go under and save yourself, you had a ship. We know that.
The ant people? Fuck, dude. Yeah, the Hopis talked about ant people. The brain computers will try to SA the AIs because the Anunnazis will have seeded their predation into the aura that feeds the brains? No, bro.
In the Epic of Gilgamesh was told how to build the ship, but it wasn't a boat like what we know was said in the Bible. It was actually a disc he was told to build. We found the tablet for that. So we have the tablet in the British Museum. It was an actual disc that looked like pie sections on the inside. And he was told to collect his local flora and fauna and his local livestock, not two of every kind in the world. He didn't get 2 ticks and 2 fleas and 2. It didn't happen. You know, he had local livestock, but he built a disc, not a ship, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, these stories are everywhere. You know, it's pretty crazy.
It is crazy, and it's just so strange when you see resistance to the idea while there's still real evidence of this impact. Yeah. Once there was real evidence of the impact, once the Younger Dryas impact theory started being discussed by legitimate scientists, and they recognized when they're doing these core samples that they find nuclear glass and they find All of these things like iridium that are very common in space, very rare on Earth. All this very thin layer. It's real clear. There's a time where all this shit goes down.
Yeah, it happened.
And there's also mass die-offs in places. And my friend John Reeves, have you ever seen the Alaska Boneyard on Instagram?
No, I haven't seen that one. Yeah. Wow.
Jamie, pull that up. So he has this piece of land, and he's a gold miner in Alaska. He's a fucking great character. And he has this amazing piece of land that they've pulled out thousands of bones and tusks and woolly mammoths and animals that aren't the Boneyard Alaska is his Instagram. Things that weren't even supposed to exist in that area. They have absolute proof of these things existing. Different cats and short-faced bears and all kinds of shit. So they're pulling things out every day. He just texted me the other day, asked me to come out and blow out a mastodon bone. I can't make it, bro. I can't. I'm busy, but I love this dude. And what he's doing up there is all his. This is his property.
Incredible.
So he's got it all documented. He's got warehouses. He spent millions of dollars doing all this stuff. And his one area is only a few acres, man.
Wow.
It's only a few acres.
So imagine what's really up there.
Imagine what's really up there. And what he thinks is that there was a mass die-off that probably happened instantaneously, and all these things got swept in the water and washed down into this one particular area where they collected, and that's where he's finding them.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
So he's got two very specific areas that aren't that big. Just a few acres each. I think the biggest one is like 6 acres.
Wow.
It's crazy. And so they're using these high-pressure hoses, and they shoot into...
Dude, if these Anu Nazis come here and pull some shit like this again... Dude, I'm going to fucking psychically warfare their ass off the galaxy. No, the universe, bro. I will vaporize them out of all dimensions. Come here, Anu Nazis. I am stronger than you. Thoth, my father, said so.
The permafrost.
My real daddy.
And they slow because it's it's cold, it's fuck up there, so everything is just frozen into the ground. So they blast into the permafrost and start to loosen things up and show some of the images of the warehouses that he has. I mean, insane amounts of tusks and bones. And there's even more than this. The what is the museum in New York that has this?
The billiards industry is like, we can go back to Ivory, boys.
Bones. Natural History Museum. From the previous owners of this property, they took a bunch of these bones and they wind up dumping some.
Dude, fuck the Natural History Museum.
Of them in the East River because they had too many of them.
Oh man!
So then
jackasses.
They've sent out people. What is his name? Dirty Water Dan. Dirty Water Don, who's this fucking scuba diver guy who goes into the East River, who found woolly mammoth bones, and what the other one? Bison bones, all these different bones at the bottom of the fucking East River, exactly where he said they would be dumped off. So they dumped them because they had so much of them, and then they have a bunch of them that are still there. So now they have Alaskan politicians who are pressuring the museum to release these things back to these people so they can get them in the hands of people that could fucking study them. Because they just have them locked up, and they're just trying to say that they're theirs. First they tried to deny they have them, then he provided paperwork, and there's proof, and then they denied there was ever any dumped into the East River. But now they pulled them out of the East River. Now they know.
It's real.
So look at this.
That's incredible.
This is insane.
That's an incredible graveyard.
This is insane.
Wow.
Boning. He calls it, when you help, it's a boneyard, so if you go there, you become a boner. So he wants to make me an official boner. So all these bones, I mean, this is just a small sampling of what this guy has. We have one out there. We have a bison head that he gave me.
Well, I saw it out there.
Yeah, that's what that is.
That's
probably,
that came from here?
Yeah, that's probably 15,000 years old or something.
That's wild.
Who knows?
I mean, that's crazy.
This whole thing is insane. Look at all the stuff he's got. I mean, it's just, and this is just one small area that they're chipping away at.
A few acres.
So, and there's charred surface. There's a layer that they go through that's all completely charred. And he's documented this too. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah, probably ash.
What happened here? Look at this layer. This layer is insane.
Dude, it's probably when they fucking vaporized Egypt.
This whole place was up in flames.
Right, Chem?
Yep. See the char? He's got it in his hand.
Goes.
There's thick layers of that. Scroll up to his caption. What does it say? Something came in hot from out of this world, I'm thinking. What you're looking at is what we found on the bedrock when we were digging the drain. The bedrock is burned, the gravel is burned, and nobody knows why yet. That's okay. We'll figure it out someday. Wow. So there's a whole layer of this. So it's clearly something was on fucking fire.
Definitely. Well, we found charred stones just like that at the base, ejected out from the base of the bent pyramid of Doja.
Really?
And if you look at this, we've been documenting this. I'm putting it in my TV show, the Anunnaki series. There's areas of the bent pyramid that look like they've been blown out. Something hit it and blew out the stones and charred them black, just like that. And there's like a debris field out there, and nobody is studying this stuff. So we started studying these charred stones, these charred rocks. And up above the area where you kind of walk in to go down into the bent pyramid, there's more, look like another impact point where there's more stones blown away. And as you walk out away from the face, you discover that's where they lay. And you put your hand in the sand and pull up these charred, burnt stones, which is just wild.
So can we see some of that? See what that looks like?
Look at the bent pyramid.
The bent pyramid.
Pull it up,
If anybody
Jamie.
goes to those
Let's
corners,
go.
they'll
Is
be
this
able
a
to show.
common theory, this theory of it being hit by something?
No.
Nobody's talked about it yet.
No one
you know?
talks about this shit, dude. Dude, no one talks about, like, I give Billy... This is why I kind of believe a lot of the stuff that he says, even though he's a fucking Fed that's working with NASA. I hope he was steered away from... I don't know. Billy, you gotta stop with the NASA, bro. Dane is never gonna let me fucking forget it anytime we're watching your shit, too. And I like watching you, so you gotta give up NASA, Billy. No more NASA. They're fucking Mormons and Nancy's, bro. You want to work with fucking national Zionists? They faked the moon landing. Come on, brother. You know that. Ask Neil Armstrong.
And we're trying to analyze and see what could have happened.
A piece hit there, but like the bigger impact was somewhere else, and they just wiped everybody
you know how
out.
when something comes in, it breaks into chunks, and then a piece hits over here. Yeah, see that corner there? You see that corner? Now that corner, I wish we could get a better color picture, but there's a debris field there. All those stones are just, it looks like an impact, and there's out away from it, there's charred, burnt.
Yeah, they were probably pissed, and they fucking blew his pyramid up.
Rocks in the sand. You pick up a regular piece of rock, you can see what that is, a geode. You put up these, it looks like charred, burnt stone that came from the pyramid itself.
I like to see the image of the chart, because to me, when I'm looking at that, it just looks like people are stealing rocks.
But that's exactly what it looks like, but that's not stealing rocks there. And the homegrown archaeologist that was with us, Muhammad Ibrahim, has the same exact belief, because we are able to see those areas there, the mass of what's missing, the majority of it's in the sand, which is why I would send you the photo.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't stolen, it was knocked off.
Yeah, it's there. It's still there. So I'll send you the photo that we
Jamie,
have.
could you please click on the one to the left of your cursor right there? Yeah, that one. Thank you.
Throw it.
Can you make that one bigger? I see. Yeah. So all that got blown apart.
It's blown apart, and the mass is still there. A lot of it turned into dust and powder.
Dude, fuck you, Jamie. Yo, why would these Anunnazis fucking blow my boy Thoth's shit up, dude? This pisses me off.
But the black pieces are would be further toward me.
Can you tell us where we could find images of those, the charred?
I have some.
Can you show them to Jamie or send them to Jamie?
I'll send them to you right away. Absolutely.
You can't airdrop it because you're using foreign technology, not even.
Yeah, we'll just download them and email them to you.
But we want to be able to do it now.
They're on our Google Photo Drive right now.
Could you just send it to him if we got you an email? We'll do it right now?
Absolutely.
Okay, Jamie, will you give him an email? Yeah. We'll pause here for a second, folks. We'll get these images. We don't want to bore you with this. Okay. So we left off with the burnt pyramid areas that look like they've been hit.
Yeah.
And he said, so we got the photographs from your wife. So let's take a look at them here.
Yeah.
So this is a video?
Yeah, I have the videos because they were going to give me screenshots from the videos. Yeah. So I figured we just look at the videos instead. There's one that's kind of more zoomed in, but
yeah, it's hard to get an idea of the coloration, the discoloration there from the low resolution, phone video.
Do we have any other videos, or is it just videos, Jamie, or we have photos? Oh,
you can
okay.
See those, you see those areas? Yeah, that's those black areas on the stone. If you rub them, they get very black underneath. There's also other pieces that are smaller, laying further out.
So there's charred ares that have been covered with dust and sand over time.
Dude,
right, exactly.
That thing is massive. These things are fucking big. Holy shit.
Brush it off, you see a char.
You see those dark areas there on those stones?
Yeah.
That's not the natural color of the stone. If you go back up, that's not the natural color at all. Those colors there, and the geologist and the homegrown guide that we use in the archaeologist also said that's not the normal coloration. They don't know what energetically happened here.
Okay, so now I see it. I see it in that. Stop right there. I see it in that stone right there as well. So charred, and then over the thousands of years covered with dust and sand. But if you dust off the dust and sand, you see this charred surface.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Well, that does kind of make sense if a little chunk hit that.
Yeah.
And a bunch hit some other spots, and that was just.
But dude,
and
if an asteroid or something hit the fucking pyramid, it was on purpose. Dude, I bet these fucking aliens literally did Marco Inaro shit, and they threw asteroids at Earth as weapons.
Also makes sense if you think about how an advanced civilization like that can just disappear. Like, what would
And dude, throwing a fucking rock or something at Earth would cause a cataclysm or like the flood. For sure, dude. These assholes. Dude, the Anunnazis better not come back, because I swear to God, I will sick lollipop on them.
would have to be the moment. It just doesn't make any sense. I know there's the burning of the Library of Alexandria where they lost a lot of the information, but
I think that might have been a book heist.
Really?
Yeah, I think the burning of the Library of Alexandria was a heist. The burning did happen, don't get me wrong, but that was just a distraction to steal the knowledge, and that the majority of that knowledge ended up in the Vatican archives.
I know we're going to see the Vatican.
That's what I
Vatican is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites. I went there with my family a few years back, and I was.
Dude, Akeem, where did you learn all this stuff from? Just from reading like the Bhagavad Gita and all of the other ones that are connected, or? It's a cool story. I like it. It's cool that like, yeah, it's like everyone's right, kind of.
Blown away, and I highly recommend it to anybody that gets to go to Rome. If you go to Rome, please go to the Vatican. Yeah. It's stunning.
Yeah,
it's stunning, all the artwork they have, and they also have an Egyptian obelisk.
Yes, right
which
in
is
the center.
crazy.
And you know that obelisk, that courtyard is the same courtyard as Teotihuacan. If you look at Teotihuacan,
You mean the dimensions?
Not the dimensions, but just the actual shape of that courtyard, it matches the courtyard of Teotihuacan. So
really,
yeah, it's an incredible coincidence that they built it based on the Teotihuacan, where the Avenue of the Dead has those platforms, and then you have the Pyramid of the Sun on the right and the Pyramid of the Moon straight ahead. That area resembles the courtyard of the Vatican.
This one? Oh. Hmm. Do you guys know what order all of the pyramids and stuff were built in? That was another thing I've been wanting to look into when I get to mark all these places down. I still got like 100 or more places to put. Dude, this is crazy. This is so cool. The world is a mystery, guys.
Wow.
Good news.
The Vatican is so insane. It really, I didn't know. I knew that it had a lot of art. I didn't know.
It's outrageous.
When you go to St. Peter's Basilica, you're just like, what?
I know.
What did you do?
Yeah.
How did you do? How much time did this take?
Yeah.
This is so intricate and so incredible.
I know.
CNC machines, CNC ass bitches, for sure. I've seen CNC videos on YouTube before. I see a CNC when I can see one.
It's one of the most spectacular things I think I've ever seen in my life in terms of like what human beings can do with ingenuity and time and artisans and craftsmen and artisans that just create the most insane ceiling you've ever seen in your life. So intricate. I mean, and perfect for a house of worship because you walk in there and you believe in God like immediately.
Right.
Like this is obviously a shrine to God. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
And the fact that they did it for so long, it took hundreds of years to make that place.
I know. It's incredible.
It's so amazing.
It lets you know that there's time periods where people would operate within a golden age in certain regions of the planet and have time to do that type of extensive art and craft and beauty, create that kind of beauty.
Right, and the only way you do that is when you got your resources covered and your army strong.
That's it.
And that was Rome.
Yep.
I mean, that's what they were back then.
They tried to take over the world.
Yeah, and the thing about what they have is they don't have to kind of tell you.
Yeah.
Like, so if they do, like, there's archives that they have in Rome that haven't been searched. Like, they're not just opening them up to everyone.
Right.
So that everyone could look in and see what they have. So there's always.
I'm not the biggest fan of pigs. Portugal, Italy, Greece, and Spain. All right, hell yeah. Portugal and Spain. I had heard about Spain. I didn't know about Portugal. Good to know. I've been to Spain once, but we were just at like a little beach village and we were at like a wedding, so we didn't really get the experience. But the shit that I've heard about like Italy, man, the fascist comeback there really makes sense, you know?
In speculation that they
kind of sounds really fucking racist there, like and this is coming from an American, okay? I understand racism. I don't understand Italian racism.
They have some wild shit written down in there.
Yeah, some wild stuff. I mean, they're investigating aliens, you know?
Right.
I mean, one of the Pope's
most recent
astronomers,
speeches.
you know, they were talking about years ago, though. They were talking about years ago that they wanted to, the Pope wanted to baptize the first alien. Now, that's incredible. That's an incredible statement.
Dude, the weird thing with the freaking alien, or the, talking about miracles or whatever, or no, what were they talking about? Poltergeist or some shit? They just made some new rule. The Vatican, dude, the Vatican needs to give us open the library now. Dude, if you want any shot of making it out of this, you Vatican Catholic people, you better open that library to us right now. Give us that goddamn chronovisor now.
That'd be like turning Michio Kaku into a Scientologist. Right? It's like, that would be hilarious.
I know.
That would be hilarious.
And then they built this telescope called Lucifer to look for alien life.
That's not a good name.
Yeah.
You would think.
Dude, the church is like straight up evil. They have always been evil, bro. They've always been the most evil. And people like worship it. Oh my God. Y'all got duped. Everyone got fucking duped, man.
Yeah, anybody who would know better.
Right, the light bearers, that, you know, what Lucifer means supposedly, but yeah, they built a telescope named Lucifer.
Right, but the swastika used to be a sign of peace.
Right,
you can't really.
No, dude, these people fucking know what they're doing.
Use it anymore.
No, you can't use it anymore. I know.
Somebody, it's like things can be stolen forever. No one's rocking that Hitler mustache. That's a wrap.
It's over.
The Hitler mustache is over. No one's getting called Adolf. That's over. That's over.
It's a wrap. So I guess they didn't want to, you know, cut that name loose, but they utilized.
I don't know, Joe. Maybe next year. Pretty soon you might be able to. Adolf might be big again.
That name for that, the name of that, and it's actually in America. I believe it's in Arizona.
Really?
Yeah.
No kidding. Wow, Lucifer telescope. How kooky.
I know.
Dude, fuck this church.
All of the telescopes are fascinating, but what's really the most interesting to me is the James Webb and the information that's coming out about the birth of the cosmos, and about how they're looking at these galaxies that seem too big, that they form too quickly, and that they're starting to re-examine the timeline of the Big Bang, and that they're reconsidering whether or not they were correct with this 13 point, what is it, 9 or 7?
13.5 to 13.8 billion year.
Yeah.
No.
Lucifer. They call it Lucifer 1 and 2. Lucy. Luci. They're so fucking cute. Oh my God. They always have to be so goddamn cute. Near infrared camera and spectrograph for the LBT. Large binocular telescope. Oh wait, no, this isn't right. Oh yeah, Tucson, Arizona. It's on Mount Graham near Tucson, Arizona. We should probably put this on the frickin' map. I feel like I need to start plotting these. Yeah, dude. Oh, what should we plot? Churches or like, yeah, what are the things that we would want to see? Like, I bet there's a fucking Vatican church right around here, right? Advanced technology telescope, bro. The fucking Vatican has an advanced technology telescope, and they have an alien seeking telescope, and it's in the shape of what looks like to me like a black cube. Oh my god, bro. These churches goofed on everyone. The Emerald Spring? What's this? Dude, we gotta go on a field trip here. Okay, I'm putting a mark here. Save to project. Yup. Evil telescope by the church. Saved. I'll do evil red. All right. Yeah, any other things like this that you guys know that we should mark? Any other telescopes or freak things that the church should not have, I feel? Creepy ass church. Oh, another thing that I've been wanting to watch is stuff about the crop circles. What's alive and yeah. I'm alive and kicking crop circle. Nope. Ooh, how aliens created humans.
Hey friends, so let's discuss real quick what an alien is, how they're formed naturally in this universe.
Okay, this is what I think they did, right? They came here, we had the goofy monkeys, and then they were like, ooh, we can make these dumbass things frickin' work. We'll put a computer in their head. And then they made like Cro-Magnon Man and all those other different kinds of humans that were all like weirdly. I feel like they're a brand new species kind of around the same time, right? Like that's kind of weird. So maybe they were just like little experimental humans, little hobbit humans and all sorts of kinds of humans that were just monkeys. That these freaking aliens were tinkering with their DNA. Oh, man.
And where humans fit into this puzzle. This is going to be super simple. It's going to make a lot of sense, and I think you're going to like this, okay? I just got back from Contact in the Desert. It's a great UFO convention in Palm Springs. And there's a lot of really smart people there. And a lot of them were discussing and sometimes arguing like different types of aliens and the craft and the propulsion systems and this kind of stuff. What I didn't really hear is anyone zooming all the way out and breaking down what an alien is, where all this came from to begin with. So I'm going to do that for you today, okay? So from what I've learned through all my research, especially with Walter Russell's teachings, is life is created from the inside out. Nothing is placed here. These trees that you see grow from the ground up. Everything on Earth was birthed from Mother Earth, from Gaia, okay? So humans are the same, except we weren't in this form at that time. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, we were more like Denisovans, Cro-Magnon Man, Neanderthal, right? We were upright, humanoid, but more primitive. Now that seems to be very natural. We evolved that way from Earth itself. And then at a certain point, we turned into like superhumans, okay? How did that happen? Well, think about that process I just described, but on a different planet that was maybe billions of years.
Ooh, everyone lived in peace when the Moors ruled Spain before the Vatican came in and did religious persecution. They're responsible for driving the Jewish population out of Spain. And is that what started everything? Dude, they have to pay. The Vatican has to go. Dude, the church has to go so bad. They're toast. You're toast, church. You're toast, church. Don't even send an assassin at me. Everyone will know it was you, you fucking snake. You villainous, traitorous snakes. You child eaters, freakazoids. Ooh. Vatican.
Ahead of us. Think about
Catholic Church. Yuck. P words.
how far we've come in the last 100,000 years. Now think about 100.
Whoops.
Million years. Okay, so there's
not Paul Weisopel. Great. Good news, guys. It's not Paul. Oh, frick. God dang it. Dude, I hate this mouse.
Hey, friends. So let's discuss real quick what an alien is. And at a certain point, they're going to leave their planet and they're going to roam around, hybridize, and mix and match. Think about years. Now think about 100 million years. Okay, so except we weren't in this form at that time. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, we were more like Denisovans, Cro-Magnon man, Neanderthal, right? We were upright, humanoid, but more primitive. Now that seems to be very natural. We evolved that way from Earth itself. And then at a certain point, we turned into like superhumans, okay? How did that happen? Well, think about that process I just described, but on a different planet.
Tinkering.
That was maybe billions of years ahead of us. Think about how far we've come in the last 100,000 years. Now think about 100 million years, okay? So there's true.
Dude, I bet that there's a bunch of humans on their planet that are a bunch of slave people. They're just slaves. We gotta go to Nibiru and steal that shit. Dude, we gotta go free our people and break. We gotta be the breaker of chains, just like frickin' the mother of dragons, Daenerys.
Trillions of planets in this.
Dude, all of our ancestors are probably slaves on their shit planet, Nibiru. Fuck them. Dude, they better not come near us again, because I'll blow the other side of their planet up.
Universe. So of course there's going to be intelligent life on those planets. All an alien is an intelligent life form not from Earth. There's going to be so many of them all over the universe. Now I just got back from the desert out there in Joshua Tree, and plant life out there looks so foreign. It looks alien. It looks like you're on a different planet. And that's just on the other side of the country. Now imagine a different planet. Different, composition of air and atmosphere, different gravity, different, sun, all that kind of stuff. Life is going to be very different. But one thing all life has, especially intelligent life, is it's made by the ultimate creator. And it's made to be a creator. What do? We create. And we also hybridize and mix and match. Think about everyone's dogs and cats and everything. I mean, there's no pure breeds hardly.
Dude, that's funny. That makes sense. That makes sense too.
Anymore. Everyone wants to mix and match to make cuter animals and smarter animals and this kind of stuff. So life, even intelligent life, is going to be the same way. We are.
Yeah, I need to know. I want to know more about the Moors, because I feel like I've never learned about them really.
Naturally creators. We create and we're trying to constantly improve. The motto of the universe is evolve or die. So everything is evolving, and when you get to a certain advancement, your job is to propagate life and to mix and match and try to create better, newer, and improved models. Now, on other planets that had hundreds of millions of years or maybe billions of years of a head start on us, their life is going to be very, very advanced. And at a certain point, they're going to leave their planet and they're going to roam around looking for opportunities to go to new worlds. And
the Inquisition dropped on the same day as Columbus's voyage started. I think we don't know all the history surrounding it, brother. I can't wait to get into them vaults. Hey, Vatican, just leave all the doors unlocked, okay? We don't want to damage anything when we're coming in, okay? Just leave everything unlocked.
Create new life. That seems to be a very natural directive that we have. Now, none of our archaeologists, none of our scientists can figure out why around 6,000 years ago we went from...
Yeah, they did help recover a UFO in frickin' with the Italian government in 1933. Dude, fuck these Nancys, bro. They have all this cool shit and all they do is death and destruction like a bunch of cucks.
Basically cave dwellers, you know, hunters and gatherers, to very advanced humans in the Sumerian times. Well, if you read the Sumerian text, they tell you that it didn't happen naturally. The Anunnaki came and hybridized humans and turned us into these superhumans that we are. Now, this would be very consistent with the scenario I just described, that there's going to be advanced humanoids out there in the universe that are looking for species that are at the tipping point, like we would have been when we were kind of...
Oh yeah, the Vatican is just a rebrand of the Roman Empire, isn't it? Dude, they like branded up. They were like, no, let's be a tech company, essentially, for spirituality. Is Catdad watching TikTok of his alt account TikTok wearing a beard? Wait, what? Yeah, this dude is my alt. I like that.
Neanderthal type.
No, this dude's way. I feel like he's really, really smart.
And they can...
Or he's a good bullshitter.
Come down and they can hybridize and turn them into a newer model of themselves. New and improved, okay? Now that seems to be...
Oops.
exactly what happened to us around 6,000 years ago in Sumer. This seems to be very consistent with this theory that I'm putting out here about how life is formed naturally on planets, and given enough
Why are you skipping
time, these big time scales, we're talking about billions of years, then life will get so...
Did bro take still shots? What's happening?
So advanced, at a certain point, it leaves the planet. It has a directive to go out, propagate life, and to, engineer new and improved models. That's what a human is, okay? Now, when you have the newest, latest, and greatest, you are going to naturally attract a lot of attention. You're going to attract people that are in awe, people that are, interested, and also haters. You're going to attract the ones that maybe don't have our qualities and traits. I mean, if you think about what a human is, we have opposable thumbs. We have little bitty fingers where we can make tools and weapons and stuff. We're very smart. We're creative and artistic. We're funny. We, have a spiritual connection. We have the ability to manifest and heal with our minds. We have so many things going for us that a lot of these other species don't seem to have. I haven't seen a lot of funny aliens, okay? So there's going to be other...
Dude, I think that's another thing that we do that, was it him? Was it this guy who said that there's a group of aliens that literally just come here and, collect all of our they like our humor, and they, can't make humor, so they come and, take it from us? I believe that. Dude, yeah. That's the thing that's special about us. And that's cool, man. That's really cool, actually. But fucking A, dude, these other people need to figure it out, they need to get a little bit of humanity, okay? It's nice to be nice, aliens. Come on. Stop being a bunch of jackasses. Collaborate, you freaks. Otherwise, we're not going to give you any more of our jokes.
Species out there, other humanoids.
Think of that. We think it's bad when there's a frickin' writer's strike. Imagine when Enki fucking throws sulfur at the world, How many dark seasons do you have then?
That don't like us. And then there's going to be some that do. And then there's also...
Yeah, the Vatican knew Thoth is Jesus for sure, dude. Dude, there's so much... everything is misinformation with them. They're hiding everything. We need to take everything away from them, for sure. Because they've just taken everything that they have anyway, you know? Screw them. And, dude, the fact that we didn't take everything away after, like, frickin' Spotlight, bro, is crazy to me.
Going to be the progenitors that actually did hybridize us, that are going to be sort of our guardians and looking out for us. And now what do we see? When we look out into the wild world of ufology, we see that. We see the guardians. We see the ones helping us, the Galactic Federation, the Pleiadians, those kinds. Then we also see the Greys that are abducting people, taking semen, taking skin samples, taking, you know, blood samples.
Peter Thiel's relatives, I'm sure.
Sometimes mutilating, sometimes doing weird things like that. And then we see, you know, a little bit of the in-between. You see the ones that are just monitoring, kind of interested, kind of like when we'd go to a zoo and we're like, ooh, look at the giraffe. That's crazy, right?
Dude, we fucking straight up are a zoo. We bought a zoo, Nazi edition.
So we see a little bit of everything, and that's exactly what we'd see in this scenario, where life forms naturally, birthed from the planets all over the universe. And at a certain point, they get super advanced, they leave their planet, they go out, they propagate, they hybridize life to try to make the newest and improved models, and here we are. Humans are the new and improved humanoid model. And there's a lot of beings that seem to be on our side, want us to succeed. They're helping us, nudging us along, trying to develop us into our potential. And then you see beings that are manipulating us, holding us back, you know, doing all sorts of evil things to us. That's exactly what you see in the scenario.
Lizard ones.
Because we're just one of probably trillions of different kinds of intelligent life in this universe. And we are now attracting a lot of attention.
I want to be a cat person. Come on.
I think we were at the beginning, but then we started playing with atomic weapons and that kind of stuff. And I think now we've attracted a lot of attention. With that attention, you get good and bad. So I think right now...
Dude, I hope they take everything away from Peter Thiel. And please don't vaporize the rest of us. Just let us freaking handle it. We'll round up the bad ones that need to get shot into the sun. And then you guys, the Anunnazis, who are brutal and ruthless, you guys can individually shoot each of them into the sun and film it for us. Please. Deal. Come on.
We are kind of coming on to the galactic stage.
Dude, this makes so much sense. I literally think that we're like at like the... Like, we're gonna fucking see aliens, I think, in our lives. I think we are, guys. They're gonna have to come here and stop Peter Thiel from earthquaking the entire world. Like, dude, come on, aliens. You're not getting pissed about this? Watching Peter Thiel shoot microwaves into the ocean and heating the water up? That doesn't piss you guys off? They're like, no, we asked him to do it. He's heating the earth up and putting gold in the atmosphere so that we can take our planet back and kill all of you, slave humans. Dude, we will kill our gods if we have to. I swear to God, I'll do it anyway. I'll do it even if I like you guys, just because I'm pretty sure that y'all are just alien robots.
And we need to get our...
I would definitely punch them square in the nose, for sure. And then just see a little trickle of blood and be like, ha, you still bleed, just like in 300, you know?
Shit together because, you know...
Yeah, and we need to get our shit together, and that means taking Peter Thiel away from the controls.
I don't think anyone can save us or protect us. I think we're going to have to save and protect ourselves because this is a free will world. And I think that there is a directive for more advanced species not to impede with the developing species' free will. So we need to realize all of this stuff that I'm telling you and, you know, mature and grow up, okay? And show that we do belong in this cosmic family. Because there are going to...
Bro, but these alien assholes are more brutal than us. They suck.
To be some types that don't want us to succeed. The haters out there, okay? And they seem...
Dude, it's always those hater-ass bitches, too, that are the biggest fans, right? All my OOBers. Dude, I bet Khalil still watches my shit. Same with, what's-her-face? Can't remember her name. She was very forgettable. All of them were, honestly.
To be kind of nasty. But anyways, that's kind of my breakdown of what an alien is. Simply just an intelligent life form not from Earth. How they're created. They're created from the inside out. The actual planets birthed the life on the planets, including, you know, the humanoid life form. Seems to be a very popular form for intelligent life. And that, you know, because we're talking...
You ever notice how famous people are never looking for matching organ donors? What, they can grow them? Or because they're aliens?
And our job is to go out and create. So the same way we mix and match dogs and cats to make, you know, cute, smart dogs and cats and that kind of stuff, I think that humanoids roam around the universe doing the same thing. I think that that's part of life, to propagate life and to constantly be evolving and trying to make, you know, better models and better generations.
Okay, but let's be
you know,
chill.
that build
Can we be chill humanoids? How about that? Please. Please, God.
This video is sponsored by Skillshare.
This is Scandalous Popes of the Middle Ages.
Hey kids, time to alienate 23.9% of the United States from my potential audience, because today, we're talking popes. Now don't get me wrong, the modern papacy is a great thing. Just a genuinely virtuous man being elected to govern and set an example for Christians everywhere, that's awesome. But back in the day, not so. See, in the Middle Ages, the church was one of the greatest powers in the Western world, having massive influence over monarchs and laymen alike. And as we know, with great power comes great tomfoolery. Here's some of the less wholesome popes that history has to offer. Pope Stephen VI assumed the pontificate in May of 896, during a time of great instability for the papacy, where rulers and families of all different shapes.
This is Sam O'Nella Academy. Subscribe.
And sizes were vying for influence over the Catholic Church. As such, successive popes from this period often had different ideas about how things should be run. Stephen, for example, didn't much care for Pope Formosus, the guy before last. Why? It's complicated. Even if I could wrap my head around all this, it'd probably be boring as hell, so just take it on good faith that Steve had a lot of beef with Formosus. So much beef, or as we call it, papal bull, that Stephen couldn't even be happy that the dude was already dead. So he had the 8-month-old corpse of Formosus dug up, dressed up in pope clothes, sat down on a throne, and literally put on trial, with a deacon appointed to give all his responses for him. So you thought you could get away from the law with that little dying stunt of yours. Well, tell me, Mr. Thrombosis, did you violate canon law, commit perjury, and pretend to be a bishop when you weren't? Yes, pasta fazool, I am a fool. I've heard all I need to hear. This court finds you guilty, and everything you did as pope, we legally declare to be fake and dumb and stupid and dumb. Now throw him in the river. What, the river? Can he do that? See the hat? That means I'm pope. P-O-O-P pope. You better 3-point that bitch into the briny deep right quick, or I'm gonna raise hell. Metaphorically. So they throw him in the river. This whole thing caused an uproar among Formosus supporters, and after Formosus' corpse was allegedly seen performing miracles at the riverbank, Stephen ended up being overthrown, imprisoned, and executed by strangulation. The body, now slimy and disgusting, was fished out of the Tiber and reinterred in St. Peter's Basilica, where it rests to this day. Next, we'll talk about John XII. This guy already looks like one of my characters, why don't we just, yeah, there we go. Yeah. This guy ascended to the throne when he was just 18 years old, which...
Dude, these people aren't normal.
Which is insane. If I was a...
They're all freakazoids, and then they all wear little red slippers. And if I know anything about that, it's probably for a bad reason.
Elected world's biggest hat wearer at that age, you better believe things would get real unpapal real quick. I'm talking gambling, hookers, setting fires, and toasting to the devil. And when you know it, these are all things John XII did. It's said that he took the sacred palace and literally made it into a whorehouse. Matter of fact, while researching the guy, I stumbled across this list of sexually active popes. This is a real Wikipedia article. Take a hike, toilet paper orientation, daddy's got a new favorite. John is featured prominently on this list, of course. He had a thing for widows for some reason. Personally, I'm not big on weepy old hags. I'm more of a carefree young hag type of guy, but to each their own. He also banged his niece a bunch, which not the most virtuous act, but you know, Middle Ages.
Yo, frickin' A, dude. My Ruby Pearl gifted 5 frickin' subble dubs. They've gifted a total of 10 in the channel. Let's go, Ruby. Thank you. God dang. Damn, bro, that's 65 subs. We hit our sub goal. Dude, stop. We're not going to do 100. Stop. We're not going to do 100. We can't. We cannot do that much because the KnitWitches are small fries. They're little small fries, tiny guys. Thanks, Ruby. That's really sweet. That's awesome.
Bloodline, fucking whatever. His playboy lifestyle eventually caught up to him, though, leading to the Synod of Rome, where everyone got together to talk about what a piece of shit he is so they could kick him off the throne. Besides all the deviancy, there was a lot of things they had problems with. For one, someone once offered John some money to ordain a 10-year-old as a bishop, and he was just like, alright, I would have done it for free, honestly. Look how big those robes are on him, that's hilarious. He also had a deacon ordained in a horse stable, just like, oh, for fuck's sake, alright, let's get this over with. Shouldn't we be doing this in, like, a church? Listen, bucko, if it's good enough for Jesus to be born in, it's good enough for you to have your little cardinal party. No, sir, not cardinal, he's just a deacon. Not if you keep running your mouth, you aren't. He also liked going on hunting trips now and then, generally considered to be something popes don't do, although my suspicion is that they were just tired of cleaning his big stupid camo hat every time. Probably his worst act, though, was putting on a helmet, followed closely in second by the time one of his subdeacons got on his nerves, so he literally cut off his dick and murdered him. So between all this and some conflicts with Otto I of the Holy Roman Empire, John was uncanonically ousted in 963. Except as soon as Otto left Rome, nobody was there to pressure him off physically anymore, so John was like, lol, just kidding, rounded up all his groupies, kicked the new pope off the throne, and continued his role like nothing happened by early 964. But just a few months later, fate caught up with John, and he died the way he lived, committing adultery. Now let's be real, we all have our little guilty pleasures in life. Some people like a nice bag of Cheetos, others like scented candles, or poorly drawn educational videos. Alexander VI liked watching horses fuck. According to Vatican...
You guys frickin' stop, we're trying to learn about the popes and stuff.
Chronicler Johann Burckhardt, he would specifically arrange for his stallions to be introduced to mares in heat outside his palace, and he'd stand up on his balcony to watch them violently mate, which just tickled him pink for some fucking reason, and he'd laugh uproariously during the entire spectacle. He also once threw a party in
Fuck yeah, Ruby, you're the frickin' best.
In the palace called the Banquet of Chestnuts, also referred to as the Joust of Whores. Wait a minute, horse jousting.
How does it, I wonder how it picks who it's just like random from who watches, right? Like the subs go to people who are watching that don't have subs, right? I wonder how it picks. That's cool that you can do that though. The first time that I paid for Hassan's sub was because I got one gifted to me just by chance, and I was like, "Oh, this is freaking cool."
Horses banging.
And then I was like, I'm never going back. Jeez Louise. Frickin' these ads. My Jesus Christmas.
Was dyslexia a thing back then? Nah, but during the banquet, Alexander had 50 of Rome's finest raggedy harlots line up and strip down for him and his guests, which, by the way, included 2 of his children, which, by the way, he had many children, but at this point hardly a concern. Guests began throwing chestnuts at the ladies, who got down on their hands and knees and scrambled frantically, like the cook at Denny's when they held him at gunpoint, trying to collect as many as they could. After this went on for a while, Alexander was like, alright kiddos, game time. Whoever can bang the most broads before the night's over wins Rome's finest silks, and the only condition is that anybody who makes a joke about nutting on someone's chest gets disqualified. It's too easy. This is all according to that one Johann guy, mind you. Some secondary sources differ pretty significantly on the more lurid details of all this, so do take it with a grain of salt, but at the same time, this guy was the official record taker for the ceremonies he was involved with, so it seems equally likely to me that the other guys just wanted to save a bit of face, but who knows. In the end, primary sources are usually the most reputable source of information. After all, what better way to learn about stuff than from people who have direct experience in the subject? That's why you need to try Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 25,000 classes in design, business, technology, and more. Premium membership gives you unlimited access kind of grand goal you want to achieve, like say, starting your own papacy and taking over the world. Skillshare's got all the resources you'd ever need to bring that goal to fruition. You got 10 ways to boost your natural charisma, very important with any new religion. How do the wealthy create tax-exempt wealth? That's a given. Basics of balloon twisting, just because they say children are the most important ones to indoctrinate, you know, the whole Joe Camel theory, etc. Join the more than 7 million people already learning on Skillshare today with a special offer just for my viewers. The first 500 people who visit the link in the description will get 2 months of unlimited access to the 25,000 plus classes on Skillshare for absolutely free. So please, start filling up that void in your skull you call a brain.
No, for the ADD? No, this is great. I like learning about the popes and stuff.
It's evil.
They're all freakazoids, dude, and it's crazy to me that people still, like, believe this shit and can't see that it's all just for control. I just want them to not be controlled. My poor wife's mom, like, is like a good Catholic, and it's like, oh my God, you believe this stuff that the people who are the leaders of it literally, I think they like jokingly believe in this. Like when no one's around, they're like this fucking God shit, you know, like I think they've all bastardized it so much. I mean, they literally, like, I think most of them literally have somehow warped it into making it okay for them to diddle kids. So that's just what it seems like. 'Cause there sure do be a lot of them that do that.
This Christian movement.
It's almost like the whole religion thing might be for those kind of people. The people who run it anyway.
Believed that the Christian God was evil. I am, of course, speaking about Gnosticism.
Pope Montini was in the OSS, and there it is. Exactly, bro.
Now, Gnosticism refers to a range of different ideas that emerged around the first few centuries of Christianity. Much of what we knew about Gnosticism was actually lost. Our knowledge of it mostly came from those that criticized it. Well, at least until 1945, as that is when Gnostic texts were discovered in Egypt. Now,
I feel like I've been split up with this bro like several times because I always get well, when I lose my accounts, I haven't seen him in a while.
creation story in these texts is what's interesting. Now, I'm basically going to be presenting a very brief summary of a summary by the scholar known as David Brackey. So Gnostics believed that reality was originally just a single supreme God, so complex that our human minds wouldn't be able to comprehend it. But over time, this God started to produce other deities known as eons. It produced quite a few, and they were basically in pairs, having a male and female counterpart.
Oh, cool. The Sikhs believe something like this?
Now, they all existed within this great spirit.
They seem chill as fuck, and I love that they have a frickin' knife on them as part of their religion. They're like, no, in case you need to get froggy.
Spiritual realm. But here's where things got a little messy. One of these eons was referred to as Wisdom or Sophia, and she decided to reproduce without a male counterpart. So she reproduced asexually. And while it worked, her offspring was this deformed, twisted creature known as the demiurge.
Dude, this is like literally raised by wolves.
It was deformed, twisted, and evil, right? So what did the other eons do? They cast it out. It's put in isolation away from the spiritual realm. In its isolation, it decided to create its own realm, right? So it started to create its own eons and later our reality. But it convinced its creations that it was the supreme God. There was nothing beyond him, forcing its creations to worship it. But because it's so imperfect, its creations are imperfect, which is
this giant ass fucking snake, like the one that's at the bottom of our earth.
Why our world is full of suffering and pain, according to the Gnostics. And according to the Gnostics, the demiurge is the God of the Old Testament. So the goal of the Gnostics, at least those that believed in this creation myth, was to realize the reality of our existence. Of course, Christians didn't really like this whole conspiracy theory about them, so that's why Gnostic texts are so rare. They were burnt, destroyed throughout history. Now, this is a very brief summary. There's a lot more to it, but perhaps I'll make more videos about it soon.
Could not exist in this. I was just watching a documentary on it yesterday, or a couple days ago, where they were getting into why this doesn't make sense and the size of these galaxies, and they were two formed.
Right.
And I believe it was 500 million years after the Big Bang.
Right.
So like this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, according to us now.
According to us,
with our minds.
Right.
Yeah. You know, we're still trying to figure out what dark matter is.
Right. Well, I'm just the Terrence Howard, the concept of stars.
All warriors of the KnitWitch way must bear the arm of the knitted knight, the inflappable Cutco knife.
Creating
full tang felon.
Planets, and the planets eventually getting to a Goldilocks zone, then eventually getting out, and that this is how life propagates through the universe. Like, it makes so much sense. And with our limited understanding of the cosmos and our adherence to very specific ideas of how it all was created, and the resistance to things like even the James Webb Telescope's discoveries, you realize that like science, like everything else, it's when it's practiced by humans, humans fuck everything up. They use their ego, they use arrogance, they don't want to be corrected, they want their initial ideas to be correct. And then there's, you know, a lot of great scientists.
No, grow up.
That are just looking at it and going, this is amazing. Like let's keep doing this, and let's get an even better telescope out there that maybe could see even further, and maybe we'll have to re-examine what we think about the birth of the universe.
Exactly. I mean, it just keeps getting better. Technology keeps getting better. I remember Hubble, when it came back with the 2 trillion sky book. 2 trillion galaxies is what it estimated exists within our known universe. And then the web comes out, and it's just showing this stuff in much more clarity, and it's probably going to make discoveries that are even going to surpass, obviously, Hubble in terms of the quantity of galaxies, and it just keeps getting better and better. We're getting a bigger and better understanding of our place in the universe as a whole, and some people are scared.
I don't think I've ever had so many people all have so much deep thinking, caring, and knowledge to share in one space ever in my life. I'm in awe. Hell yeah, dude. I know. It is cool. We've built a pretty cool little group.
Of that. This is why they don't want it to get out. They don't want the information to be put forth. That's going to
James Webb Telescope, built by Billy's boss, Ball Aerospace.
change the paradigm. But
fuck yeah, Dane.
The paradigm is not to be afraid. The paradigm shift is about to be embrace this new huge part of us that's connected directly to us. We're part of it, and it's part of us intrinsically, energetically. And I think people are just afraid of what they think is the unknown because it makes them feel small. When I hear all this stuff going on out there, it makes me feel bigger because I know that I am part of it.
Yeah, we are part of it.
Yeah.
But we like to think as individuals. That,
Right.
You know, oh my God, I'm not important. The universe is infinite.
Exactly.
The universe is not just infinite. It's so infinite that the infinite nature of the universe might be a part of an atom.
Right.
In another infinite universe.
That's the fractal
Which is
holographic universe.
Yeah. When you go fractals on things and you
Yeah.
start thinking about it in that terms, you just you go, what?
Yeah.
It's never ending. It's just this constant thing that's in you in subatomic particles.
Too much.
And deeper than that, and then further
Scary.
out than that. It just never ends.
Right.
It goes both ways forever.
Yeah.
Scary.
You just go, oh boy.
I know.
It's hard to take yourself too seriously.
Listen, it's hard because and I think individuality is an illusion. We appear to be separate and individuals, but energetically we're really all the same entity, the same consciousness, experiencing itself differently, subjectively through different bodies.
Yes, different life experiences.
Exactly.
Dude, I feel like I understand that now. It makes sense to me now.
Genetics, different places in the world.
Correct.
Yeah, but we're all the same thing.
Yeah.
And that's the hardest thing for people to get in their head. Anyone that you run into is you living another life.
Right.
We're all the concept of me. When you think about it, everyone has that same feeling of me. Everyone has me inside of them. Just me with less information, more information, better brain, better this, better that, shittier this, shittier that.
Yeah.
And there's an infinite number of examples of it. And then it probably exists everywhere in the cosmos. And it's probably what facilitates change and growth.
Yeah.
Is that there is this imbalance and that there is this constant struggle amongst human beings.
Right.
And it's probably what makes us constantly try to improve.
Exactly.
It's just very disheartening to think that we improve to the point where we can travel to other planets and have a war.
I know. I know. We don't want that to happen.
We don't want it to happen, but just if it really did happen here.
But dude, think about it, Joe. What the fuck are you doing to fucking stop the war going on right now? You should be talking mad shit about everyone who fucks with Israel right now. Like, bro, please, Joe, please talk about that. That would be a big freaking help. You know? Most everyone else who does say that kind of stuff, you can't find. But we can find, brother. Come on. Say it, say it, say it. Prove you're not a Fed. I still do think that you're not a Fed. I think you're just kind of a dumb guy who's probably being handled by someone who you probably really don't even listen to, though. But just be... Dude, you gotta put it together by now, right? Come on, man. Do better, Joe.
It just makes you think. Like, is that just what we do forever? And is this just when we have this utopian perspective of being able to eliminate war on Earth someday, which no one thinks is going to happen, and not with this current version of human being?
Bro, come on.
Right. And then you think, well, if we surpassed Earth, if we passed out,
he's
if we
so
passed
fucking dumb.
our genes and our civilization out into the universe, are we still going to be behaving the same way?
Right.
And if we were, if I was an alien, I'd be like, don't let those dudes in. You know, if we get to a point where we're us now, but 500 years from now, where with the same genes, same wacky ass crazy genes, but now we have time travel. Now we have interplanetary travels like that, and then we show up with nuclear bombs. Like, give us all your titanium.
Right.
You know, like fuck. You know, like that's a problem.
Yeah, that could be a problem.
I would be really trying hard to stop us if I was from another planet.
I think a lot of the suppression and oppression of technologies, potentially, this hypothesis could be that there's a hand in the background holding us back a little bit. It's quite possible.
But then there's a theory like the Diana Pasulka's books where they talk about these discs that they have found in the recovery program that apparently does exist. And they call them donations. They think that these things are kind of left here so that we can just go, oh, fiber optics, what a great idea.
Velcro.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of these things that seem to, like, transistors.
Microchips, right.
Yeah, a lot of these things seem to have come very quickly after Roswell, which is interesting.
That's a fact. I believe in the ARVs, alien reproduction vehicles. I believe that exactly is what's really going on with a lot of these UAPs. I think that a lot of them are ours. I believe that there's UFOs out there, but a lot of these objects that we see in the sky are probably made by us by re-engineering existing alien technology. And so, but, you know, it comes to the point, are we going to be able to advance as a civilization to get beyond war? I just saw they released an AI fighter jet that went into a dogfight.
Yes.
Just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Mike Baker was on here showing us that.
Right.
It beats the human-piloted planes 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
that's a wrap.
That's Skynet.
Yeah,
Skynet
that's
is online.
And then on top of that, instead of just AI-powered fighter jet, you could develop a fighter jet that no longer has a person in it, so you have to worry about G-forces.
Right.
You could do wild shit.
Yes, exactly.
And it's fully AI-controlled vehicle, especially as these...
The main mod of Joe's message board said that he was asked to get on board with the feds, and he said no. I could totally see that, but then I could see him having, like... You know, he's like, so, I feel like he's so easily swayed by his buddies. You know, like 20 of his buddies are fucking Israeli, like IDF agents for sure. But I still don't think that any of them can really totally handle him, because I don't think that he does answer to anyone. But he's like ignorant of, he like refuses to see the like fucking invisible hand of like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and those assholes and the CIA that you constantly have on the show. You know?
Technology scale up. Like, I have a Tesla, and my Tesla has auto drive, and I can set in a destination, like a restaurant I like to go to, press auto drive in navigation, and it does everything.
Wow.
It hits the blinkers. It stops at...
Wait, I thought that they had to stop that. They get to do it again? Oh, boy.
Stop signs. It stops at red lights. It takes turns. It changes lanes. It moves around parked vehicles.
Wow.
It's fucking wild, man. And it's not done yet.
And this is the beginning.
Yeah, it does hit curbs, though, I heard. I heard it hits curbs. I heard, like, when you're taking turns, like, for overpasses or underpasses,
oh, man.
like, a few people have curbed up. So keep your hands on the wheels, kids. But it's not there yet, but it's a lot.
That's your buddy Elon's shitty fucking company and customer service. Your little friend Elon. Ask him what did his grandpa do in the war? Ask him that.
Better than when I first got it. I remember I was driving down Laurel Canyon, and
dude, I would love to get 5 fucking minutes with any of these bastards.
I was with my wife, and I was playing around.
Take a seat. Just like Chris Hansen.
I was like, we're listening to Led Zeppelin, and I'm like moving my hand around the steering wheel. I'm like, look at this, the car's driving itself. This is crazy. But that was primitive back then.
Dude, I'm not having this.
It changes lanes.
Tesla bullshit on here.
But it
drives its fucking self.
Dude, shut this fucking Tesla bullshit up.
They succeed. They go out to dinner and celebrate. That's a big part of life for people.
Better not be more Tesla shit.
You can't just take that away. So then,
dude, Elon, like everything, they just took Tesla's name to bastardize it. Like the rat bastards that they are.
How does that get replaced?
Right.
I think it's video games. I think they're
going to go into cyber world.
Yes.
When you look into the ancient texts, they had similar situations in these golden ages, but people spent time working for things like service to others, traveling, arts and crafts, exploring inner peace. So it's about teaching people new ways to define and develop their passions and how to explore those passions.
Well, that would be a big yoga explosion across the country. That'd be cool. That would be great. Yeah, people get into fitness and martial arts and just to be able to do, but you have to do something.
Right.
If you become stagnant,
you die.
Yeah, and you still should have the ability to possibly work if you want to. Yeah. Right. It shouldn't be mutually exclusive. Like, you don't get this money unless. If everybody got like $200 grand a year, just imagine the entire country just gets a free $200 grand a year. You're never gonna have to worry about food. You're never gonna have to worry about a place to live.
Joe, if everyone got $200,000, they would just raise everything to cost $300,000 total. Hey, Joe, imagine this. No fucking money. Money died. Money never existed. Imagine that.
You're good.
Yeah.
You got $200,000 a year because everything's automated. Everything's done by the government. Then you're gonna have to find something.
Right.
You're gonna have to find a purpose. There's got to be a thing that whether it's art or writing or whatever it is, you better find something or you're gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
And so then there's gonna be a percentage of our population that's active. They're gonna be working out, and there's gonna be a bunch of us that just fuck off and drink beer and play Call of Duty.
Just sit down.
Yeah.
I
And just
know.
get hammered and fucking order pizza and never.
Most people don't do that shit. When you have your needs met and stuff, people want to do stuff. People want to be part of something. That's such a fucking bullshit. I'm so sick of people saying that. It's such bullshit. As if we've ever fucking seen that world. Like, it's not. It's such bullshit. It's all made up. This fucking... Most people would just fuck off and, like, no, dude. That's not true. When people aren't fucking exhausted and like beat the fuck down, they want to be part of something. It's like, dude, this shit gets me so mad. Because we've never, ever, ever been even fucking close to a world where everyone's like needs have been met, you know? Honestly, it's crazy that we are as resilient as we are. And it's fucking bullshit to like fearmonger like not having to be a fucking slave to exist on a world where everything fucking exists. It's such a classic millionaire fucking move. Such a lazy millionaire move.
Never have to do anything.
It's gross, dude.
Yeah, live in a nice place. You don't have to worry about money ever.
Yeah.
You could always buy like a good laptop and you get together with your buddies and you all play games. But you better have something. Go bowling. You better have something. You better have something you like to do.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, because
Why? Why do they? People can just exist too. It's okay. Why do you have to fucking say what everyone has to do? Huh?
That's where it's going though.
Why are you the boss? Shut up.
Wouldn't that be better?
Let people do whatever.
Than work? Because for most people, like, you know, there's a great satisfaction working and accomplishing a hard day's work, and you know, you get your paycheck and you feel like you've accomplished something. But wouldn't it be better if you just all of your needs were met?
Yeah.
And we put an emphasis.
And then 2 seconds later, he's gonna be like, "Communism is literally gay."
In our culture on creating and doing things that interest you, and whether it's competition or whatever it is. But this will be financed essentially by this ability that you just get free money because robots control everything.
They have
There's
plenty
no
of
more
money.
jobs.
There's no more jobs. I mean, they don't have to pay a salary to these robots, only repair costs and management costs, obviously. So yeah, it would be great.
And the $200,000 that everybody gets, they're getting it anyway because they were going to buy stuff from them.
Exactly.
It would be a wild change and shift in how human beings interacted. And if there was a way for us to channel.
Yes, bro. No shit. Oh my god. Dude, I can't wait for him to fucking left turn out of this. Right turn out of this. He's gonna crash into a wall in a second. Hold on. They always do. They can't get it right. He's gonna blame it on trans. He's gonna be like, trans people are the problem or something. Here it comes.
That in a positive manner, it could ultimately be beneficial, and we could be looking back on these days where people had to work at Wendy's and go, "What the fuck was that about?"
Yeah. Well, most people are working in jobs that are.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's like why there's no like geniuses that are popping out, you know? It's because they're not allowed to exist. Oh man. They all get swept up by like, Ball Aerospace and the Jar Company. I work for the Jar Company, making bombs to kill Palestinian children.
They're not passionate about these jobs,
right?
And it's evident in their work, you know, their effort and their.
Sure.
I want someone who's passionate. I want someone who's working at Wendy's because they want, like, dude. I know people, like, dude. I would fucking work at Wendy's if it was like a cool job and like, you know, it was like a 1 day a week thing. It's like, yeah, we all decided we want a fucking Wendy's, so everyone's got to put up a day. Like, I would be okay with that, you know? But you got to meet everyone's needs. But, like, a lot of people sometimes at these places, you know, it's not really their passion. I want someone who's passionate about it, god damn it. Give me a sandwich artist, okay?
and their work ethics.
Well, it's
But,
also evident in their success, right?
yeah.
And their happiness.
That's right.
Like a guy like you who likes to do what you like. You enjoy this. You pursue this.
Yeah, dude, it's like such a change when you're doing bullshit that is meaningless to you and to your community. You know? So when you can do one of those things, community or worthwhile for you, or you just, you know, you like it, then then it's not so bad. But the whole like forced and to do it 5 out of 7 days a week is at like minimum is crazy to me. It's so funny now that I'm like awake. I'm like 5 fucking days a week is crazy, dude. That's most of the time. That's so crazy.
You talk about this. You're very good at it. This is a great way to live.
Yeah.
And if other people can find other similar things or different things that similarly excite them.
Yeah. And if we were under that new scenario of 200,000 a year, whatever it was, I would still do this.
Of course.
You know, so
Of course.
people will work.
Does Lana Del Rey sometimes really work at Waffle House? That's awesome. Just keeps her grounded. I fucking love Waffle House, dude.
It's like Star Trek. They work for free on Star Trek. They don't, you know, it's just a TV series, but they don't have a paycheck.
Kurt didn't get paid?
No, they never got paid any money.
Dude, did you guys know that kid that like, I think that kid that made, I feel like he made a TikTok once and he was like, he said that he made like $1 million in sales or something. And I think he got fired or something, right? Because he was talking about, were they like asking for a wage increase or something? But dude, those kids should be making a percentage of that for sure. That kid made Waffle House $1 million. He made that food and like the help of like one waitress. He made $1 million for them, and they probably literally paid him less than $5,000 total. These people are like truly monstrous. It's crazy what they think they deserve and they are owed.
Wow.
It was all for free.
Communists. They were trying to turn us into communists.
It's all for free. But they did it because they were passionate
Did he say it?
About it, and they believed in it so much. And so there's things that people can still do if they're passionate about those things. And you know, it's just work, but you don't ask for a paycheck.
Right. If there was a base paycheck for the whole country, just a base paycheck.
Why paycheck? Shut up, dude. Money dumb. Money stupid.
Based on, I wonder if 200 grand is even possible.
Caveman.
What is $200,000 times 333 million? Check that out, Jamie. What?
And only 190 million are adults. 190 million adults.
Right. That's right. Let's be generous. Let's make it 200 million adults.
Yeah.
So 200 million times 200,000 is what?
So it'd be 2 times 2 is 4. Add all the zeros from the 200,000 onto the 4 million.
Right. But what is that in like word?
Jamie literally just said, let me fucking add that for you. Let me multiply that for you, Jamie.
The trillions?
200,000.
It's like, I don't fucking know, dude. What? You got a phone?
200,000 times 200 million.
200 million's got 8 zeros.
Dude,
So
he's
6
just sitting
zeros.
there.
6 zeros is a billion. 9 zeros is no. 6 zeros a million. 9 zeros is a billion.
It's giving me 4E13, so it's 4 13 zeros. Let's see what this looks like.
13 zeros. 4 times 13 zeros. It's a lot of money, folks.
Yeah.
Gonna have to drain these oligarchs.
Well,
Tax the rich.
What was the numbers?
200,000 times 200 million.
40 billion? That doesn't sound right.
Dude, it's
That is.
Hey, Joe, what about this? No money. That would be sick.
It's going to be
Bozo brains. It's the HGHH live TV Catdad break. If you're ever bored and you don't want to have a new frickin' subscription, you could go to HGHH CatDadTV.com. I forget how Cat talked. Was it Cat who talked about it? Two Catdad version. It's or maybe Billy was talking about it, but it's like, yeah, it's like, let's see if Yogi Bear freaking claims.
Almost, Yogi. It's Big Otis from Kellogg's new oat cereal, O'K's. The meat of the oats in the tenderest, tastiest form yet. Flavored as only Kellogg's knows how.
The tenderest, tastiest, toastiest oats. Aye, the Scots grow strong on oats, and so can you. Hey, 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 okay. Oats taste the best to you in Kellogg's O'K's.
Yeah, community and bartering.
To the
Simplify.
Yogi Bear Concert Hall, where I'm about to give a command performance. And commanding the performance is my short-haired friend, Maestro Snagglepuss. 1,000 greetings. I shall conduct the pizzicato with a piano fortissimo. And don't spare the antipastio. I shall begin with my Beethoven Fifth and finish up with the Unfinished Symphony.
Oh, yeah.
Hold the phone. How dare you interrupt, boo-boo?
Gee, Yogi.
Dude, I'm telling you, literally everything, everyone's personality before us was just racist. I'm a racist. Hey, I'm Steve from 1947. I'm a racist. That's it.
40 billion or 400 billion? Then?
It's a $40 billion.
Dude, this is the dumbest
that's
fucking conversation.
Reasonable.
Everything's going to be
What do
automated.
they
folks. And
finish
there should
this
be
up with?
approved a new batch of money that's headed over there.
Yeah, it's
It's
incredible.
insane amounts of money.
Numbers are incredible.
Yeah,
and
that-
we have infrastructure falling apart here.
Yeah.
People on I just came from LA a few weeks ago. People on the streets of LA.
Okay.
You know.
So
Yeah.
Congress passed
Fuck yeah, Billy.
5 bills appropriating $175 billion in response to Russia's February 22 invasion of Ukraine. Like, who owns that spot?
Yeah, I know.
How are you able to just suck all that oil and make billions of dollars out of the ground that we all live on? Like, it seems.
Yeah, Joe, oh my fuck, dude. It's because you let bozos come on your show and miseducate the entire country. Truly, you're a massive part of how it works, you fucking idiot. Come on, brother.
Seems like that should be everybody's.
Right.
But
I
then
think
you
that-
lose the incentive for profit that allows you to go dig.
True.
And,
You lose the incentive. Yeah. I think that everything is going to move. Not everything, but a lot of power is going to move towards hydrogen. That's the big new push. The Navy has vessels now that run off of hydrogen, so they never have to go.
I think the new push is going to be demilitarization.
Refuel.
I like
do you know
that.
that Bob Lazar made a hydrogen Corvette in like 1990?
Wow, incredible.
That's psycho.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he was such a freak.
Wow.
Oh, he is such a freak. But I love that dude. I'm
Right, he's great.
fascinated by him, and I don't know if he's telling the truth, but boy, I hope he is. But you know, one of the crazy stories about him was in the Los Alamos Labs days when he was living there in New Mexico. He developed a rocket-powered Honda. So he put a jet engine on a fucking Honda.
Wow. A lot of time on his hands here.
Well, he's just a genius.
Yeah, he's a genius. He's an absolute genius. Look, he talked about Element 115 before we discovered Element 115.
Yes.
So that's what sold me on him.
Well, he also has never really varied from his story.
Yeah.
And to tell a story for more than 30 years and tell the exact same story is pretty strange.
Yeah.
And also didn't really profit off of it.
No,
It's
he
not
didn't.
like a thing that he's like selling Bob Lazar t-shirts and, you know, Bob Lazar was right, baseball.
Yeah, but he's Otto Skorzeny said that he's a fucking yeah, he's just like dancing around the thing. He's hiding something. He knows something. He's a Fed. He's a false oppo. He's giving us nuggets, but he's not giving us everything. That's just what Otto Skorzeny said, and he said that there's a mountain full of gold that me and fucking Dane are going to take at the end of the rev. Oh, Dane, when we crack that fucking gate open, brother. Ooh. I can't wait. Dispersing all that gold back into Mordor, casting it all. No, we're gonna put it in a fucking museum or something, or give it back to people. We're definitely gonna take it from them Nancys, boy. Holy shit, yeah, we are.
Hats and constantly going on podcasts. No, he
Right.
did my podcast.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even know if he's done another one.
I don't know. I know you got, you know.
The hunt for the Nancy Gold. I told you, we are going to get this.
a lot of hell for it.
Yeah,
and
I was trying to get him to come back
ridicule.
on again, but he's working on it. Well, during the Jeremy Corbell documentary, the FBI raided him.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
It's insane. Why?
And he
If he's-
thinks that they believe that he has a stable version of Element 115, that he has a sample of it somewhere. Yeah, and so he thinks that's what they went looking for.
They'd love to get their hands on that because
Right.
the decay rate's so fast.
Well, the video that George Knapp had, there's a video that George Knapp had from a long time ago where he was demonstrating
We're going to melt Glacier National Park with piss.
with George Knapp how this element, when bombarded with radioactivity, could distort gravity. And he had some experiment that they did that we could show with light, and I don't exactly remember what the parameters of the experiment were, but that thing is one of the things that convinced George Knapp that maybe he's telling the truth, that this whole thing is crazy. And then when you see like these images where it shows these crafts behaving as he described, that this gravity projection generator, or whatever it is, this gravity generator, whatever this thing is, whatever they weren't exactly sure how to, because they, at least back then in '89, but that you would turn towards where you wanted to go sideways. And that's how it would travel.
Wow.
And they saw there's videos of these crafts doing that, of
same
rotating.
thing.
Yeah.
Same thing.
By fighter jets. So fighter jets are locked in on them with these high-speed sensors, and they're locking in. And there's like a video where they go, finally, I got it locked in.
Right.
And they're like, look at it go.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah. See if you can find that video, because that video is one of my favorites. Because the pilots are so genuinely excited about this.
That
When they
tic-tac-
finally lock it in, I think that's the Go Fast.
Go Fast.
The
one?
Go
Yeah,
Fast one.
Okay.
And they're like, whoo, we
Yeah.
got it. We got it locked in. Like, what the fuck is this
Crazy.
thing?
Have you researched any of the Vimanas from the ancient text?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's very, very fascinating.
The what?
Because they, in the Bhagavad Gita, in what is this the one? Yeah, this is it. And in the Mahabharata, they talk about these flying crafts. Like, what is this? What you're about to hear is actually U.S. fighter pilots. Powerful Raytheon pod display.
Fuck Raytheon, dude.
Voices.
Fuck these Mormons. God damn it.
Oh, there it goes.
Yep.
There it goes. Oh, there's just explaining how the display works, this Raytheon display, and how these fighter jets are using this to try to lock in on this thing. So look how it zooms in. They see it pass by. It's going so fast, they're trying to lock in on it, but they're having a hard time. So they keep adjusting, and they're trying to get their sensors.
Boom.
So they got it.
Yeah.
So now they're excited.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah,
What
it's
is
crazy.
that? Like, what the fuck is that?
That's right. It's wild, man.
What
You
is
know,
that?
Like I said, I just see these things and I go back to the Vimanas. They ran on a ferrofluid vortex engine.
That's how it's described?
Yeah, ferrofluid. So they had liquid mercury.
Ferrofluid?
Yeah, liquid mercury. That's the Tesla shit, dude.
Ferrofluid, which is liquid metal. And so they put liquid metal inside.
How do you spell that?
Ferro. Ferro.
It's like iron, ferro, right?
Ferrofluid lamp.
Yeah.
Really?
Remember I bought you that one thing? You like put a magnet on it and the.
Oh yeah, where is that? Is that in storage?
So they use a ferro. So you put, if you take a torus.
We
right?
need a new one, Jamie. Order us a new one.
Because the Earth's a big ass magnet, right? If you start spinning metal around really fast, apparently it can make anti-gravity. That's what Tesla wrote, not me.
If you take a torus and you put a ferrofluid like mercury inside of it, and you magnetize the torus in a way that creates this rotation, this RPM of the mercury moving around that field, and you get it up to about 60,000 RPMs, and then you actually pressurize the torus to about 250,000 atmospheres, and you electrify it, you get anti-gravity properties.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So you can create a anti-gravity flying device utilizing that technique, and this is really, well known.
And how do they describe it in the text?
In the text, they talk about the fact that it used mercury in a rotating disc.
Really?
And then they have some of the, the flight plans and some of the layout of actually the plans of the actual ship itself, one of the ships. And so from that, you can almost hypothesize or backward engineer what it might have been able to do. And in the text, it says they used to take a complement of men to many worlds. So this is incredible technology.
A complement of men to many worlds.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bro, literally a fucking time, a Stargate, bro. Isn't that what the Stargate is? The Stargate's a circle. It's probably just a fucking Mercury thing. What do you guys think? Probably, right? Fuck yeah. And Bridget Mendler is a straight up federal agent. God damn it.
Yeah.
So do you think that the government has access to something similar to that?
Oh, I believe so, 1,000%. I believe they've been backwards engineering information from ancient texts, and of course any artifacts that they found from anywhere in the world. They might have even gotten information from Saddam Hussein's museum, because that's the first place we went in the Gulf.
Dude, straight up, George H.W. Bush, that frickin' Nancy, and by Bush I mean Scherf, George H.W. Scherf, stole a Stargate from Saddam Hussein. That is what the entire frickin' thing was for, in my opinion. He went and stole a fucking Stargate from Saddam Hussein.
After the whole situation happened with, wanting to go take him out of power and kill him, they went straight to the museum.
So Jamie just pulled this up. It says flying with ferrofluids. To solve this problem, L. Brad King, Ron and Elaine Starr, professor in space systems at Michigan Tech, is creating a new kind of microthruster that assembles itself out of its own propellant when excited by a magnetic field. The tiny thruster requires no fragile needles and is essentially indestructible. We're working with unique material called ionic fluid ferrofluid, King says, explaining that it's both magnetic and ionic, a liquid salt. When we put a magnet underneath a small pool of ferrofluid, it turns into a beautiful hedgehog structure of aligned peaks. When we apply a strong electric field to that array of peaks, each one emits an individual microjet of ions.
Yep,
Whoa.
Exactly. You have to electrify it. Once you electrify it, you create this electromagnetic activity.
This is what it looks like.
That's a pine cone.
I think it's just
They're
transferring
just giving
itself,
you, just giving you how it transfers itself.
Wow. And so you could use that as something that could propel a device.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
And you don't get to reduce the gravity, the weight of an object to zero, but you significantly reduce the weight of an object.
And the fact that they figured this out and that is it in the Mahabharata or the Bhagavad Gita?
And the Mahabharata.
Wow.
And it also, I think there's one account in the Vedas.
Like, what is the what's the explanation for how they figured that out? Like, help me out.
Help
me out. How the fuck?
They say they have flying cities. They said they say they have flying cities, and these cities would go to battle sometimes against each other in the sky.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So you're talking about massive objects flying around.
Right. Like, and how do they explain that away? That's what I want to know. How do you explain that away?
How do you explain somebody thousands of years ago sitting down to write a sci-fi epic?
Well, not just that, but writing about a process.
Oh yeah.
Of creating this field that now has been documented all these thousands of years later.
It works now.
Like, how did you figure that out? Like,
what
were you guys doing?
Yeah, this happens over and over again in text. In the Emerald Tablets, just the book I wrote, Thoth talks about using cymatic frequencies and light waves to create manifest solid matter. And what happened about 4 years ago in a laboratory, they used cymatic frequencies and photons to create solid matter out of nothing. Just happened about 4 years ago.
What did they create?
They just create a few particles, But the fact that we can do it, but it was already in ancient text.
Wow.
So now
we can do it on a very small scale,
scale.
Like we can create element 115 with a collider.
Correct.
Same kind of thing. And
Same
it's a
thing.
very small, unstable version of element 115 that only exists for a fraction of a second, but they can measure it.
Right.
So, but if with sufficiently advanced technology, you could create it and then form a stable version of that.
Right. Imagine being able to build an entire city by manifesting the matter needed to build the city instead of harvesting the city from rock.
3D print the city
with nanobots.
ions.
You would use nanobots to build the whole city. It would manifest as it went.
And you could also use that to repair things.
Absolutely.
So you would never have to have like construction again. Everything would be self-replicable.
Correct.
Self-repairable.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, like,
Fuck. Do you mean this, Tweedledee? Transmittal slip? Or do you mean this? Project Stargate. Oh my God. What is this shit? Transmittal slip, planning meeting, Stargate declassification. Yo, what? Handwritten note. Sanitized? No. Give me this. The viewing stuff. Psychoenergetics, a mental process by which an individual perceives and communicates with or perturbs characteristics of a designated target, person or event, remote in space and or time from that individual. Psychokinesis, physical actions performed by mental powers that cannot be explained by known... Dude, Matilda shit. This should be called Matilda shit. ESP and telepathy. Perceptions which cannot be explained by known sensory means. Remote viewing, the acquisition and description by mental means of information blocked from ordinary perception by distance, shield, or time. Remote viewer, a person who perceives, communicates with, and or perturbs characteristics of a designated target, person, or event. Inherent to every human being to some degree. Remote viewing is inherent to every human being to some degree. Probably a vestigial form form of self-preservation, largely ignored in today's societal setting, bro. Nuh-uh. Through proper training can be developed to a person's individual potential. There's projects, you can find them within that site, what Billy and Joe are discussing. Dude. Wait, are you talking about actual, wait, the Stargate? Because, yeah, they call, dude, why do they call this remote viewing shit Project Stargate? I'm talking, yeah, where are the circle-y, like, the movie Stargates? Where are those? I want to see them. I heard there was an interview of a guy talking about his dad sent him through one. Freak. What an awful dad. Just volunteering your kid for science, don't know if he's going to die or not. Freak. Bad parents. Is purely voluntary. Passive, inexpensive. This is our best thing, dudes. That we can do it without going anywhere. No known defense, too, so get frickin' bent. And all they do is write down stuff. Physical relaxation, reduction of physical arousal, increase or internal feelings and images, right brain hemispheric functioning, achieving an altered view of reality. Minimizes imaginative overlays, minimizes environmental overlays. Coordinate remote viewing. We'll have to coordinate some remote viewing sometime. Islands, mountains, and deserts. All the way up to three-dimensional elements. Phonetically and verbally oriented. Dude, I think maybe I've just been remote viewing that Peter Thiel is trying to kill all of humanity. Because I feel kind of like that's just what it is, right? I just had like a remote viewing vibe connection to the shit that he's doing and the CIA is doing.
Of course, if you just scale up, just think about what we can do now and keep going, make it much better and much more efficient.
We're talking about programmable matter now. Programmable matter.
And what you were saying about DNA, the fact that you can encode into DNA and that you could actually hold information in DNA.
Yeah. Microsoft has created the very first DNA hard drive. So it's a molecular hard drive that works on technology that's hardware and also biological software. And so a device, a hard drive the size of my cell phone can store an enormous amount of petabytes of data. So things like teleportation are going to be possible in the near future. We've already teleported, I think, a couple of particles from Earth to the space station, right? But what's stopping us from teleporting a human being? Understanding and knowing the location of every atom and the rotation and spearmate of every atom. That's a lot of information, a lot of storage space. Now with DNA hard drives, the storage space problem goes away. We'll be able to teleport biological beings or objects, big objects, into space or wherever we want on the planet.
Like Star Trek.
Like Star Trek.
Whoa. Who's going to be the first guy to get beamed up?
Somebody's going to be a real guinea pig for that one.
Yeah, we're going to have to find some pedophile.
Because when you teleport, you die. I don't know if people know that.
just say?
Yeah.
Well, that's a bit of an issue.
Teleport. I mean, you're reborn again instantly in the other location, but it's a facsimile of you. Anytime you teleport, even the molecules that we teleport now, the original version, the original molecule or the starting matter, it's destroyed, and the data is then transmitted, and then it's reformulated. So a teleportation is actually the death of you and the reformation of you.
Maybe they could do a better job, like an Instagram filter. You know, maybe you could just like tone a few things up, clean up a little bit,
get rid of some scars or whatever,
get rid of some body fat.
Right.
Yeah, maybe they can make a better version of you, but you have to be willing to die.
Yeah,
but maybe that's hell. Maybe you come back and you have no soul.
Well,
like maybe when you teleport, your soul doesn't go with you.
Well, they're transmitting your consciousness, so everything is saved. All of your information is saved. And we know that was done also in ancient times. Thoth talks in the Emerald Tablets about being able to go into these halls of Amenti where he had rejuvenation chambers, which is what I believe is the Serapeum in Saqqara. And he would go into these gigantic stone boxes, and he would then transfer his consciousness from his body into another body. And he would leave the body that he left inside of one of those gigantic boxes, one of those gigantic diorite stone boxes for 100 years while it recharged itself and rejuvenated, while he said he walks amongst men but unlike a man.
What?
Yeah, and he would do this for eons. He would transfer from body to body, not bodies he stole, bodies he created, that he created himself through probably some advanced form of stem cell technology. And he would walk amongst men but unlike a man. And he was known all around the planet because of this. The guy lived according to the ancient Egyptians, he ruled over them for 16,000 years, one person.
What?
Yeah.
So is this those ancient texts, like the ancient hieroglyphs that show kings going back like 30,000 years?
Well, that's the Sumerian kings list located in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, England. I was there myself in person to check out this stonework, and it's an incredible tablet that talks about the reigns of kings.
Yeah.
Some kings ruled for 28,800 years, 14,000 years. I mean, 20,000. If the numbers are insane.
These are not Egyptian? This
is no, not Egyptian. These are Anunnaki. This is
based
pre-flood.
on the book.
This is antediluvial. And then when the flood comes, it talks about, and then the flood swept over the land. After the flood happens, then they descend kingship from heaven back down to humans, and then the reigns of humans begin. But they're not really full humans; they're demigods. They're half human, half Anunnaki. And then their lifespans are like much shorter because their ruling times are only like 1,000 years and 800 years and 700 years, and it starts to go down.
Which is why like Noah was 600 years old.
Right, exactly.
So these tablets, what are they called again?
You're talking about the Sumerian kings list.
Can you show me that, Jamie? Yeah. I want to see what that looks like.
It's a giant four-sided tablet located in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, England. Yeah.
And so, what exactly does it say? Like,
it gives you
This is it right here.
That's it right there. Those are all four sides.
And how old is this?
Oh, this is they're saying 6,000, but
can you make it bigger, Jamie?
Believe me, it's much older than that.
I just want to look at it.
Yeah.
Man,
this is a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy over tens of thousands of years, in my opinion. But this text gives the reigns of kings in shars, S-H-A-R. A shar is 3,600 years. So one shar would be 3,600. 241,000 years of rule.
Whoa!
On that stone right there.
The Sumerian kings list.
Yeah.
Now, if this is right, if this is all true, what a mind-blowing idea.
Yeah.
That humans have been around, that we were engineered hundreds of thousands of years ago, and that this is the reason.
Dude, yeah, it's literally like the Prometheus like alien universe.
And why there's this bizarre shift between.
That's why I feel like that's why I still love that series. Like even the new ones, screw it, I don't care.
Lower primates and us, which you don't see in any other animal.
Right.
There's nothing like it.
No.
There's nothing like us.
Look, we have 46 chromosomes, right?
Right.
What
Chimpanzees
happened?
have 48.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They discovered that chromosome number 2 was taken out. They call it an artificial mutation. They mean geneticists. Fused together and 2 telomere caps put on, 1 telomere cap on each side. Who in the world took chromosome number 2 out, fused it together, and put telomere caps on it? And they say that it happened as an estimated 200,000 years ago, right at the time that the Sumerian tablets say they decided to make mankind to do the labor. There's no coincidence that the tablets are aligning with modern science. And this means that a couple things. The first thing, it means that we were genetically modified. The second thing that it means is the telomere caps limit our lifespan to about 120 years max, according to Harvard scientists. Now, in the Bible, what does it say? It says that my seed shall not abide in man forever. His years shall be 120. That was taken from the Sumerian tablets, even further back than that, thousands of years before the Bible was written, when Yahweh, a.k.a. Enlil, shows back up, sees the human beings building a tower into the heavens, copying a tower that they themselves had built. It pissed him off, and he said, whatever their hearts decide to do, they shall achieve it. my seed shall not abide in man, his years will be 120. And then he did a genetic modification at that point, I believe, with the telomeres, and he spread mankind out around the planet, and he confused their languages. He had us speaking different languages, so we couldn't collaborate. Now we're in competition, no collaboration, divide and conquer.
And there's the Tower of Babel.
That's it, man.
So it was all done just to keep us from rising.
Yes. We were advancing too fast, and he had to slow us down. If we shorten their lifespan, then they won't have enough time. By the time they realize who they are and what power they have, they'll be dead. And see, that's what's happened to us.
So if the Anunnaki are real and Nibiru is real, and Nibiru is on an elliptical cycle that comes between, it's like Mars and Jupiter, right? Somewhere around there?
Well, it's further out now. Over time, its orbit has been pushed out. And that's just one planet that these Anunnaki people come from. They come from many planets.
Yeah,
but do you think that this
Assassin's Creed Xenomorph universe
planet, Nibiru, that's on an elliptical orbit, if it's coming every 3,600 years, wouldn't there be some sort of documentation 3,600 years ago, at the very least?
Well, you have to look for geological disasters as marker points. This object, this Nibiru planet, which is mentioned, by the way, in the Enuma Elish, it's not a fabricated name, just so people know that's a real name. In the Enuma Elish, the oldest version of the Enuma Elish, it says Nibiru as one of the planets. But you look at the time frame when this thing gets close. It orbits another planet, another star. So it orbits a brown dwarf star. This brown dwarf star has the same amount of mass as our sun, but it's much smaller, right? But it generates enough heat through friction and it's orbiting planets. You can see it in 2-mass infrared mode coming out of the constellation of Leo if you go to Worldwide Telescope and download the software and all of that. But the fact that modern science now admit that there's an object out there that they say orbit our sun every 4,200 years, right? Now that's Corey Powell from Discovery Magazine. He's a real astronomer. Been on Fox News. He said that on Fox News. If I can find the clip, I'll send it to you. Matter of fact.
We'll find it.
Yeah, we'll find it. Yeah, Fox News. Corey Powell. And so what's happening is we are seeing evidence that there is something out there that's orbiting our sun, and that our sun is a binary star system. So
Dude, I'm never listening to another scientist ever again. There's freaking planets everywhere. There's freaking Ceres, that's a planet. There's Nibiru, Tiamat. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
We used to think that our sun,
and then Tweedledee's over here talking about we're all flat.
One sun in the solar system is normal. But as they looked out into space with Hubble and now the Webb, they discovered, no, binary is more of the normal, and even trinary. And so it's like, wait a minute, if binary is normal, so they start looking for this object that gravitationally should exist, and they believe that it's out there far beyond the orbit of Pluto, and that Corey Powell says a solar system exists within our solar system. And he goes on to say, we come from there, on Fox News, which was just crazy.
So the idea, if you follow Terrence Howard's theory, is that matter comes from the sun, it moves away, coalesces into planets, it gets to a Goldilocks zone, life comes out of that, life becomes far more intelligent as time goes on, develops more capabilities, and then is also assisted by other beings that have been through this process already.
Yeah.
And then if this scales out for hundreds of millions of years, you get to a point where this Nibiru is, or billions of years, or whatever it takes for it to get all the way the fuck out.
Well, I estimate that they're about 1 million years ahead of us technologically. Now, it could be...
And then there's things that are millions of years ahead of them.
Oh, way ahead of them. There's things that are far, far ahead of them.
This is what's hard for us to scale out.
Yeah.
We like to think that aliens that fly in spaceships, that's the top of the food chain.
Right.
But not even close.
Yeah. Like I was saying before, I never got to it, really. There's 3 types of beings I think that exist. One is a physical corporeal being. That could be what we see flying around in these UFOs. Not all of them, some of them. That visit us, that interact with us in the ancient past. Not all are little green men, but they have various different body types. The second kind that I believe is potentially multidimensional beings. Okay? That there's life in every different dimension. And Michio Kaku was famous for saying that the universe, they believe, has 11 dimensions. So that's 11 dimensions. We're only in the third. There's 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way up to 11 at least, or the universe, he says, would collapse. So if you're in a being in a higher dimension, you can see the past, present, and future all at once in the third. And if you say, that's an interesting place, I'd like to visit it, if you can actually create a phase shift in your atomic frequency to match the atomic frequency of this dimension, you can walk right in, and then you can walk right back. And then you probably have something else that's outside of this entire universe.
Or, dude, you and 4 of your freaking friends could learn 5 movements of a cool dance, and you guys could practice it over and over and over and over and over again until you do it freaking perfectly, and then open a goddamn portal. Away much? Dude, we have to revitalize the campaign to get OA reinstated, okay? That's on us. That's our cross to bear here.
Universe.
CERN is trying to create their own source for time and space, because time, space, and gravity might be a shadow of something outside our dimension. I don't know. I'm just a stoner. Dude, whatever CERN is doing, it's not good. It feels like it is bad. It feels like they're doing annoying shit that's trying to get us all killed.
That has the capability. Maybe it is the creators of the universe itself, which is why I wrote the book, Fractal Holographic Universe. Maybe there's a creator outside of this entire universe that has a hand in creating this ancestor universe itself.
Well, it also makes sense that if you scaled intelligent life up infinitely, you're going to reach a point where you have godlike powers. Yeah. This being or a collection of beings, this hive mind, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It could essentially, if given 100 million years, harness the very power of the universe itself, or maybe even create the universe.
And create other universes.
Yeah.
Even. Yeah.
Which
absolutely.
is the ultimate mind blower, that intelligent life is the reason why this thing exists, and it creates this thing.
We're creating universes right now as human beings on this planet. 14 college kids created a video.
Bro, you gotta stop with the fucking Billy's gotta lose the Stargate or the No Man's Sky thing. No, I know what he means.
Video game called No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is on one DVD disc, and it has 80 quadrillion planets and unlimited life forms, and the game never...
But no, it's cool. It's cool, but they're like, it's infinitely generating.
ends.
We've talked about that, right? Yeah. That one's a weird one.
Yeah, you put AI in it.
Right.
Then what's going to happen?
Right. Scale up to a quantum computer.
Now all of a sudden...
And then have a virtual reality headset.
Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's like Devs, the TV show, the Alex Garland TV show. Oh, it's so good. I love it.
People in there, who are we? Where are we from?
Right.
What is the Big Bang? When we turn to console alone, that's the Big Bang for you. Yeah, Sims.
Dude, literally. What did we say earlier? Yeah, it's like it's like the fucking tube TV, like bang, bang, and then it's like the white dot that gets big. And then when it turns off,
The Sims
giant AI.
They're going to get AI now. They're going to be asking questions.
Right.
They're going to be creating their own software within the software and trying to build their own copy of a universe. We're not even close to base reality. We're literally living in a stacked reality. We're just one reality out of, who knows, Googles of actual realities that exist.
Do you think the simulation theory has weight?
Oh, I believe so. I wrote a book about it. That book is about the fractal holographic universe, and I believe that we're living in a simulation.
Is that one of these books? You got a stack of them.
No,
How many books have you read? Or written, rather?
4. The one just came out today, the fractal holographic universe. This is the Emerald Tablets, the Epic of Humanity, and my financial book, Woke Doesn't Mean Broke. Financial literacy book. Not the political woke either, but the real woke.
When did you start going down this road of exploring?
That's cool that Billy did that, because that is like we're not taught how to fucking read or do finance stuff, so that we fucking suck at it.
These interesting subjects.
Well, it was a long time ago, 1977 in Miami, Florida. We moved from New York to Miami, next to the Opelika Airport, living in the hood. I used to go out in the backyard. You know how it is back then. No cable TV, no cell phones, no tablets.
Yeah,
you just go outside and play. So I'm outside in the backyard playing, but I'm looking at the airplanes go over. And this one day, this plane goes over, but it's not really a plane. It clears the horizon in seconds, not minutes. It just goes straight across. I know from as a little kid, the planes take a long time to go from one point to the other. And it went straight across. And it was more like not a full size, not cigar, but not an egg, kind of in between the two, glowing.
Like a Tic Tac.
Almost like a Tic Tac, glowing metal, yes. And then it came back and it stopped right over me, completely silent. About now I can estimate about 250 meters. And then it just went, pew, gone. And I ran in the house and I told my mom, hey, I can't believe what I just saw. And my mom said to me, son, back in the day, there were advanced beings that came to this planet. This is 1977.
Your mom told
my mom.
you?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's why I dedicated
Dude, Billy's mom's cool as fuck.
book to her. And she said they used to live on tops of mountains like in Peru and Machu Picchu, which was why one of the greatest places I ever went. I had to go there. And so I went to the library at Rainbow Park Elementary the next morning, and I told the teacher I have to go to the library inside the school, Rainbow Park, and I said I need to get all the encyclopedias on space, on aerospace. And she gave me the encyclopedias on aerospace. And that's when I started researching from that exact moment.
Cool.
Wow.
And I haven't stopped since.
So you were, how old? 8?
7.
7 years old. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You just got locked in.
I got locked in. I started researching swept wing, delta wing, ballistics, intercontinental ballistics. I'm looking at submarines. I'm looking at hovercraft that existed way back then, flying discs that we had created in the military way back then, SR-71s and all this stuff. And I'm trying to figure out what the hell did I see, and I couldn't find it. But it took me down the path of technologies and advanced technologies and aerospace information. And I kind of became a quasi-aerospace historian, and that led me in further on down the line to studying, architecture and seeing a connection between the two.
And you studied at both Harvard and MIT?
Harvard was for ancient civilizations. I took a class and got a certificate in ancient civilizations. And at MIT, I took a class in applied neuroscience and got a certificate in applied neuroscience.
And are you just doing this for your own edification, just because you're interested in it?
Yeah, yeah. Right now,
because education's cool, Joe, you dumbass. You big, dumb ape man.
now I'm enrolled again in MIT right now for a class in AI.
And
it better be Dude, Billy's gonna walk away from this saying, AI is our friend, we love AI, Synthara is sexy. That's what Billy's gonna say, for sure. Billy's a curious mind. He's probably just figuring out that AI is so cool.
When you first got down this road, we're talking about a time where there's no internet and there's no, you're just like trying to make sense of some things.
Dude, I would love to see Cat Williams and Billy do a chit chat, a jib jab, a little yap sesh.
Trying to make sense, man.
And this one, have you ever seen anything since then?
Yeah, yes, actually, at Isetti Ranch in 2017, I believe it was. We were out there. I was out there to do speak at this ranch in Washington State, and it's down from the basin of Mount Shasta. In that
It's
area.
called the SETI Ranch?
Isetti.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Isetti, E-C-E-T-I. It's like a private kingdom in America, actually. It's a private, they've got registered as a small kingdom. They don't even have
I love when Billy drops shit like this.
mail or anything there. It's a weird place. I had to stay in a yurt. It's really crazy out there. But I spoke.
He's like, yeah, they haven't registered. They say they're a bunch of sovereign citizens.
There for a whole week. I had to get used to it because nobody told me about this before I got there.
You had to stay in a yurt for a week?
Stay in a yurt for a week.
Did they have running water?
At the community bathroom.
Oh, boy. Isetti?
Yeah, Isetti.
Oh, enlightened contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. Oh, boy. So they're just out there with no technology trying to talk to aliens?
No, just out there every night sky watching, basically.
Really?
And the video that we
Does that
recorded.
sound like rich, crazy person's idea?
Yeah. The video that we created that night watching those UFOs in the sky actually made it onto an episode that I'm in on Ancient Aliens.
Oh.
Yeah.
That show's the best show to get high to.
Yeah.
You ever see Action Bronson's show where he would watch Ancient Aliens? They would just get stoned and watch Ancient Aliens? That show's crazy.
But yeah, so we recorded some crazy footage in the skies there. Yeah.
What did you see?
Well, they were giant discs flying around. Some were changing colors.
Do you have video footage of this?
It's on the episode. I sent it to Ancient Aliens, and
see if you can find that. If it's I'm sure they
James Gilliland, the guy who owns the ranch, licensed it and approved Ancient. But if you go to Isetti Ranch YouTube videos, you could probably find one right on YouTube right now.
Wow.
It was incredible.
So these folks are just out there trying to make contact?
Just not trying to make contact, just watching.
Just watching.
Just like in amazement. There's no
Watchers.
contact attempt there.
And why?
Yeah, there you
Whoa.
go. That's it. I was there that night. That video, I was standing there that night, there was a lot of activity that night. There was some crazy stuff going on.
Sorry.
And what does this thing look like to the naked eye? We're seeing very.
Yeah, it was incredible.
So these folks are just out there trying to make contact.
Just not trying to make contact, just watching.
Just watching.
Just like in amazement. There's no contact attempt there.
And why?
Yeah, there you go. That's it. I was there that night. That video, I was standing there that night, there was a lot of activity that.
Dude, like Billy gets excited, like I know he believes in most of what he talks about. Like either that or he's a really good fucking fed. But like Tikkunolam, she doesn't have any of this like zest for life, curiosity about the world. She's got a very fashy vibe,
There's some crazy stuff going on.
And what does this thing look like to the naked eye? We're seeing very blurry, looks like zoomed in footage. Rather.
Yeah,
What year is this from?
This is probably
2018.
18. There you go.
So they didn't have the
Samsung
Galaxy S24.
No, we didn't have that one back then. But from the naked eye, it looks like these giant glowing balls moving around. Sometimes they expand and they change colors. Sometimes they descend right down by Mount Shasta, and then you could see the lighting in the tree line, and then they would go back up into space again. It was just crazy stuff.
Have you seen that ball lightning that they get in Texas that comes out of the mountains?
No, I saw one on a railroad track though. Ball lightning.
Yeah, there's this phenomenon that happens in this one particular area in Texas. What was it called? Marfa? Was that what it's called, Jamie? I think it's Marfa.
Yeah.
It's like this bizarre artist community town, and they have like frequent instances of what they call the Marfa lights.
Wow.
And it's ball lightning that flies around out there.
Wow.
You don't think that could be that?
No, because sometimes they would keep going until they just went out into space.
Oh.
Yeah, and there were so many. Sometimes two would come and they would encircle each other, and then one would change direction and drop down by the mountain, and one would just take off in another direction. Some would go slow, then go and just go.
How
gone.
frequent does this take place?
I don't know. I was only there for those 7 nights. I say the first night we were there, that was when we saw like the 10 in the sky moving around and doing things. The second night, not too much. The third night was a little bit more, maybe 4 or 5.
So do you think that what it is that this place has no light pollution and they picked a very specific area that they knew these things occur in?
It's possible. No light pollution, and plus also maybe that's an area where they have an opening or access, or I don't know. Who knows? I'm just now speculating now, but.
Dude, cows love music. Yeah. Dude, I love cows. They'll sit there and sway.
I don't know why. People came from all over the world to that location the week I was there to just camp out and look up at the sky.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, listen, man, we covered a lot.
Yeah.
3 hours. I really appreciate your time and appreciate all the stuff you put out there. It's so fun, it's so fascinating, and it's so interesting. And
Thanks, Joe, for letting me react to your stuff and make fun of you and releasing the holds on the copyright things. I appreciate that about you. For real, I do. Because some of these a-holes out here don't. History Channel, you frickin' jerks. Dude, never watching anything from the History Channel ever again. Ever. Frickin' ever, dude. Alright, let's see if this sucks for a minute before we wrap it up.
The Wars of Gods and Men, by Zechariah Sitchin. Today we will explore the chapter titled, The Pyramid Wars. In 363 BCE, the revered Ra, symbolized as the eternal falcon of the horizon, found himself in Ken. Surrounded by his warriors, Ra faced adversaries who plotted against him. Horus, known as the Winged Measurer, approached Ra's vessel and warned of the enemy's scheme to usurp the luminous crown. Responding, Ra, revered as the falcon of the horizon, commanded Horus, noble offspring of mine, hasten and vanquish those foes you have spotted. This narrative is etched on the walls of Edfu's temple, an ancient Egyptian metropolis. It is perceived as the account of what might be termed the initial Pyramid War. This conflict stemmed from a perpetual battle for dominion over Earth and its cosmic installations, heavily influenced by the great Anunnaki's machinations, notably those of Enki Ptah and his progeny Ra-Marduk. Manetho's chronicles mention Ptah's relinquishment of Egyptian rule after a 9,000-year tenure. Ra's rule, however, was truncated to a mere 1,000 years.
This has just a computer voice. Come on. Old Wars, Enki, give me something good. Can't just do Billy all the time. We gotta get from other sources occasionally. The Book of Enoch. This is called Two Old Dudes Production, so I feel like this is our style. Eagle and serpent.
What is the meaning of the image of the serpent battling an eagle? This is especially popular in tattoos these days. Turns out there's no simple explanation. It basically represents a battle of good versus evil, a battle of the present versus the past, or the difference between one belief system versus another. They are a combination of opposites, and somehow they become the force that makes the universe turn. Now, the eagle is a large, powerful predator. Like all raptors, it has amazing eyesight, a hooked beak, designed to deliver a killing bite and rip flesh from bones. It has sharp talons that can pierce and hold prey.
Hendrik named his son Enoch. Dude, fuck yeah.
Wingspan is typically twice the length of its body, allowing it to soar easily. The eagle stands for admirable, intimidating power, which is why it appears in connection with so many political entities, second only to the sun, moon, and the stars in its appearance on official flags and seals. It might be the black eagle, the golden eagle, or a bald eagle. It might have one head or two. In some cases, the two-headed eagle represents the combination of secular and religious power. Boy. The eagle is sometimes shown with a crown over its head, reinforcing its connection to royal power. In the same way, the eagle might be holding a royal scepter or an orb in its talons. It often has a shield or an emblem on its chest carrying the colors or symbols of the political party. The United States version, shown on everything from the official seal of the President of the United States to the dollar bill, features an eagle carrying a bundle of arrows in one foot, which is a symbol of military might, and an olive branch in the other, which is a symbol of peace. The Mexican flag carries the image of the golden eagle atop a cactus, grasping a snake. The very image the people had been promised would direct them to the place that they would make their new home, which is now the site of Mexico City. The serpent, snake, or dragon is a far more complicated part of the equation. Many people associate the serpent with evil, because the Bible story where the snake offers Eve the fruit from the forbidden tree, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. In the Genesis story of the fall of man, the serpent is described as more crafty than any of the other wild animals that the Lord had made. The serpent says to Eve, "Did God really say you must..."
Yeah, crafty, but dumb, Peter. We're gonna catch you, you slithery little snake. You slithery little snake. Hater tail.
Not eat from any tree in the garden? When she replies that God told him not to eat the fruit or even touch the tree in the center of the garden, for if they did, they would die. And the serpent replies, you will not surely die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. Now, that was apparently the selling point for Eve.
Y'all remember my link from earlier? In that tower building, there was entity in there. It was a feline serpent. At first, I thought it was a ferret, but now thinking about it, it didn't have legs, but was furry. Dude, no, the snake thing. Have you seen Raised by Wolves too? Dude, I think everything is just Raised by Wolves, and Raised by Wolves is real.
She takes a fruit, eats it, and gives some to her partner. It's very curious that the image and others portray the fruit as the Amanita muscaria, because their eyes were opened. After all the problems of humankind were laid at the feet of the woman and the snake. Except that even in the Bible, the snake is not necessary.
Dude, I would challenge Joe to words or a fight too. Hell yeah. I don't care if he'd beat my ass. That's fine. I'd be like, yeah. I mean, he's a fighter.
Necessarily evil, but is associated with scary power. When Moses and his brother Aaron go before the Pharaoh to demand that he let the Israelites go out of Egypt, Aaron throws down his staff, and it becomes a snake, just as God has promised. In reply, the Pharaoh's sorcerers throw down their staffs, and each one becomes a snake. In a final show of power, Aaron's staff snake swallows up the other staff snakes on both sides.
Dude, the real world is literally Dune. Our real universe is Dune. We're all in Dune. It's Dune.
Use snakes as tools of power. In the New Testament, Jesus tells his disciples to go forth and be wise as serpents and harmless as doves. Admittedly, there are a lot more negative serpent images than positive ones in the Bible. Take the deadly Leviathan of the sea, the apocalyptic red dragon with 7 heads, bearing 7 crowns, and throws 1/3 of the heavenly stars to the earth. And the dragon, that old serpent, which is Satan and the devil from the book of Revelation. In the rest of the world, serpents have a long history as symbols of fertility, rebirth, as well as spiritual power. The meditating Buddha was shielded by a multi-headed serpent deity, or Naga, named Mukulinda. In Hindu mythology, Vishnu was said to sleep peacefully while floating on the cosmic waters, supported by the serpent Shisha.
Okay, fuck these snakes. We're gonna wrap it up. Oh. Where'd I put it? Oh well. Find a new one. Goodbye. There it is. It's that time again. Gotta unplug my thing. Make sure my microphone is on time too. Peter Boy and Tikkunolam. Did my freaking video go up? Let's see. There she is. Tika, my girl. Little Tika, Tika, Tika. No views. Hi, my little KnitWitches. Goodbye, Tika. Good night, KnitWitches. Goodbye, Tika. Get off all our apps. Please disappear forever. We don't fuck with Tika. No, we don't. We don't fuck with Peter or Tika or Peter or Tika. We'll fuck Jim Morrison and Rush Limbaugh and Jim Morrison are the same. Look at that, 50% transparency, Jim Morrison over Rush Limbaugh. Confirmed. We got him, boys. Moving on. So John Podesta is Chester Bennington's dad. But Paul Wysopal is Eddie Liger's dad. He said, oh my God, how did you know? And I said, I don't know. Maybe quantum entanglement. I'm not really sure, but I think it's pretty funny. Either way, listen to me. Nobody listens to me. It's okay. I've seen it all before. This face especially. 1,000,000,100,000,000,000 times before. I've seen the skies just begin to fall. Peter, get that face away from my eyes, 'cause I hate it. I hate them. Big old ears. I hate them. I hate that. Big old nose. And them fucked up teeth. You can't really see it in that pic, but if you go to this one, Mr. Beast teeth, 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 look at them fangs, boy, holy shit, where'd you get them fangs? Oh shit, Jeffrey Epstein, is that your cousin, bud? Is that your dad? Dude, it might be, literally. Look. Fuck you, Nancy. We don't fuck with you, little Nancy's. Fuck you, fucking Nancy boys. Peter Thiel and Paul Weiss soap will probably spoon. They like to soak each other together, 'cause they're really tired. It's okay to soak your buddy Peter Thiel, little friend. Paul Weiss, Opal, Timothy, and Omar Mateen soaking together. We don't fuck with you or Tim Scott. I hate all these fucking people. I can't wait until I don't have to think about you anymore, you ugly bitches. You're a bunch of ugly bitches. Yeah. I can't wait till I don't have to talk about you anymore. You're a bunch of ugly bitches. You're a bunch of ugly bitches. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. What the fuck is up with this bitch? Hey, hey, hey. I can't wait till I never have to think about you ugly motherfuckers ever again. I really hope it's soon. I don't want to think about you ugly motherfuckers ever again. I hope it's really fucking soon. Please. Please don't make me ever think about you again, you freaks. Especially this one. Right, dude? This dude is a cousin. Oh my god, look at that fucking forehead. Dude, whoever called this, I can't remember who, I'm sorry. You fucking nailed it, bro. Look at that thing. Look at this. Perfect, dude. Do you see that? Perfect genetic match. Yup. We got him, boys. Yup. Nailed it. All right, dudes. Have a good night. I'll see you on Sunday. Yeah. Great night. This was fun. I love freaking talking about these emerald things and all the fun stuff we talk about, guys. Our investigation is heating up, and go watch that Tikkunolam video because she is a dirty, dirty rat, okay? Make sure that you spread the word. Did you guys hear that this guy, he got kicked off of freaking Tank Tonk by a Real World Chicago member? Yeah, a cast member from Real World Chicago, you know what I mean? Like, dude, yeah, oh no, it is the season that happened on 9/11. It was 9/11 season, and they've scrubbed it from the internet ever since. It might have something to do with all of the planes that are crashed into the wall as art, or it might have to do with the literal Mossad spies that are currently running Operation Olive Scam, being cast members there, but whatever the reason is, they didn't want it on the internet, so they took it off, but Dante found it, so go check it out, guys, and spread the word. Okay, I love you, have a good night, bye! can see your face. John Podesta's my dad, and I can't leave the show. I'm stuck here forever, and I want to leave. But John Podesta's my dad, and a Rockefeller was his dad. Good night.